Chapter 1296. It's Xiaohei? Xiaohei has woken up. Xiaohei has woken up. Gay beast god Yanran and ice queen Yanran looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yi Qinghan had displayed great confidence just now, no one believed that just because Yi Qinghan had comprehended the Tao and broken through to the supremacy realm, she would be able to instantly kill a sovereign fiend. Moreover, although this phenomenon was unprecedented and powerful, it couldn't help Yi Qinghan create the power of cold, right? At this moment, everyone finally knew where Yi Qinghan's confidence came from. But could Xiaohei defeat the demon sovereign? Don't worry, Xiaohei's current strength is definitely comparable to the demon sovereign. Don't forget that the soul that Xiaohei swallowed was the slaughter god blade. Xiaohei is definitely the nemesis of the demon realm. Yi Qinghan saw everyone's worry and explained with a smile, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. This was because Xiaohei had refined all the energy with the help of the godly lightning and evolved again. Not only did his strength increase, but his soul had also changed. What the hell is this? It's so fast. Aogu had already arrived on Supreme Island. When he heard Xiaohei's roar, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Looking back, he saw a green dragon the same length as him pouncing towards him. His eyes were filled with cold mockery. Most importantly, he felt a strong sense of danger from the black dragon. The blue dragon was, of course, Xiaohei. When he saw the demon sovereign turn into a black dragon, he also turned into an identical blue dragon and roared towards the demon sovereign. "You're courting death." Aogu was enraged and waved his giant claws, raising his head and roaring as he smashed down towards the azure dragon's head. But the blue dragon wasn't afraid at all. It didn't even try to dodge. It just foolishly crashed into the black dragon's claws. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at this moment. Even Yi Qinghan, who had absolute confidence in Xiaohei, frowned. He had comprehended the Tao of unyielding. Although his body had undergone some changes, he had not had the time to explore it. Most importantly, he didn't have the power of cold anymore. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Therefore, at this moment, the life and death of everyone in the divine realm depended on the battle between Xiaohei and the devil monarch. But now, Xiaohei looked like a fool. Not dodging the black dragon's attack at all? Was he going to throw his life away? "Ha, you're courting death." Monarch Aogu's sinister laughter rang out. He was very confident in his own strength. This black dragon was completely condensed from the power of darkness and demonic energy. The power contained within was so great that an ordinary upper 9th grade monarch would definitely be heavily injured if they touched it. Even a 9th grade supreme martial artist would not feel good after being hit by it, right? This little blue dragon is so stupid? However, in the next second, Monarch Aogu was shocked. The black dragon claw he condensed actually directly penetrated the blue dragon's body, as if it was attacking the air. He looked at the blue dragon flying towards him in confusion, thinking of Yi Qinghan's doppelganger. Was this also fake? Or could it be that this blue dragon has the ability to split into parts? Ah, this is not an illusion. What the hell is this thing? It's actually devouring my power of darkness? It's still corroding my body. Oh devil ancestor, what is this? The blue dragon that Xiaohei had transformed into directly penetrated the black dragon's attack and then wrapped itself around the black dragon. Its translucent cyan body shined brightly and began to madly devour the power of darkness from the black dragon's body. "Good job, Xiaohei!" Yi Qinghan hollered. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and was filled with joy. Xiaohei's devour ability evolved once more. The black dragon's demonic aura was quickly reducing. No matter how the black dragon rolled and roared, it couldn't break free from Xiaohei. It was just a matter of time before the demon sovereign was devoured and killed. The black dragon formed by the demon sovereign rolled in the air, and with a sweep of its tail, one of the islands beside Supreme Island was smashed. Rocks flew all about and seawater rose 10,000 meters into the air. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists on the island were instantly smashed into pieces. Yi Qinghan's face turned cold and he ordered the people beside him, "Beast God, Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, the three of you surround that black dragon. Only defend and don't attack. Just don't let him injure the normal martial artists." Yi Feihu's injuries were the heaviest. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's injuries had recovered slightly, so they could only grit their teeth and attack. Beast God also entered the Beast God Hall and shot toward Supreme Island. Yi Qinghan saw the black dragon tumbling again, its huge tail smashing down on another outpost islet. He gritted his teeth helplessly, and with a flash of cold energy, he teleported over. His fire god battle armor shone brightly, and he used his body to resist the black dragon's huge tail. Hong! Emperor! Yi Qinghan's body was smashed into the outpost islets, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. Countless figures on the outpost islets ran over and looked worriedly at the pit, but they didn't dare to move. Boss! Little bug, you actually dare to injure my boss. I, Xiaohei, will rip you apart. Xiaohei roared in rage. The green light on his body shook once more. The black dragon's demonic aura, which had been swallowed by a fifth, started to decrease at a visible rate. Although the beast god and the other two wanted to go down to the crater and rescue Yi Qinghan, the black dragon was rolling even more violently than before. Thus, the three of them could only gather their spatial powers to defend against the black dragon's counterattack. Qinghan! King Yanran teleported over. Although she used her divine sense to check that Yi Qinghan was fine, with the fire god armor, the demon's attack wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Yi Qinghan was lying in the deep hole and couldn't move at all. Yanran was worried that something might have happened to him, so she teleported over right away. Before King Yanran could teleport over, the black dragon in the sky had really turned into a little bug. Aogu could no longer hide his true body. His blood-red eyes were filled with terror. A tyrannical aura surged out of him as he roared and brandished his claws. However, no matter how he moved or attacked, the blue dragon that Xiaohei had turned into still coiled around him. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Aogu finally felt the threat of death. The demon sovereign had a very heaven-defying ability. As long as he had demonic aura, he would almost never die. At most, he could only be suppressed and sealed away along with his demonic aura. In the past, no one could kill the three ancestral devils. The Battle Emperor could only use restrictions to suppress them. Therefore, the strongest attack from almost all the experts in the immortal world had no effect on him. However, at this moment, Xiaohei's even more heaven-defying devouring ability had swallowed his demonic aura. Now, it was starting to corrode his body and devour his demonic blood. Once he finished devouring the demonic blood, even if he had a heaven-defying ability, only death awaited him. Want to escape? Zhu Yi's group of three quickly surrounded Aogu and condensed a giant palm with their space force. However, they didn't attack. Instead, whenever Aogu tried to escape, they would immediately block him. Xiaohei and Aogu were entangled together. They were afraid of injuring Xiaohei, so as long as they could stall him, where could this demon sovereign escape to? Aogu howled in despair. No matter which direction he tried to escape, a figure would immediately appear in front of him and a giant palm would block his path. More and more of the energy in his body was being devoured by Xiaohei. His most precious demonic blood was also decreasing, causing Aogu to feel weaker and weaker. Finally, with a deafening roar, Aogu's body turned into dust and was devoured by the blue dragon that Xiaohei had turned into. The demon sovereign, ancestor demon sovereign Aogu, had died. Boss! Little Han! Great Emperor! Zhu Yi's group of three and Xiaohei let out a long breath before suddenly remembering something. Flying down to the outpost islets below, they saw Monarch Yanran carrying the mud-covered and battered Yi Qinghan out of the deep pit. Xiaohei transformed into his human form and discovered that Yi Qinghan had only used up his cold energy. His body was completely fine and he quickly said with a joyful expression, "Boss, did you see? Did you see? After I evolved again, my body showed signs of condensing into a solid form. But as long as I, Xiaohei, evolve a few more times, I will become a real person." Chapter 1297. Although Xiaohei had already transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan at the start, when he heard Xiaohei's words, Yi Qinghan was still extremely emotional. He didn't bother to tidy up his sorry state as he climbed up and sized up Xiaohei. Xiaohei had transformed into his human form. His body was originally formed from translucent green air currents, but now, the color had darkened. Even when he transformed into his human form, his soul-devouring beast form only vaguely felt similar to before. At this moment, his nose was his nose, and his eyes were his eyes. From afar, one would think that they were looking at a real Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and swept it towards Xiaohei's body. Although it still passed through, he felt that the viscosity had increased and there was some resistance. Good, good, good. Yi Qinghan laughed out loud. He was filled with unspeakable joy and excitement. He exchanged glances with Xiaohei, and their eyes lit up. They saw hope. The hope of transforming. Xiaohei's soul swallowed the spirits that were born from the slaughter god blade. They had the ability to swallow and could evolve like spirits. At the start, Xiaohei was extremely weak. After the first evolution, his strength became stronger, and his soul became more stable. He could even speak the human language. After the second evolution, his strength reached grade 9 and above. His soul became more stable and could exist forever. At this moment, after the third purification, there was a faint feeling that he had a physical body. If he continued to swallow more energy and continue to evolve, there was a high chance that he could transform. Yanran and Jida knew that Xiaohei's inability to reform his body was a pain in Yi Qinghan's heart. When they saw this, they were all happy for Xiaohei. The beast god, Ice Queen, and Zhu Yi looked at Xiaohei with fear and gratitude. Xiaohei had not only saved the divine world by devouring the devil sovereign, but he had also saved the divine world. It also proved that Xiaohei's strength was actually higher than that of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, reaching the point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qinghan. What kind of master really was, what kind of beast would be born? Yi Qinghan cultivated for more than 10,000 years and reached the 9th-grade supreme martial artist level. If Xiaohei had used the soul-devouring transformation, he would have definitely died. But now, not only did he not die, he even became a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Moreover, the two of them didn't cultivate according to the normal way. They were two freaks. A black cat or a white cat that could catch mice was a good cat. Since ancient times, as long as you succeeded, who cared about the process? Right now, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei's combined strength had reached 9th-grade supreme martial artist. This was awesome, but the crowd did not find it strange. Instead, they sincerely admired them. Not convinced? Why don't you try cultivating to become a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? Everyone recalled the dangerous situation just now and couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Yi Qinghan's cold energy had been exhausted. The crowd's attacks couldn't hurt the devil sovereign at all, let alone kill him. If Little Black hadn't woken up in time, the god world would have been in grave danger. Even if Yi Qinghan had escaped, when he had enough cold energy in the future, he would have killed his way back. The trillions of people in the god world would have definitely turned into demons. The beast deity thought that something was wrong and quickly asked softly, "Right, Little Han, didn't you say that Xiaohei wouldn't wake up because he had devoured too much energy? Why did he suddenly wake up just now?" Yi Qinghan also exhaled with lingering fear and said, "I comprehended Tao and reached the level of supremacy in nomological laws, but I didn't expect to trigger a natural phenomenon, and such a terrifying one at that. When the divine lightning struck down, I realized that my body was completely tempered, and my spirit crystal also changed. The divine lightning even entered the slaughter god saber, and then Xiaohei suddenly woke up and even evolved. As for the details, you have to ask Xiaohei." Xiaohei grinned and said, "I'm not too sure about the specifics, but there was a powerful energy that helped me refine the energy that I couldn't finish refining in an instant. Of course, I also woke up and realized that I had evolved for the third time." "Hee, let's talk about this in the future." Yi Qinghan smiled. It was a good thing that the devil sovereign was killed. He thought for a moment and ordered, "Ice Queen, Zhu Old Ancestor, bring Emperor Yu and Li Quan to that transfer plane to take a look. Also, search the void near the divine world. Completely wipe out the devil world. Big Brother Jida, send a message to all the sovereigns and send envoys to all the material planes to check if there are any devil world hiding." This time, we must uproot the devil world's forces and stabilize the divine world so that we can deal with the planar war 10,000 years later. The beast god and the rest quickly obeyed. They did not have time to search that transfer plane yet, and they did not know if the devil sovereign had any backup plans. Now that the devil world had completely wiped out the devil world, it would be troublesome if the devil world secretly occupied a few material planes and created a teleportation array. All the sovereigns immediately got busy, calming the hearts of the people and saving the injured. They killed demonic beasts and cleaned up the low-grade devil demons in the baleful Een stream. They sent envoys to all the material planes to search all the material planes that belonged to the divine world. Under Yanran's lead, Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City. Flame Dragon City had long received the news and came out to welcome him. Everyone looked like they had just survived a disaster as they hugged Yi Qinghan and cried. Xiao He had displayed his prowess and was showing signs of taking human form. Li Shu and the demon devourer demon were crying and laughing at the same time. They were overjoyed. Flame Dragon City was in a festive mood. Yi Qinghan sat on the balcony of the city lord residence while a group of people sat happily under the grape trellis. They were chattering about Xiao He and the upcoming war. Xiao He just smiled foolishly and accompanied them. Yi Qinghan did not bother about them and started to look inside his body. After comprehending the Tao and reaching the level of a supremacy, ordinary people would not produce heaven and earth phenomenon. Yi Qinghan not only touched the heaven and earth phenomenon, but this phenomenon was even more terrifying than when others broke through to the sovereign realm. Yi Qinghan casually scanned his body and found some slight differences. Of course, he had to check carefully. He wanted to see what benefits this heaven and earth phenomenon brought him. My body seems to have become more energetic. Every cell is filled with power. My whole body feels like it has been reborn. This feeling is so comfortable. His body that had been tempered by divine lightning was indeed different. Yi Qinghan felt that his body had become like when he was 15 or 16 years old. He was full of vigor and had endless power. Yi Qinghan's divine sense quietly extended downwards and locked onto the divine crystal. As a result, Yi Qinghan was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Why is there a cloud of white gas in the divine crystal? Damn, this isn't primal chaos power, right?" Everyone was shocked by Yi Qinghan's actions. They all stopped talking and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan blinked and then probed again before opening his eyes and saying in disbelief, "My divine crystal actually has primal chaos power. Is my divine crystal going to become a primal chaos divine crystal?" Chapter 1298. The sudden appearance of primal chaos energy in the divine world puzzled Yi Qinghan. Furthermore, the God crystal did not look like a primal chaos God crystal. In addition, the control of spatial power did not increase. This made Yi Qinghan even more puzzled. However, this phenomenon was strange to begin with. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and did not pursue it further. He had the fire god battle armor, and no one could harm his god crystal. His soul was also strong, and he was not afraid of soul attacks. Thus, this primal chaos energy was useless, and he did not care about it. Originally, he thought that there would be some changes in his soul space, but when he checked, there were no changes. This made him feel like he had rejoiced for nothing. Yi Qinghan did not care about the benefits brought about by this phenomenon. If this matter were to spread, Yi Qinghan would definitely be envied to death. Why was a 9th grade supremacy so powerful? Other than powerful attacks, the primal chaos energy was a big part of the reason. With the protection of the primal chaos energy, as long as the God crystal did not shatter, the soul would not be destroyed. A 9th grade supremacy was almost immortal. Yi Qinghan had only comprehended one, Tao. His body was tempered again, and he was even bestowed with the primal chaos energy. How could he still feel satisfied? With the help of the Moon Queen, all the demonic beasts in the divine world were wiped out. All the demons in the baleful Een stream were killed, and the divine world was completely stabilized. The envoys that were sent to the big and small planes also returned. Aogu had indeed made arrangements. The 3 material planes were all secretly invaded by the demons. When the divine world's envoys arrived, the humans in these planes were all demonized. The beast god and the rest also returned. The transfer plane was empty. The remaining low-grade demons were all killed by Emperor Yu and Li Quan. Emperor Yu and Li Quan once again brought the slaughter god blade to the 3 material planes without stopping. They made Xiaohei take action and sweep through the 3 material planes, completely wiping out the demon world's hidden forces in the divine world. The divine world was completely stabilized. The demon world's hidden forces in the divine world were completely wiped out, especially the teleportation array. The devil realm would no longer be able to send demons over, and the divine realm would not be invaded by the devil realm for a short period of time. The names of Emperor Han Yi and Lord Xiaohei once again resounded in the skies of the divine realm. Although Shen Tuxiong had previously unified the divine realm, he didn't have many legendary experiences. On top of that, when the demons descended, Supreme Island avoided the war, which resulted in the deaths of many low-level martial artists in the divine world. Shen Tuxiong's reputation in the god realm was not very good. But Yi Qinghan was different. Yi Qinghan had a legendary past, and he had saved the god world multiple times. The people of the god world loved and respected him from the bottom of their hearts, and they had wholeheartedly accepted him as their leader. Yi Qinghan could see the love and respect of the people of the god world. However, he was not having a good time recently. After a brief moment of joy, the immortal world was temporarily safe from the demonic sovereign's wrath. The planar war 10,000 years later was like a huge mountain pressing down on Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan sat alone on the rooftop. Xiaohei went to the material plane. Li Shuhe and the demon devourer followed him, arguing. The women cultivated and took care of their health. When Yi Qinghan was cultivating, the women didn't dare to disturb him. Just now, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem that scared him to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. The God Emperor had once said that if the 10 ancient clans dared to step into the planar battlefield, he would completely exterminate them and destroy the divine world. But he had forgotten that he was also a descendant of the 10 ancient clans, the beast race. Back then, he was sucked into a black hole and teleported to the distant heaven plane. Finally, he mixed into the heaven plane's army, entered the planar battlefield, and returned to the divine world. That meant that he had actually violated the God Emperor's order. But thinking about it, after so many years, the God Emperor didn't punish him. Back then, he used the ghost transformation to change his appearance and didn't participate in the final battle. He only entered the demon mountain, so the God Emperor probably didn't notice. But it was different this time. He was the strongest person in the divine world. If he didn't participate in the planar war, only the Ice Queen and Jida could go. Then there was no need to guess. There was only one outcome, total annihilation, and the divine world would be defeated. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a message to summon the beast deity and Zhu Yi for a discussion. The beast deity and Zhu Yi came together. After hearing Yi Qinghan's worries, the beast deity laughed. I have thought about this a long time ago. You don't have a beast now, so you can't be considered a member of the beast god race. As long as your beast warring space is destroyed, even if the God Emperor stood in front of you, he wouldn't know that you are from the beast god race. Destroy the beast warring space? Can this be destroyed? Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully. But since the beast deity said it, he was relieved. Why not? In the past, if any clansman of the beast god race violated the rules, their beast warring space would be destroyed and they would be chased out of the race. The beast deity laughed and continued, not only that, I am also prepared to destroy my beast warring space and abandon my beast. I will give the position of clan leader to Fei Hu and accompany you to the planar war. But I can't bring the beast god temple with me, so my strength will be greatly reduced. Old ancestor, this, Yi Qinghan was shocked as he looked at the beast deity in disbelief. Without a beast warring space, they couldn't be considered as part of the beast god race. Yi Qinghan didn't feel a sense of belonging to the beast god race, so he didn't think it was a big deal. But as the clan leader, the beast deity valued bloodline the most. He was proud of the beast god race, yet he made such a sacrifice. He must be feeling bad. The beast deity said nonchalantly, if it wasn't for Fei Hu and the rest being too weak and useless, I would have sent everyone to participate in the planar war. If we lose the planar war and the divine world perishes, can the beast god arcane realm still be preserved? Zhu Yi also interrupted, the fire-attributed god force in my body cannot be changed, otherwise I will also enter the planar battlefield. If the divine world perishes, the fire god race will hole up in the fire god's secret realm, and in the end, they will also perish. Although the ancestors said that we cannot return to the divine world, but in the current situation, how can we just stay out of it? That's easy. Yi Qinghan slapped his thigh and stood up, smiling. Zhu Yi, do you remember how I got into the fire god's arcane realm? Zhu Yi pondered for a while, then her beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, That's right, Your Majesty, how did you get your fire attribute divine energy back then? Hee, I have an ancient secret skill that can change the attribute of divine energy and the aura of the soul. I will teach you later. Alright, old ancestor, you should learn it too. When we go to Mount Pan, don't let the Supreme God Emperor find out about it. Yi Qinghan immediately imparted the specter transformation to the two of them. With the help of two experts and Xiaohe, Yi Qinghan was no longer as worried about the planar war in 10,000 years. In 10,000 years, some cold energy could be accumulated. Usually he wouldn't need to fight and could use it sparingly. Moreover, this time, he wouldn't be competing for the rankings, just maintaining his undefeated state. That would be much easier. Zhu Yi memorized the secret skill that Yi Qinghan gave her, but she didn't cultivate it immediately. Instead, her beautiful eyes flickered, and a moment later, a cunning look appeared in her eyes. She chuckled, Your Majesty, actually, we still have some helpers. If we bring these people to the planar war, our chances of winning will be higher. Yi Qinghan and the beast deity exchanged a look and both exclaimed in unison, Water God Arcane Realm. That's right. Zhu Yi stood up, her curvaceous body twisting and turning around under the grape trellis. She turned her head and smiled sweetly. With the spectral transformation, we can easily change the water elemental divine energy in their bodies. They have a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Your Majesty, when you accumulate some cold energy, we will attack together. If they are agreeable and willing to cooperate, it will be easy. If not, we will beat them up until they are convinced. These stubborn old fools, do they really think they can protect the Water God tribe forever by defending the Water God Arcane Realm? Chapter 1299. Alright, if they don't come out and surrender after 5,000 years, we'll kill our way in. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He had not planned to deal with the water mystery territory. It was not good for the immortal realm to kill each other. But he thought of the 3 envoys sent by the water mystery territory, their arrogant attitude and venomous eyes. If he brought people to the dimensional battlefield and they suddenly came out to take revenge on his family, it would not be fun. With Xiaohe's ability, I don't even need to do much. If they don't surrender wholeheartedly, then I'll take them in as soul slaves. Yi Qinghan secretly made up his mind. If he did save them, he would do his best. Without a stable background, how could he wholeheartedly go to the dimensional battlefield? Ancestor, what are the rules of the dimensional battlefield? Do you understand? Yi Qinghan was relieved and immediately asked about the dimensional battlefield. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. If one did not understand the rules of the dimensional battlefield, how could one win? Although he understood some, he did not fully understand it. The 10 ancient clans had participated in many dimensional wars and won first place several times. Yi Qinghan had asked the right person to ask the beast god. The beast god pondered for a moment and said, The dimensional war starts with the number of people. Every participating big plane must send 10 9th level experts and 1,000,000 ordinary warriors. Of course, ordinary warriors refer to warriors above the God Emperor realm. If there is one less 9th level expert, there must be 1,000,000 more ordinary warriors. Yi Qinghan said with some surprise, There is such a rule? With so many low-level warriors, it's useless even if they go. They're just going to die. They're going to die. Zhu Yi suddenly laughed coldly and said faintly, Actually, I've studied it for a long time and have always suspected that the dimensional war itself is a rule created by the Divine Emperor to reduce the population. Think about it, the life of a God Realm warrior is so long, and the population of each plane is constantly increasing. If there is no large-scale war, the population will continue to increase. When that time comes, where will so many people go to live? If the population increases to a terrifying level, the natural energy of Plate Realm will decrease drastically. What do you think will happen then? The beast god nodded. Clearly, he had learned some things from the secret scroll left behind by the beast god race. He continued, the queen's guess is about the same as mine. If the population increases, the world's vital energy will decrease. When the time comes, the laws of the world won't be able to operate normally. Thus, the planar wars were absolutely necessary. The god realm didn't forbid killing in the first place. Wasn't that also to reduce the population? Yi Qinghan thought about it and felt that what the two said made sense. When the moon is full, the water will overflow. The lifespan of a deity realm expert was too long. A heavenly god could easily live for more than 100,000 years. When a heavenly deity martial artist's lifespan is exhausted, his descendants can easily reproduce hundreds of thousands. Ordinary martial artists needed to eat and drink, while heavenly deity martial artists needed to absorb heaven and earth yuan qi. If a martial artist died at the end of their lifespan, the entire plate realm would already be filled with people. At that time, it wouldn't just be a crisis for one or two places. It would be a crisis for the entire plate realm. Seeing that Yi Qinghan understood, the beast god continued, each planar war lasts for 100 years. 100 major planes will participate. For the first 90 years, they will fight in Demon Mountain and hunt for points. For the last 10 years, they will all be teleported to the foot of Mount Pan. There, a great battle royale will begin. Once they have gathered enough points, they can choose to withdraw immediately. Of course, if they want to obtain first place, they must fight to the end. The first place will be summoned by the Divine Emperor and receive rewards. The plane that wins will have the chance to attack the losing plane. If the God Realm wins, not only will they get rid of the title of being the losing plane, but the Demon Realm will not be able to attack again. The God Realm can also choose another plane to attack. First place? It's fine as long as we can maintain undefeated. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. The God Realm's strength was so weak now. Maintaining undefeated once would give them enough time to accumulate strength. Of course, if there was a chance to kill more people, he would definitely not be lenient. Xiaohe needed a large amount of energy to evolve. As for first place, Yi Qinghan would never dare to take it. Not to mention the fact that the 10 ancient gods were all killed by the Divine Emperor, it would be too much for him to take first place. Even if he said that he was a descendant of the Beast God clan and that his soul had mutated, Yi Qinghan wouldn't dare to meet the boss of Panjie, the Divine Emperor. The three of them discussed for a while and settled on some details. Yi Qinghan followed the Beast God to the Beast God's secret realm. He would use the Beast God altar and destroy the Beast battle space. Zhu Yi also returned to the Star Sea and started to comprehend the spirit transformation. Returning to the Beast God's secret realm, Yi Qinghan received a warm welcome from the experts of the Beast God clan. Although Yi Qinghan found it difficult to even fly now, he was carried by the Beast God. Even so, it didn't reduce the reverence in the eyes of the experts of the Beast God clan. Yi Qinghan didn't treat himself as a member of the Beast God clan, but the Beast God clan did. Now that Yi Qinghan had arrived in the Divine Realm, it also represented that the Beast God clan had dominated the Divine Realm. The Beast God clan naturally felt extremely honored. They would definitely obey Yi Qinghan, who brought them glory. The Beast battle space was destroyed in the Beast God ancestral shrine. Yi Shao presided over it and used the altar to destroy the Beast battle spaces in Yi Qinghan and the Beast God's bodies. The Beast God also placed one of his transcendent grade divine beasts back into the summon space. When Yi Qinghan returned to the Divine Realm, Xiaohe, Emperor Yu, Venerable Li Quan, and the others had already returned. Xiaohe's face was full of pride. It was obvious that he had shown off his skills in front of his wife and daughter. Yao Ji and Yi Qingyu went to the Nifa's abyss to continue comprehending War Emperor's restrictions. Yu Qingqing, Yin Ling, and the others went into seclusion again. The Demon Devourer, on the other hand, was clamoring for Xiaohe to bring him to various material planes to sightsee. Xiaohe had nothing to do, So he simply brought Li Quan and the demon devourer to sightsee. Yi Qinghan naturally wasn't worried about the trio's safety. However, he still let Li Quan tag along while he went into seclusion again. 10,000 years later, the planar war would begin. Yi Qinghan planned to use these 10,000 years to accumulate the power of frost while comprehending the ultimate profound mystery. He wanted to break through to the 9th grade nomological laws and prepare for war. Ultimate profound mystery. Yi Qinghan stood in the War Emperor Palace and looked at the profound mystery stone tablets in the hall. He was slightly excited. The ultimate profound mystery was the biggest threshold for a cultivator's cultivation. Comprehending the ultimate profound mystery would allow one to become a true expert, a peak existence. Because of the power of frost, Yi Qinghan's comprehensive strength had reached an unimaginable level. Many years ago, he was already a 9th grade expert. However, as a cultivator, he still had an indescribable thirst for the ultimate profound mystery. Comprehending the ultimate profound mystery meant that one had reached the pinnacle of a certain type of nomological law and obtained the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan originally thought that he couldn't comprehend the nomological laws after refining the chaos divine crystal. Now, strangely enough, he could comprehend them again. Moreover, the speed of his comprehension could be described as flying. Although he still didn't know the reason, he still decided to break through to the ultimate profound mystery immediately. After comprehending the unyielding Tao, his strength didn't improve by much. However, if his nomological laws reached the 9th grade, it would be a completely different story. His strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. 5 types of fundamental mysteries, ultimate fusion, officially begin. Within 5,000 years, regardless of whether the fusion is successful or not, I will immediately go to the water mystic realm. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. He began to break through to the most difficult ultimate profound mystery. Chapter 1300. In order to comprehend the ultimate mystery, you must first comprehend the true meaning of space and obtain the recognition of the space laws. Only then can you fuse with it. Otherwise, no matter how you try, you will not be able to comprehend it. Yi Qinghan sat in the War Imperial Palace and thought about the direction of comprehending the ultimate mystery that the beast god had told him. Ultimate mysteries were the hardest to fuse. Although it was difficult for supremacies to cultivate, there were so many geniuses in the divine world. Basically, there would be a peak 7th grade supremacy every few hundred years. But what about a 9th grade supremacy? After so many years, only Lei Zhen had appeared in the divine world. It was clear how difficult it was to comprehend the ultimate mystery. The true meaning of space? The resonance of space? The recognition of space? Yi Qinghan was confused. The beast god's reasoning was applicable to all types of laws. In order to fuse the ultimate mystery of any type, one must first comprehend the true meaning of that type of law and obtain the resonance and recognition of that type of law. But what was the true meaning of space? How could one obtain the resonance of space and obtain its recognition? Yi Qinghan had thought about these 3 questions for 1,000 years and still could not figure them out. There were countless diagrams of the laws in the War Imperial Palace, but there were no diagrams of the ultimate mystery. This was because no one had successfully comprehended the true meaning of space. The strongest person in history was only a supremacy. Therefore, everything depended on Yi Qinghan to comprehend it himself. Yi Qinghan sat under a stone tablet with a relaxed expression. Although 1,000 years had passed, he was not anxious at all. He was like an old Daoist who had seen through the world of mortals. He had no desires and everything was natural. The divine world was stable. The demon world had been wiped out. Now that the beast god and ice queen Zhu Yi were in the divine world, no one dared to act recklessly. Most importantly, with Xiaohe, this great killing weapon, there was absolutely no one who dared to try his abnormal devouring ability. Recently, his power of cold had grown twice as fast as before. Perhaps it was because his soul space had grown larger or for some other reason. It had only been 1,000 years, but it was comparable to 2,000 years of accumulation. Even if a 9th grade supremacy of the water god race came, Yi Qinghan was confident he could easily suppress him. Every few hundred years, he would use his divine sense to scan the Battle Emperor Palace once in the God world. The divinity world was indeed much more stable. Due to the unification of the official army of the various continents no longer listened to the sovereigns, but to the Flame Dragon City. They rotated defense, and the divine world law enforcement team patrolled. There were no more god bandits in the divine realm. There were also very few battles between god-tier martial artists outside the cities. Because the demonic beasts of the divine world had been wiped clean the last time, the sea beasts of the various seas had become the training targets for the martial artists. The beast god summoned a group of spiritual beasts from the beast arcane realm and released them outside the cities of the various continents. Now that 1,000 years had passed, they had already multiplied to a certain extent. 1,000 years had passed. Not to but to divine. The warriors of the immortal realm could kill spirit beasts to train, and they could even subdue high-level spirit beasts to use as their own beasts. Everyone was extremely excited, and there was an endless stream of warriors who came to train. The genius plan of the Flame Dragon Holy City was effective. All the geniuses of the divine world were gathered to compete with each other. Although there were disciples of Yi Qinghan in the Holy City, they were treated the same. As long as they could break through, they would get more resources, status, and glory. Therefore, all the geniuses and elites cultivated with all their might. Everything was going well. Whether or not Yi Qinghan could comprehend the ultimate mystery, his power of cold was growing. Therefore, he was not worried. He relaxed and cultivated peacefully. Actually, in the past 1,000 years, Yi Qinghan's biggest gain was the tempering of his mind. After comprehending the unyielding Tao, Yi Qinghan's mind was purified by heaven and earth, becoming extremely firm. He was no longer afraid of the old man's threat, nor did he hide from his soul mutation. Regardless of whether I hide or not, the threat of the old man or the divine soul sovereign is still there. My soul has mutated long ago and is still evolving. Since that's the case, I might as well face it directly. Although the old man or the divine emperor is strong, I, Yi Qinghan, can reach rank 9 supremacy in 10,000 years. I still have a long time ahead of me. I don't believe that I can't improve further. Existence is reasonable. Since a deviant like me exists, it's reasonable. Since the old man has the strength to make me lose my will to fight, and since the divine soul sovereign can easily kill the peak experts of the 10 ancient races, why can't I become stronger? Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice resounded in the War Emperor Palace. He slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with an unyielding fighting spirit and an incomparably firm will. After 1,000 years, he had finally thought it through. His temperament also became ethereal. Everything was natural, and everything followed his heart. He wouldn't be affected by external things. After thinking it through, he immediately looked into his soul space and stopped hiding. The soul space was the source of his power. He had to study it thoroughly in order to obtain more power. Since he couldn't comprehend the ultimate mystery now, he might as well take another path. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. The soul space had become slightly larger than the immortal world. Billions of stars stood in the space, and the source energy outside glowed with a gentle light. In the past, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look into the soul space too much. Now that he carefully examined it, he found that the countless stars were really the same as the planes in the plate realm. The source energy outside revolved, and the source fragments inside grew slowly. It was like a small plane was growing and evolving. These countless stars really looked the same as the countless planes in the plate realm. The soul space is now even larger than the immortal world. If it continues to grow, and these small planes continue to grow, will it become the next plate realm? Yi Qinghan began to speculate. He thought of the old man's words, and his brows furrowed even more. His eyes revealed deep shock. The second person? What if I'm the second person? Then, he's the first person. If the old man really is the divine emperor paragon, the first person in the plate realm, then if he calls me the second person, doesn't that mean that I'm on equal footing with him? Or that I have another plate realm? A second plate realm, a second person? Yi Qinghan boldly analyzed and deduced. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, he could only use his divine sense to explore the soul space. He wasn't sure if it was real or not. Moreover, there were no black holes, no spatial blade currents, and no spatial whirlpools. Since he couldn't ask the old man for confirmation, Yi Qinghan wasn't very sure about this deduction. Is this soul space real, or just an illusion? If it's real, where is he? The endless void? Or the void? If only I could go in and take a look. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about this, something that made him incomparably terrified happened. The cold power in his soul space automatically spread out and covered his body. Finally, he felt a white light flash in front of him, and he actually entered a strange yet familiar world. When Yi Qinghan looked around and saw his surroundings clearly, the fear on his face deepened. He muttered hoarsely, I actually came in? Chapter 1301. A living person had actually entered his mind. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have felt as if they were dreaming. It was absurd to the extreme. But this actually happened to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan stood in a strange space, surrounded by stars. These stars varied in size, with the largest being a few miles in radius, and the smallest being the size of a fist. Some were millions of miles apart, and some were only a few thousand miles apart. Yi Qinghan did not stupidly do something as foolish as cutting his own hand with a knife. He knew very well that he was not dreaming. His body had truly entered this strange space. In other words, this space was real. It was not an illusion. After a short period of shock, Yi Qinghan regained her composure. At this moment, his heart was like a boulder. Since it existed, then it was reasonable. Since this soul space was real, and it was created by his own soul mutation, then it was reasonable that he could enter. As soon as Yi Qinghan's heart calmed down, he discovered that something was different. He felt that the aura of this space made him feel incomparably comfortable. Entering this space was like a fish returning to the water. The aura of this space made him feel like a family member. It was incomparably intimate and warm. In this space, I don't need to use the power of cold to fly. Yi Qinghan's body moved casually, and he discovered that he could move freely. He immediately flew towards a distant star. He took a casual step forward, but he did not expect that he would immediately arrive next to that star. It really is the true power of the origin. I wonder if I can go in and take a look? Yi Qinghan's hands touched the gentle white air around the star, and he discovered that it was exactly the same as the power of the origin. With a thought, his body suddenly flashed, and Yi Qinghan actually entered this star. The first thing he saw was a barren origin fragment. It was no different from when he used his divine sense to scan it. Although it had a radius of several kilometers, there was nothing but origin fragments inside. Yi Qinghan's thoughts moved again, and he returned to the outside. Then, Yi Qinghan's thoughts kept flashing. As long as his divine sense locked onto a place, Yi Qinghan could immediately teleport there without using a trace of the power of cold. After a long time, Yi Qinghan had almost gone through the entire soul space, and his body finally stopped next to the power of cold in the center of the space. Looking at the mercury-like power of cold, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes flashed. After the previous experiment, he confirmed one thing, an incomparably absurd thing. His soul space was very likely to be similar to an existence like Pangaea. In other words, it was also a plane. And he, Yi Qinghan, was the master of this plane. In this plane, he was an invincible existence. In this plane, he could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought, and he did not need to use any energy at all. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he could control everything in this plane, and he was absolutely invincible in this plane. Come here. Yi Qinghan looked at a small star that was hundreds of thousands of miles away, and with a thought, that small star actually flew slowly towards him. Spread out. Yi Qinghan's thought gave an order to a gust of wind that was flying over from afar. In the end, that gust of wind automatically changed direction and flew in another direction. Can this space really evolve into a Pangaea? If I can create another Pan realm in Derivation City, won't I become the divine emperor of this world? Yi Qinghan's eyes were even brighter than the star beside him, but there was no life in this plane, no spatial whirlpools, no black holes, and no spatial saber currents. Most importantly, there was no heaven and earth Yuan-Chi here. Therefore, although Yi Qinghan had confirmed that this world was real, he did not dare to confirm that it was an existence like a Pangea. If this is really a plane, then it will be awesome. If this is really a plane, I will name it the Cold Realm, and I will be the master of the Cold Realm. Yi Qinghan was secretly delighted, and his body immediately spun around in this space again. Then, with a thought, his body was enveloped by the power of cold, and with a flash of white light, he returned to the War Imperial Hall. With another thought, Yi Qinghan entered the Cold Realm again, and then repeatedly entered and exited. The speed was actually the same as when he entered the War Imperial Hall, and there was no spatial fluctuation outside. I wonder if I can enter the Cold Realm under the influence of the spatial fluctuation? If I can, who can kill me in this Pangea? Yi Qinghan's spirit shook, thinking about how he was almost omnipotent in the Cold Realm. He then thought about the God Emperor's supremacy. If the God Emperor's supremacy also had such terrifying abilities in the Pangea, wouldn't he be crushed to death by him? The God Emperor's supremacy, as the manager of the Pangea, could easily kill the experts of the 10 ancient clans. It is very likely that he has heaven-defying abilities. Is that hemp-robed old man a God Emperor's supremacy? If he is a God Emperor's supremacy, why didn't he kill me? And why did he say such strange things? Even with Yi Qinghan's rock-solid state of mind, there was still some confusion. However, he quickly calmed down. There was no point in thinking too much. At present, he still could not confirm whether the Cold Realm was an existence similar to the Pangea, and he had not seen the God Emperor's supremacy. It was better to wait for the Cold Realm to continue to evolve, and continue to increase his strength until he passed the current crisis of the planar war. Regarding the matter of the soul space, he had figured out everything that could be explored and probed. Yi Qinghan finally put down a huge stone in his heart. He forced himself to calm down and prepared to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of space. After a long while, he had an idea. Since he was staying in the Cold Realm, he felt extremely comfortable and close. If he cultivated in the Cold Realm, would it be easier for him to comprehend? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Qinghan's figure flashed and he entered the Cold Realm again. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the void, calmed his mind, and began to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of space. Stars twinkled all around him. From time to time, the power of lightning, the power of light, the power of darkness, and other unknown powers would transform into a cool breeze, blowing past Yi Qinghan, happily circling around Yi Qinghan once before continuing into the distance. Yi Qinghan was like a fish in water. Every cell in his body felt extremely comfortable. His heart was at peace and contentment. He was originally trying to comprehend the true meaning of the space laws, but as soon as he did so, the process of how this Cold Realm came to be involuntarily appeared in his mind. At first, a black line appeared in his soul, and then his soul split in two. Then his soul experienced a great explosion, causing a black hole to appear and a new soul space to appear. Then, the soul space exploded once more, finally evolving into this Cold Realm. The universe began as a bubble-like void. Then, it began to rapidly shrink, and because the density and temperature were too high, a great explosion occurred. After the great explosion, the universe began to expand outwards, and the fragments of the explosion formed stars that filled the sky, forming the present universe. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the inference he had heard on Earth about the origin of the universe before his soul crossed over. His body shook and his eyes flashed open. He stared at the Cold Realm in front of him. After a moment, his eyes grew brighter and brighter and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He couldn't help but mutter, "So it's like this, so it's like this. This young master has finally comprehended the true meaning of the space laws. I've finally comprehended it." Chapter 1302. Before the explosion, all the matter and energy in the universe gathered together and condensed into a very small volume. The temperature was extremely high, and the density was extremely high. It was called a singularity. In an instant, an enormous pressure was produced, followed by a big explosion. The reaction principle of this big explosion is called quantum physics by physicists. The big explosion caused matter to scatter in all directions, causing the universe's space to constantly expand and the temperature to correspondingly drop. Later, all the galaxies, stars, planets, and even life that appeared in the universe were gradually formed through this process of constant expansion and cooling. Yi Qinghan thought of the scientists on Earth from his previous life. Their deductions about the origin of the universe were surprisingly similar to the origin of frost boundary. The difference was that his soul space had experienced 2 explosions, and it had yet to take shape. He wasn't sure if frost boundary would eventually evolve into another plate boundary, nor did he know if plate boundary was the universe that people on Earth spoke of. But that didn't stop him from comprehending the true meaning of space. The power of space, spatial lock, spatial tremor, spatial stillness, and spatial ripple. These 5 fundamental laws explained the principles of space's composition. Yi Qinghan had originally been thinking about the 5 fundamental mysteries, searching for the true meaning of the fundamental laws of space. But he discovered that he was wrong. He hadn't discovered anything in 1,000 years. Now that he had entered frost boundary and comprehended the true meaning of space, the origin of frost boundary and its repeated evolutions actually appeared in his mind. This allowed him to easily understand the true meaning of space, which was expansion. Only a space that constantly expanded and evolved could be a living space. Only then could it be perfected and finally form a stable space. I've comprehended the profound mysteries of space combination for so many years, but I still haven't grasped it. I even refined the primal chaos divine crystal and the great explosion in my soul space. After frost boundary formed, I easily fused them together, and at such a fast speed. But now that I've entered frost boundary, I've immediately comprehended the true meaning of space. Such a freakish speed of comprehension. Could all these strange things be related to frost boundary? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. Ignoring the fact that he had already refined the primal chaos divine crystal, just this freakish speed of comprehension was enough. Most importantly, when comprehending the profound mysteries of space combination, he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. This was simply impossible. Therefore, Yi Qinghan guessed that these strange things had something to do with the cold boundary. After all, these strange things happened after the big explosion in the soul space. However, these were all Yi Qinghan's guesses. As for the actual situation, no one knew. Perhaps the old man would know something. However, if Yi Qinghan had to choose, he would rather not see the old man. Thus, he tossed these questions aside and began to fully focus on comprehending the ultimate mysteries. In the end, in just 3 months, Yi Qinghan's body shook again, and he opened his eyes in horror. An ultimate profound mystery had actually succeeded in fusing it. And then, something even more terrifying happened. Yi Qinghan continued to fuse with the ultimate profound mystery for another 50 years, reaching the small success stage. Yi Qinghan discovered that fusing the ultimate profound mysteries was the same as fusing the spatial combination profound mysteries. There was no bottleneck at all. It was like a straight road. As long as the horse galloped forward, it would be able to reach its destination. However, what happened next caused Yi Qinghan to be even more confused. Yi Qinghan continued to fuse with the ultimate profound mysteries of space. Afterwards, it was still smooth sailing. But after 80 years, when he had fused more than half of the ultimate profound mystery and was about to reach the large success stage, he was stuck at the final step. At the start, Yi Qinghan thought that he had taken a wrong turn and encountered a small bottleneck. This was very normal. Apart from the spatial combination profound mysteries, the other high-level profound mysteries would often encounter bottlenecks and take a wrong turn. As long as one carefully comprehended and verified, it would be very easy to unravel the bottleneck and continue to fuse with it until the large success stage. But in the following 3,000 years, when Yi Qinghan had entered seclusion, the 5,000 years he had set had already passed. Yi Qinghan was still stuck at this point, unable to fuse with any of the profound mysteries. More importantly, no matter how he repeatedly verified it, he discovered that the direction of his fusion was correct, but he just couldn't continue. It was as if there was no path forward on this straight road. What's the problem? I've been stuck in the same place for nearly 4,000 years? This doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense. Yi Qinghan stopped his cultivation and flashed out of the Frost Realm, appearing in the War Emperor Palace. He rubbed his head, feeling extremely confused. The ultimate profound mystery had only been 80 years, but he had already fused more than half of it. But just as he was about to reach the large success stage, he had been stuck for a whole 4,000 years. Forget it, the time I promised with Ancestor Zhu Yi and the others is up. I'd better go out and settle the matter with the Water God tribe first. Yi Qinghan ran his fingers through his hair and tidied up his robes. He used his divine sense to look at the Frost Realm. After several thousand years, the Frost Realm had changed greatly. It was at least the size of 2 immortal realms now. The largest, plain, was several hundred miles in circumference. The power of cold had only been accumulated for 5,000 years, and it had already reached a circumference of several dozen miles. It was enough for Yi Qinghan to attack with all his might several hundred times. Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Emperor Palace with some regret. He appeared on the balcony of Flame Dragon City. Swish! The moment Yi Qinghan appeared, it immediately alarmed countless people. Space fluctuated, and countless people teleported over. Qingqing, you actually, suddenly became a venerable? Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at the familiar faces. When he looked at Yu Qingqing, he was surprised and overjoyed. Then, when he looked at Fireworks, Yao Rao, and the others, he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Good, Fireworks also broke through to the God Emperor realm. Yao Rao's strength should be at the 6th grade War God level now, right? Not bad at all. Hee Qinghan, what about us? Yao Yao's aptitude is abnormal. She and Xiaohei have gone out to train. When they come back, they will definitely give you a big surprise." Fireworks covered her mouth and giggled. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense and easily found Blackie and the Demon Devourer demon in the north of the Heavenly Awakening continent. What he found shocked him. In 5,000 years, this girl's strength had actually reached the level of a 7th grade war god. Boss. Yao Yao, your uncle has come out of seclusion. Let's go back. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scan, and Xiaohei found out. The demon devourer's beautiful face revealed a happy smile, and she immediately flew toward the transportation array in the distance. Xiaohei could have flown back in a moment, but she was worried about the demon devourer, so she entered the slaughter god blade on her back and returned with them. Yi Qinghan smiled and chatted with everyone for a while. Lei Zhenju, the beast god, the ice queen, and the others also arrived. Yi Qinghan immediately told them about the strange things he had encountered during his cultivation. Of course, he did not explain to them about the cold domain. The group of 9th grade experts blinked their eyes and looked at each other. They shook their heads, indicating that they had not encountered such strange things. The most difficult part of the cultivation of nomological laws was getting started. After getting started, it would be much easier. As long as one continued to verify and deduce, one would eventually achieve great success. They would definitely not be like Yi Qinghan, who had been stuck for 4,000 years. Yi Qinghan did not care anymore and asked about the Water God Mystery Realm. Once he did, the killing intent in Zhu Yi's eyes soared. She said coldly, "According to the plan we discussed, we sent out another group of envoys 1,000 years ago to persuade those stubborn old fools to come out and fight for the realm of gods and participate in the dimensional war. In the end, a venerable and 10 7th grade war gods entered. They were all killed without even a chance to send a message." Yi Qinghan's face darkened, and he said angrily, "What? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Prepare to go to the Water God Mystery Realm in a month. If they are not willing to submit, then capture them all and make them soul slaves. If they do not want to be soul slaves, then there is no point in keeping them. Kill them all." Chapter 1303. Although the restriction genius Lei Hua, who was second only to Yao Ji, had already broken all the restrictions at the entrance of the water mystic realm, Yi Qinghan still decided to go through the endless void. However, Yi Qinghan still decided to travel through the endless void. After all, they had the Beast God Hall and the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Traveling through the endless void was like walking on flat ground. Attacking and defending was incomparably easy. This time, Yi Qinghan only brought the beast god, Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, and Yi Feihu to guard the divine world. The beast god controlled the beast god palace and Zhu Yi came up with many plans. Although Yi Qinghan had the confidence to win, he brought 2 more people. If they encountered any special situations, they would be able to take care of each other. Boss, if those stubborn old fools are not willing to submit, then let me devour all of them. I feel that the further I go, the more energy I need to devour. After this evolution, I devoured that evil demon supreme, but there was no reaction at all. I estimate that the next evolution will require me to devour 5 9th grade supremes and above. In the Beast God Palace, Xiaohei chuckled and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Xiaohei's character was originally very violent. To him, since the water god race was a threat to his family, he would rather kill them all than subdue them. Anyway, he needed a lot of energy. There's no rush. Let's see the situation first. Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked at Xiaohei dotingly. There are still 5,000 years before the dimensional war. Are you afraid that there won't be people for you to devour? At that time, Boss will accompany you into the Demon Mountain. If God or Buddha obstructs, we will kill Buddha. I will let you devour to your heart's content. Demon Mountain? Hehe, Boss, I will listen to you. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Previously, in the Demon Mountain, Yi Qinghan encountered countless experts from the other planes. However, because he was not strong enough, he did not dare to fight and could only run away. This time, after entering the Demon Mountain with their strength, they would definitely be able to sweep everyone. Old Ancestor, wait outside. Xiaohei will enter the Slaughter God Blade, and Zhu Yi will bring me into the Water Mystic Realm. 3 months later, the Beast God Shrine arrived at a medium-sized plane. Yi Qinghan called Xiaohei into the Slaughter God Blade and sheathed it on his back. Zhu Yi held onto Yi Qinghan's arm as they walked out of the Beast God Shrine. The beast deity was not worried that the 2 of them would be in danger. Yi Qinghan's power of cold was enough to sweep through the water mystery territory. Coupled with the abnormal Xiaohei, the people in the water mystery territory were definitely not enough for the 2 of them to kill. The beast god was slightly worried and he instructed, Little Han, try not to kill them if you can. Leave some seeds for the immortal realm. Yi Qinghan nodded. Zhu Yi brought him into the water god arcane realm through the weak point of the dimension. The water mystery territory was about the same size as the fire god arcane realm. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his divine sense and was slightly surprised. At first glance, the water mystery territory looked like the entire mystery territory was filled with islands. Moreover, they were all very small islands. There was not a single continent. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that these islands were actually man-made. There were originally 7 or 8 continents inside, but someone dug up rivers and brought in seawater, dividing them into countless islands. Xiao! Before Yi Qinghan had time to carefully inspect, countless figures flew up from the countless islands. They were densely packed, and like locusts, they flew toward him. Countless powerful auras and divine senses instantly locked onto the 2 of them. The space opposite them fluctuated continuously, and over 39th grade elites quietly appeared. They looked at Zhu Yi with unfriendly eyes, and finally locked onto the gentle smile on Yi Qinghan's face. Oh my good guy! Yi Qinghan's expression did not change, but he was shocked on the inside. It seemed that the water mystery territory did not suffer much damage in those years. Not to mention the number of 9th grade war gods, it was more than the number of the entire divine realm. Among the densely packed experts flying up, there were actually nearly 1,000 venerables, and at least tens of thousands of 7th grade war gods. It seems that it's better not to fight if possible. With so many experts, if I return to the divine realm, they will be a great help. I have the ghost transformation, and if I pass it on to the experts who will participate in the dimensional war in the future, the divine realm will have a much higher chance of winning. Yi Qinghan secretly made up his mind, transmitted a message to Zhu Yi beside him, and then stood there quietly. In the distance, countless 7th grade war gods and venerables had already flown behind the group of 9th grade war gods, and were staring at the two outsiders like tigers watching their prey. Yi Qinghan's gaze locked onto a purple-haired man in a blue robe in the middle of the crowd. The man looked like a middle-aged man with average looks, the kind that would not attract a second glance in a crowd. However, there was an air of arrogance in his eyes, and his body naturally emitted a dignified aura that came from being in a high position all year round. All the ninth-grade experts released their aura, and the power of space secretly condensed. Only the purple-haired middle-aged man did not reveal a trace of his aura. However, Yi Qinghan could tell at a glance that this was the most powerful expert of the Water God clan, Emperor Gong Tian. Yi Qinghan also saw that Gong Tian and the other two, who had been severely injured by him twice, were now glaring at the two of them with venomous gazes. From time to time, they would look at Gong Tian, and were obviously transmitting messages. "You are Yi Qinghan?" Gong Tian was the first to break the silence. He raised his brows slightly and asked in a deep voice, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Yi Qinghan smiled gently, and did not get angry. He said indifferently, "That's me. You are clan leader Gong Tian?" Gong Tian's expression turned slightly cold. He nodded proudly and continued in a deep voice, "Yi Qinghan, why have you barged into my water god realm so rashly today? Retreat at once. I will not pursue this matter. Else. Motherf asterisk cur. Yi Qinghan cursed inwardly. He turned to see that Zhu Yi's pretty face had already darkened, and her killing intent had skyrocketed. The Water God clan was indeed all the same, with their noses pointed at the sky and their arrogance soaring. If it were not for the fact that he had the intention to take them in, he would not have bothered to talk and would have attacked directly. Secretly suppressing the anger in his heart, Yi Qinghan patted Zhu Yi's hand and smiled faintly again. 5,000 years ago, the divinity realm sent down a divine decree. I believe you all know about this? The divinity realm cannot afford to lose the interdimensional war. Therefore, I came here this time to sincerely ask clan leader Gong Tian to join us in the interdimensional war. This time, both my old ancestor and Queen Zhu Yi will be participating. I have an ancient secret skill that can change the attribute of divine power and soul. The divine emperors and supremes will definitely not be able to discover your identities. Zhu Yi can be a witness. Clan leader Gong Tian, what do you think? Zhu Yi nodded, but did not say anything. Her body slowly transformed, and in the end, she turned into a man, and the attribute of her divine power turned into the attribute of water. At first glance, one would think that she was an expert of the Water God clan. Clan leader Gong Tian, when the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? Zhu Yi changed her appearance again and said coldly. Then, she looked at Gong Tian together with Yi Qinghan, waiting for his decision. The experts of the Water God clan did not dare to speak, and they all looked at Gong Tian silently. Gong Tian did not think for long. He waved his hand and said with great determination, "There is no need to say anything more about this. Please leave." The reason? Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi looked at each other in astonishment. He had the ghost transformation, and the Beast God clan and the Fire God clan were participating in the interdimensional war. Why was Gong Tian so resolute in rejecting them? Gong Tian's face was filled with rage, and his aura surged. His killing intent filled the air as he shouted, "There is no reason. Are you going to scram or not? F***ck, my boss is giving you face, but you bastard is still trying to take it?" Yi Qinghan's expression finally changed, and Zhu Yi was also infuriated. However, before the two of them could say anything, an enraged voice came from behind Yi Qinghan. Following that, Xiao Hei's image floated out of the slaughter god blade, and he said angrily, "Boss, I cannot tolerate this any longer. Let me, Lord Xiao Hei, go and devour all these pieces of trash." Chapter 1304. As soon as Xiao Hei said that, it was the Water God clan's turn to be shocked. Before the destruction of the Water God clan, that generation's Water God clan leader already had a bad premonition. He transferred half of the clan's elites and powerhouses into the Water God mystic realm in advance. That was why there were so many powerhouses now. The Water God clan's strength was second only to the Fire God clan. They were naturally arrogant. Now, there were no tigers in the divine world. A bunch of monkeys were calling themselves the kings. If not for the ancestral teachings, the Water God clan would have gone out and slaughtered everyone to dominate the divine world. The last time Gong Tian went out, Gong Tian wanted to test Yi Qinghan's strength and inform him that the Water God clan did not want to participate in the divine world's disputes. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan severely injured Gong Tian and the other two and threw them into the Water God mystic realm. If not for Gong Tian's suppression, the powerhouses in the Water God mystic realm would have killed their way out long ago. Now, Yi Qinghan had come to their doorstep. How could his strange subordinate be so impudent? How dare he speak so arrogantly? How dare you? Impudent! You are seeking death! In an instant, countless shouts rang out. Everyone glared angrily at Xiaohei. Space power condensed, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Countless supremacies quietly formed a fan shape and prepared to attack. Swoosh! A peak rank 9 powerhouse rushed out angrily. Space power condensed, and he shouted at Xiaohei, "Damn thing, come and die." Seeing that Gong Tian did not say anything, Yi Qinghan knew that he had tacitly agreed. He sighed slightly. It seemed that if he did not teach them a lesson, they would not know pain. Immediately, Yi Qinghan's expression turned cold. He sent a voice transmission. "Xiaohei, I'll leave this to you. Devour him." But Xiaohei beamed with joy. He immediately transformed into a 10,000-meter-long blue dragon and rushed toward the peak rank 9 powerhouse. What the hell is this? The peak rank 9 green-robed martial artist was a little scared. When he saw Xiaohei come out of the slaughter god saber, he thought that it was a mutated artifact spirit. How could it transform? After the transformation, his aura was still so powerful? He immediately condensed the power of space and turned it into a pillar of water that was thousands of meters tall. It spun like a whirlpool, twisting left and right in an extremely strange manner. In an instant, the blue dragon that Xiaohei had transformed into was sucked in. The blue dragon that Xiaohei had transformed into was originally dark green in color. However, at this moment, it suddenly became transparent and directly penetrated the vortex of the water column. The whirlpool of water penetrated through, not harming Xiaohei in the slightest. The blue dragon that Xiaohei had transformed into immediately coiled around the top 9th level powerhouse. The expressions of the water god race cultivators changed. Unexpectedly, this monster could easily pierce through the power of space. When it clashed with the cultivators on their side, there were no collisions or explosions like they expected. Most importantly, he actually began to corrode the martial artist's origin energy, and the speed was extremely fast. What was origin energy? It was the toughest thing apart from the power of chaos. It was indestructible and could be used for defense. Even a supreme divine weapon could not pierce through it. They did not expect that it would be so easily corroded by this monster. But what kind of monster is this? Great Emperor, save me! Outsiders could only see that Xiaohei was constantly corroding the martial artist's origin energy. However, the 9th level powerhouse knew very well that Xiaohei was actually quietly corroding his body. All of his internal organs had been completely corroded. He was in so much pain that he rolled in the air. He wanted to teleport to escape, but he found that he couldn't circulate any of his divine power. A green current of air quietly entered the vicinity of his divine crystal and surrounded it. It was corroding the source energy outside his divine crystal. Gong Tian was furious. He released all of his aura. The vast power of space pressed down as if the sky was about to collapse. Zhu Yi was so suppressed that he did not dare to breathe. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Yi Qinghan and said angrily, "Yi Qinghan, tell your freak underling to stop. If you dare to kill Gong Tian, this great emperor will not let any of you leave today." Yi Qinghan was also angry. He had come in to talk to Gong Tian politely, but this Gong Tian really thought that he was afraid of him. His face turned cold and his gaze was like a knife. He said fearlessly, You want to keep us here? Do you believe that Xiaohei alone is enough to exterminate the entire Water God clan? Come on up. Show me what you've got. Xiaohei, smash everyone down." After saying that, Yi Qinghan circulated the power of cold and flew up into the sky. However, he secretly transmitted his voice to Xiaohe. Don't devour wantonly. These people are left for the planar wars in the future. Gong Tian immediately shot up. He was still in midair. The blood-red spear turned into several afterimages as it stabbed forward tens of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of cracks appeared in the space. It was a terrifying sight. Under the control of his spear shadows, the power of space from all directions condensed into millions of water arrows that pierced towards Yi Qinghan. The scene was exceptionally beautiful. You do have some talent. However, your strength is far inferior to Shen Tuxiong's. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. His eyes flickered with a strange light. The Soul Exterminator quietly activated. His body split into two into four, and finally into hundreds of clones. 10 God Slayer's spears condensed. At the same time, the Fire God battle armor appeared, directly ignoring Gong Tian's attack. Thousands of God Slayer's spears pierced towards Gong Tian with a destructive aura. Cloning technique? Paragon's spiritual treasure Fire God battle armor? His attack power is actually so strong? When Gong Tian saw Yi Qinghan's clones, he was slightly startled. Then, when he saw the Fire God battle armor, his face darkened. With the Fire God battle armor, his space power attacks were basically useless against him. In addition, the aura coming from the silver spear was even more terrifying than his own attack. Gong Tian had a bad feeling. Below, Xiaohe had originally wanted to devour the superior 9th grade martial artist. However, Yi Qinghan had already given the order. He could only shake his aura and smash the superior 9th grade martial artist, Gong Tian, who was scared out of his wits. Then, the huge blue dragon shook and turned into an overwhelming gust of wind that engulfed the more than 39th grade martial artists and countless 7th grade venerable martial artists. The martial artists on the other side immediately released all kinds of attacks. However, these attacks seemed to have hit the air. Xiaohe's body turned transparent and avoided the attacks. Then, with a shake of the green light, everyone was enveloped. The 9th grade martial artists and venerables were fine, but the 7th grade war gods who could not escape in time immediately suffered. In an instant, dozens of them were devoured by Xiaohe. For a moment, innumerable screams pierced the sky. Countless low-level martial artists below were so scared that their legs were trembling. The scream frightened Gong Tian as well. He subconsciously split his attention and scanned the area below with his divine sense. He found that all of his subordinates had been engulfed by Xiaohe. Countless people were tumbling in the air. It looked like they were all going to be devoured by Xiaohe. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so terrifying? Yi Qinghan said that this monster can destroy the water mystery land by himself? Gong Tian's heart trembled. While he was distracted, Yi Qinghan's soul-destroying attack came. The golden soul threads in his mind began to crazily pierce into his sea of soul. Although he was protected by the chaotic energy, he still had to control it. The golden soul threads were everywhere. However, while he was distracted, several golden soul threads immediately pierced into his sea of soul. In the distance, thousands of God Slayer's spears were already whistling toward him with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 1305. This Yi Qinghan has only cultivated for 10,000 years. How is it possible for him to be so powerful and have such a monstrous soul attack? And he is so lucky to have gathered the complete Fire God armor? And that damn thing, how can it have such a monstrous devouring ability? Could it be that the Fire God clan is really going to perish? Gong Tian's face was as pale as snow. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Ever since he was born and became the clan leader of the Water God clan, this was the first time he felt the aura of death. He, who had never tasted failure before, emitted a tyrannical aura. The blood-colored spear in his hand flashed with a red light and left his hand. It turned into a red bolt of lightning and shot towards one of the hundreds of Yi Qinghan in the sky. Gong Tian's eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Yi Qinghan and shouted, "Come, let's see if your Fire God armor can withstand the attack of the supreme spiritual treasure, The blood spear of the water god clan. Emperor, be careful. This blood spear is extremely powerful and has the ability to amplify attacks. It can amplify the attacks layer by layer and directly attack the divine crystal. Zhu Yi, who was below, felt that something was wrong when she saw Gong Tian take out a red spear. She suddenly came to her senses and immediately sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Isn't it just hitting a cow across a mountain? Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smile. He still did not activate the fire god's heart to teleport. Instead, he controlled the god slayer spear and continued to attack Gong Tian. Boom! Most of the water arrows that filled the sky missed, but a few hundred of them hit Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's body was only knocked back a few hundred meters. He was not injured at all. He continued to stand proudly in the sky and control the god slayer spear. Gong Tian's blood spear had also confirmed Yi Qinghan's true body. It made an arc in the sky and shot towards his abdomen. Gong Tian's eyes were filled with madness. With chaotic force and origin energy protecting him, he refused to believe that Yi Qinghan could kill him in a single strike. However, as long as his spear of blood flame pierced Yi Qinghan's abdomen, even if Yi Qinghan had the fire god armor, his god crystal would shatter. If he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Yi Qinghan roared, and the god slayer's spear suddenly spun, easily causing the origin energy on the surface of Gong Tian's body to spin. Then, the spear easily pierced into Gong Tian's body. The energy instantly exploded, turning half of Gong Tian's body into a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. The other 9 spears stopped in front of Gong Tian, glaring at him like 9 venomous snakes. Shio! The spear of blood fire finally arrived in front of Yi Qinghan, but it was clearly a little late. Yi Qinghan could have easily activated the fire god's heart and teleported away. Or, he could have just moved casually to avoid being hit. However, Yi Qinghan remained unmoving under the shocked gazes of Zhu Yi and countless others. He allowed the spear of blood fire to pierce his abdomen. Yi Qinghan, are you still not dead yet? Although Gong Tian was injured and the 9 spears of blood fire were still glaring at him, he completely ignored them. He controlled the spear of blood fire with his consciousness and laughed sinisterly. Emperor! Zhu Yi paled and Xiao Hei's worried voice rang out. Bang! The fire god armor lit up with a fiery red light, but nothing happened. Yi Qinghan was only knocked back a few hundred kilometers. Then, under countless gazes, he slowly flew back as if nothing had happened. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all. His expression didn't change at all. How is this possible? Impossible. It doesn't make sense. The spear of blood fire's attack passed through. Could his divine crystal be protected by primal chaos force? He's only cultivated for 10,000 years. How could he have primal chaos force? Gong Tian's face was filled with disbelief. He stared dumbly at the slowly approaching Yi Qinghan. Blood flowed from his body, but he didn't seem to notice. Gong Tian wasn't the only one in disbelief. Even Zhu Yi's eyes flickered incessantly. In the end, Zhu Yi suddenly remembered. She covered her mouth and laughed. She murmured, "Oh, I forgot." The Emperor comprehended the unyielding path last time and was bestowed with primal chaos force. Although the spear of blood fire's attack is domineering, it's weakened by the fire god armor and protected by primal chaos force. How could it hurt him? Hehe, Emperor Hanye, good move. Gong Tian has probably completely given up. Yi Qinghan grabbed the spear of blood fire with one hand. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he strode through the air. His expression was cold as he looked down at Gong Tian. He shouted in a deep voice, "The Water God clan, submit to me or die. If the Supreme God Emperor can exterminate your clan, then I, Yi Qinghan, can do the same." Xiao Hei had obviously received Yi Qinghan's message. He stopped devouring and turned into a blue dragon, glaring covetously at the side. However, the 9th grade experts and venerables had more or less been pierced by his aura. Their flesh and internal organs had been corroded. The experts were still trembling in fear. Gong Tian slowly recovered from his injuries. He looked at the devil-like Yi Qinghan in the sky, then at his subordinates, who were pale with fright. He knew that he had lost. He had been utterly defeated. Yi Qinghan had the chance to kill him. His attack hadn't affected him in the slightest. On top of that, there was that strange beast. Gong Tian knew that if he dared to say no, the Water God clan would be annihilated today. Gritting his teeth, Gong Tian's face darkened. He struggled to say a few words. "We submit." Hearing Gong Tian's words, the expressions of all the members of the Water God clan became even more gloomy. They all looked at Yi Qinghan silently, their eyes filled with malice and resentment. But they didn't dare to move. If Yi Qinghan was alone today, they would probably fight to the death. However, Xiaohei's ability was too abnormal. Moreover, Xiaohei didn't affect their attacks at all. This battle, how could they fight? Yi Qinghan looked at the countless resentful eyes below and shook his head slightly. This clan was so arrogant. It was strange that they could become one of the 10 ancient clans and look down on everyone. He was confused. Why didn't the other 9 clans join forces to exterminate the Water God clan? He snorted coldly. His knife-like eyes swept across the faces of the warriors below. He shouted, "Is this how you submit to me? All of you?" Xiaohei roared in the air. His cold eyes chilled everyone's hearts. Seeing that no one reacted, he immediately said angrily, "Are you deaf? My boss told you to kneel. I, Xiaohei, am lacking a lot of energy now. If you piss me off, I'll devour all of you." Water God clan, you'd rather die than kneel. Gong Tian pointed at Xiaohei and shouted angrily. Everyone felt a common hatred for the enemy and was unafraid of death. Even Gong Tian, who was originally hesitant, now had a determined look in his eyes. "Xiaohei." Yi Qinghan laughed coldly and shouted. His eyes locked onto Gong Tian and he activated Soul Exterminator. Xiaohei immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and surrounded Gong Tian. Green light shone brightly as he devoured with all his might. Gong Tian, a dignified upper-rank 9 martial artist, did not even have the time to scream before he turned into a pool of blood. The blood splattered all over the faces of the rank 7 martial artists below. The 10 fire god spears on Yi Qinghan's body once again whistled out of the void. He pointed at everyone from afar and shouted coldly, "Say it again. Will you kneel or not?" Chapter 1306. The anger in the eyes of Gong Tian and all the level 9 experts could burn the air. However, Gong Tian's supreme spiritual treasure was in their hands, and Xiaohei could easily kill a group of level 9 venerables, not to mention Zhu. If anyone dared to make a move, they would definitely end up like Gong Tian. Plop. Finally, Gong Tian knelt down heavily on one knee and lowered his noble head. He knelt in the air and made a plop sound. One could imagine how angry he was. When Gong Tian knelt down, the level 9 experts below could only grit their teeth and follow suit. Then the level 7 venerable experts also knelt down. Finally, countless low-level martial artists on the hundreds of millions of islands below also knelt down one by one. Very good. Yi Qinghan's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This group of bastards, they were born to be lowly. They didn't listen to my kind words and insisted on killing. If I don't beat them down, I won't be able to discuss anything. Emperor, let all the level 9 experts offer their fire of soul. Otherwise, when they go to the plain battlefield, they might betray us. This means we have to be on guard. Yi Qinghan was about to continue talking with Gong Tian about the battle when Zhu Yi's voice came. Yi Qinghan hesitated. Since Gong Tian had surrendered and knew that he was no match for him, he shouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Moreover, since he had beaten them into submission, wasn't it too inhumane to do such a ruthless thing? After martial artists offered their fire of soul, it would be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation. At that time, it would cause all the arrogant water god experts to fight back, and it would be troublesome. For a moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't make up his mind. Seeing Yi Qinghan's hesitation, Zhu Yi knew that Yi Qinghan's heart wasn't very ruthless. Sighing, her eyes flickered, and she sent another voice transmission. Emperor, the Water God clan has always been arrogant, and they hold grudges. If it weren't for the fact that they were strong, the divine world was vast, and there were no conflicts of interest, the Fire God clan would have long since eliminated them. You can't control them completely. If they secretly take revenge on your family. Yi Qinghan's body shook. This was related to his family, so his heart hardened. He immediately said in a cold voice, "Gong, offer your soul flame. Listen to my command, I will ensure the safety of your Water God clan." "Great Emperor, you can't." "Yi Qinghan, you're so vicious." "Great Emperor, fight him to the death." "When has the Water God clan suffered such humiliation?" "Yi Qinghan, I'll kill you." As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his words, countless level 9 experts below shouted one after another. Their faces were full of anger again, and the resentment in their eyes were extremely obvious. All the 9th stage venerables were brimming with killing intent. Their divine power and spatial power condensed. It was as if they were ready to fight to the death as soon as the universal command was issued. However, although they cursed, no one dared to make a move. Gong Tian looked up at Yi Qinghan with grief and indignation. He was so angry that his body trembled. He tried hard to suppress the rage in his heart and said through gritted teeth, "Yi Qinghan, you don't go too far." "Go too far? I'm already being merciful by not asking all of you to offer your soul flame." Yi Qinghan thought of Zhu Yi's warning and saw the Water God clan's behavior. He knew that if he didn't control them, there would be endless troubles in the future. He snorted coldly and continued, "Offer your soul flame and serve me for 1,000,000 years, then I'll give you back your freedom. This is the bottom line. Otherwise, I'd rather kill all of you to get rid of any future troubles." As soon as he said the last word, Yi Qinghan's killing intent spread out and immediately enveloped everyone. Xiaohe also turned into a gust of wind and instantly enveloped everyone, but he didn't devour them immediately. In the distance, Zhu Yi also condensed a 1,000-layer wave that was thousands of meters tall. The direction of the attack was towards the hundreds of millions of islands below. Everyone's breathing quickened. The experts of the Water God clan didn't dare to speak anymore. They were waiting for Gong Tian's orders or watching him become Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Become a humiliating soul slave? Or perhaps the Water God clan would be exterminated. Gong Tian's eyes revealed a pained expression. He turned to look at the experts who had been enveloped by Xiaohe, then at the countless people on the islands below, and finally at the murderous Yi Qinghan. He sighed powerlessly. A white flame flew out of his forehead and flew into the space between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows before disappearing. "Alright, Xiaohe, come back." Yi Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at Xiaohe. At the same time, he threw the blood-colored spear in his hand to Gonggon and said, "Everyone, disperse. Gong, take me to your residence." Yi Qinghan's exchange of the blood flame spear to Gong Tian not only shocked him, but also caused Zhu Yi to reveal an unconcealable look of disappointment. Zhu Yi had thought that Yi Qinghan would accept the spear. He definitely wouldn't be able to use it. The beast god had the beast divine hall, so this supreme spiritual treasure would definitely be bestowed to her. She hadn't expected that Yi Qinghan would casually return it to Gong Tian. Although Gong Tian was stunned, he also immediately accepted the blood flame spear. This was the Water God clan's most treasured treasure. He then waved his hand to dismiss everyone and flew towards one of the islands below with Yi Qinghan. Humans were very strange creatures. Gong Tian had wanted to die just now, so he was filled with grief and indignation. However, once he handed over the soul flame, there was no longer any resentment in his heart. There was only sadness and desolation. The lives of billions of people of the Water God clan were on his shoulders. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Humans had a habit. Since they had compromised once, they would compromise a second time. This was like a prostitute. Since they had been sold once, they would be sold a second time. The island that Gong Tian lived on was in the center of the water mystery realm. A magnificent palace was very obvious. Yi Qinghan and the others landed. The countless people and maids on the island all revealed looks of fear. There was also anger and resentment hidden in the depths of their eyes. Yi Qinghan ignored the crowd and took the initiative to enter the palace. He entered the hall and sat on the main seat. "Master! My lord!" Zhu Yi sat next to Yi Qinghan. Gong Tian saluted the two with a lonely expression. The maids next to him immediately served fragrant tea spirit fruits. Yi Qinghan sat on the main seat and looked indifferently at the extremely lonely and dispirited Gongteng. He pondered for a moment and said, "Gung, I have no intention of making life difficult for your water god clan. I have no interest in ordering your water god clan around. But in this planar war, we can only win. We cannot lose. I hope you can understand." Gong Tian nodded. His face was still gloomy. He had always been arrogant, the peerless genius of the water god clan, the king of millions of water god people. At this moment, he had become someone else's sole slave. How could he accept this? "Since the water god clan wants to hide from the world, I won't force you. It's fine as long as you and all the upper 9th grade warriors fight in this planar war. After the planar war, you can all return to the water god mystery realm. At that time, I will return your fire of soul and will never step into your water god mystery realm again." Yi Qinghan's words startled Zhu Yi and also greatly surprised Gong Tian, causing his spirit to shake. The planar war would start in 5,000 years. And before the planar war, Yi Qinghan would not allow him to order him around. So as long as he participated in the planar war, he could get rid of this humiliating identity? "Of course, I have my conditions." Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Yi didn't need to persuade him through voice transmission. He faintly said, "In this planar war, all of you must go all out. If I find out that any of you are slacking or playing tricks in the dark, I will definitely annihilate your clan." Looking at Gong Tian, whose face had regained some vigor, Yi Qinghan lightly smiled. The reason why he returned the sovereign spiritual treasure, the Spear of Crimson, to Gong Tian and made a promise to give him hope. What Yi Qinghan needed were a few teammates who could go all out, not a few bad and resentful people who were dragging him down in the dark. His gaze passed through the palace and looked at the void in the distance. He let out a deep sigh. He had always felt that something ominous would happen in this planar war. Now that the experts of the Water God clan had joined in, especially Gongtian's strength of a 9th grade sovereign, the worry in his heart had lessened a little. Chapter 1307. Yi Qinghan did not stay long in the water mystic realm. He left with Zhu Yi after passing down the first volume of the Ghost Transformation. The first volume of the Ghost Transformation was the easiest to comprehend. After successfully comprehending it, one could change one's appearance and divine power attribute. The second volume could change one's soul attribute and turn one into a completely different person. Yi Qinghan did not teach it to anyone except the beast god. If one's soul was changed, even Yi Qinghan would not be able to detect it. If it fell into the enemy's hands and was used to assassinate his own family members, it would be a powerful weapon. Yi Qinghan also ordered that no one from the water mystic realm was allowed to come out without his permission. Otherwise, he would kill every single one of them. Since you want to hide from the world, then you can stay there forever. When the news that Yi Qinghan had conquered the water mystic realm reached the divine realm, the morale of the people of the divine realm was greatly boosted. With the experts of the water mystic realm participating in the war, they were more confident in winning the interplanar war. Yi Qinghan did not stop and went straight to Supreme Island. The Star Sea was currently under Zhu Yi's sphere of influence. However, the official army of the Divine Realm had all joined the Yi family army and took orders from the Flame Dragon City. Zhu Yi's influence and rallying power were greatly reduced. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not there to fight with Zhu. He directly entered the Nifa's Abyss. The Nifa's Abyss was guarded by Zhu Yi's 3 lower 9th grade martial artists all year round. The Enchantress, Yi Qingyu, and hundreds of restriction geniuses of the divine world were all concentrating on studying the restrictions set up by the Zhan Huang. Yi Qinghan promised them great rewards. As long as they could comprehend and control Battle Emperor's restrictions, he would give them anything they wanted. The position of Vice City Lord of the Flame Dragon Holy City, supreme grade divine weapons, exotic fruits in the Sealed God Valley, and all kinds of rewards were given to them. These restriction geniuses were all studying in the Nifa's Abyss day and night. "Greetings, Your Majesty! Your Majesty, Lord Xiaohe!" The moment Yi Qinghan appeared in the Nifa's Abyss, the the 3 lower 9th grade war gods immediately noticed him and teleported over to greet him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, gesturing for the 3 of them to keep quiet. Then he brought Zhu Yi and Xiaohei and quietly flew forward. The entire Nifa's abyss was filled with people, but none of them moved. They were either meditating in seclusion somewhere or quietly observing the ubiquitous restrictions. Brother, in a cave far away, Yi Qing was sitting inside. His divine sense was constantly scanning the restrictions in front of him. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. When he saw that Yi Qinghan had actually come, he immediately cried out in surprise. This cry startled countless martial artists who were in seclusion or comprehending restrictions. Many of them had never seen Yi Qinghan before, but they all knew that Yi Qingyu was one of Yi Qinghan's wives. In addition, Yao Ji immediately teleported over. How could they not know that the person in front of them was the ruler of the immortal realm? They hastily flew over, knelt on one knee, and said, "Greetings, Emperor Han Yi." "Rise." Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He turned his head and smiled at Yao Ji and Yi Qingyu. He asked, "How's the current situation?" Yao Ji leisurely smiled, dazzling the eyes of the surrounding people. She said with slight regret, "The progress is not bad. 2/3 of the restrictions have been broken by us. We can easily control them and repel the enemy. However, the remaining 1/3 of the restrictions are incomparably complicated. The restrictions here are all interconnected. If we don't fully comprehend and control them, we won't be able to open all the restrictions below, and their power will be reduced by more than half." Yi Qingyu sweetly smiled and said, "Brother, Sister Yao Ji, you're amazing. Half of the restrictions were broken by Sister Yao Ji. There's also Brother Lei Hua. He's also very powerful. He's broken a lot of the restrictions." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and said, The Lei Hua who broke the restrictions at the entrance of the 3 mystic realms?" A somewhat dull middle-aged man immediately stepped out from the crowd. He looked a little frightened. He cupped his fists at Yi Qinghan and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, it's me, Empress Qingyu. I don't deserve to be called Brother Lei Hua. Also, my restriction skills are far inferior to Empress Yao Ji's. I'm very ashamed." There's still 5,000 years before the dimensional war begins. In the last dimensional war, the realm of divinity was defeated. However, at that time, the Emperor of War was here. He used the restrictions here to suppress the 3 ancestor fiends of the realm of divinity. No one can predict the outcome of this dimensional war. Therefore, we must take precautions. If we lose, we can only rely on the restrictions here to protect the realm of divinity. Therefore, your task is extremely difficult. I hope you will work hard to comprehend the restrictions here and gain control over them as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan thanks everyone, said Yi Qinghan in a serious tone. He then cupped his fists at the crowd, causing the hundreds of restriction geniuses in the air to feel terrified. In the realm of divinity, comprehending the laws of cultivation and improving one's strength was the way to go. These geniuses liked to study things that were considered unorthodox by the realm of divinity. They had always been looked down upon and ridiculed by their respective families. Now that the number 1 person in the realm of divinity was acting like this, they were even more excited than when they were rewarded with treasures and beauties. Yi Qinghan looked at the excited geniuses who went back to comprehend the restrictions. He smiled at Zhu Yi beside him and said, "Actually, what these people need is not a reward, but recognition and respect. Yao Ji, this restriction is very important. I'll leave it to you." Yao Ji glared at Yi Qinghan. She was a little angry, but the joy in her eyes could not be concealed. After staying in the Nifa's abyss for a while, Yi Qinghan returned to the Supreme Island. No one could comprehend the restrictions in peace while he was there, so he decisively came out. After seeing the situation in the Nifa's abyss with his own eyes, Yi Qinghan felt more at ease. He liked to anticipate victory and defeat so that he could prepare a path of retreat and think of the worst-case scenario. He was the boss of the realm of divinity in this dimensional war. He would definitely make a big move during the final battle. His power of cold was extremely unique, so it was difficult for him not to attract attention. Together with Xiao Hei's strange soul form, he was even more eye-catching. The location of the final battle was under Mount Pan, where a supreme god emperor lived. If the supreme god emperor discovered that something was amiss, he could eliminate him and the realm of divinity would be defeated. With this restriction, the realm of divinity would have the ability to protect itself. After staying in Zhu Yi's newly built palace for a few days, Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi did a few things that were beyond friendship. Then, Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City, preparing to go into seclusion again to break through the bottleneck of the ultimate mystery. However, this seclusion lasted for 2,000 years, and he was still stuck at the ultimate mystery. Yi Qinghan simply came out of seclusion to accompany the ladies, guide the juniors in their cultivation, and occasionally take Xiao Hei to play around. 100 years later, Yi Qinghan went into seclusion again. This time, he was going to wait until the dimensional war began. If he still couldn't merge with the ultimate mystery, then he would have to participate in the dimensional war first. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the War Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes on time. His eyes were filled with deep exhaustion and helplessness. He let out a long breath and stood up. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment and sighed, "Strange, this young master has been trying to comprehend the ultimate mystery for 7,000 years. This ultimate mystery is definitely not in the wrong direction. Why am I stuck for 7,000 years? Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth don't recognize me because my soul is too strange? This is really strange." From comprehending the ultimate mystery of space to major accomplishment, Yi Qinghan spent less than 100 years. Just as he was about to major accomplishment, his laws of heaven and earth were about to break through to the 9th grade, he was stuck for several thousand years. It almost drove him crazy. Forget it, the dimensional war is about to begin. If I can survive this time, I will comprehend it properly. Dimensional war, this young master is coming. Yi Qinghan stretched his numb body. His expression brightened up, and his eyes shone with divine light as he went into the War Imperial Hall. Chapter 1308. As soon as Yi Qinghan returned to the Flame Dragon City's rooftop, countless divine senses swept over him, followed by countless messages. Yi Qinghan was too lazy to send messages. He activated his divine power and shouted, "The planar war is about to begin. All sovereigns, gather in Flame Dragon City." As soon as Yi Qinghan gave the order, the entire divine world was shaken. Yi Qinghan's voice was mixed with the heavenly devil voice, and there was a faint battle intent in his tone, causing countless martial artists in the divine world to feel slightly excited. The planar war was random. Sometimes, if one was unlucky, they would participate once every tens of thousands of years. These years, the divine world had been lucky. It only happened once every 100 years. The divine world only knew about the planar war in legends. The martial artists of the younger generation had never seen it before. Now that they could finally participate, the divine world's citizens were excited and looking forward to it. Lei Zhen and the beast god teleported over immediately. They were already in Flame Dragon's sacred city. The beast god would represent the beast god race to participate in the planar war. Yi Feihu would oversee the divine world. This matter had been decided long ago. Following that, the Ice Queen and Zhu Yi arrived with their men. All the sovereigns of the divine world arrived one after another. Yu Qingqing and the others were alarmed too. They came to meet Yi Qinghan in a hurry. Seeing that Yi Qinghan wanted to discuss business, they left obediently. Yi Qinghan sat in the main seat of the 5th floor of the City Lord Manor. He looked at Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu and said, "Uncle Lei Zhen, Emperor Yu, are the low-level martial artists ready?" Lei Zhen stood up with a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "They are ready. Among the 1 million martial artists, 700,000 from the official army will be sent. They are all experienced martial artists. Ice and Snow Island will send 100,000, Green Mountain Tribe will send 100,000, and other special races with special skills will send 100,000. They will be divided into 100 small teams and mixed together. 100 years ago, I sent them out in batches to train. They will combine with the battle formation given by Queen Zhu Yi and the Spirit Eater Army's battle formation. The effect is not bad. Uncle Lei Jin has worked hard. Yi Qinghan nodded contentedly. Lei Jin used to be the elder of the Lei family's battle hall, so he was good at large-scale battles. At the same time, Emperor Yu was the leader of the Soul Devourer army. That year, he had followed Lord Devourer to sweep the Wandering Sea. Yi Qinghan had long ago handed over the task of assembling and training the Planar War Legion to them. If Lei Jin said that the training was effective, then it must be very effective. As for the rank 9 martial artists, me, Old Ancestor, Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, Water Mystery Land, and Wind Moon Monarch are enough. Yi Qinghan did a head count. The reason why he didn't send Yi Feihu, who was stronger than him, was because the Immortal Realm needed an expert to hold down the fort. Secondly, the Wind Moon Monarch knew some restrictions. She would be more useful in the planar battlefield than Yi Feihu. We can send someone into the Water God realm and send a message for Gong Tian and the others to come out. After calculating the time, Yi Qinghan turned around and ordered Zhu Yi. He then transmitted his voice to the Beast God and Zhu Yi. Have you guys succeeded in cultivating the ghost transformation? The two of them nodded their heads. Yi Qinghan then stood up with a solemn expression and said, "We are going to participate in the planar war. Everything in the Immortal Realm will be managed by Kid Lei Jin and Yi Feihu. If we are defeated or if we are all wiped out, the Immortal Realm will depend on you guys." Emperor, everyone saw that Yi Qinghan's words were somewhat pessimistic and carried a trace of determination. A few of them cried out involuntarily. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile, "He, the life of Yi Qinghan is not so easy to take. Shinta Xiong can't, the Demon Sovereign can't, and the experts in the planar battlefield can't either. Everyone, settle the matters in the Immortal Realm, work hard in your cultivation, and wait for our good news." Everyone agreed readily. They thought of Yi Qinghan's insane strength and Xiao Hei's terrifying devouring ability. The Immortal Realm did not seek first place this time. They only sought victory. If there were no accidents, it should not be a big problem. Everyone bade farewell and went back to prepare for the start of the Planar War. The Planar War would start a year later. Yi Qinghan spent this period of time with his family and enjoyed the happiness of a family. Xiao Hei also accompanied Li Shui and Demon Devourer all day long. They relaxed and prepared for the war. A year later, on the plaza of the Supreme Island, experts gathered and there was a hubbub of voices. Millions of martial artists in green battle armor lined up neatly on the plaza. They were all armed with superior-grade battle sabers. Their expressions were solemn, and their armor glowed with a cold light. Their killing intense soared into the sky. Beside them were martial artists who came to watch the show or to send them off. There were millions of them. Seeing the Immortal Realm's army, everyone's confidence was boosted and they were excited. There was a ripple in the sky, and 10 figures appeared in the sky. At the front was a black-haired man in fiery red battle armor. He carried a 2-meter-long black battle saber on his back. Although he did not emit any aura, he was like a dazzling star that attracted everyone's attention. "Greetings, the Arch." The millions of martial artists were the first to kneel on one knee and shouted in unison. Their voices pierced through the sky and the horizon. Then, the millions of martial artists who were watching also kneeled on one knee and shouted. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the people below became silent. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate at all. He had seen such a scene many times. He said in a deep voice, "When the Planar War started, the Immortal Realm was summoned to participate. More than 1,000,000 years ago, the Immortal Realm was defeated, and the Demon Realm obtained the right to invade the Immortal Realm. For 1,000,000 years, the people of the Immortal Realm were harassed by the Demon Realm. How many people of the Immortal Realm died in the hands of the Demon Realm? This time, we are going to the Planar War to remove the identity of the defeated plane and reclaim the glory of the Immortal Realm. Are you all willing to fight for the Immortal Realm with me? We are willing to follow the Arch to conquer the Planar War." An orderly shout sounded. Everyone's emotions were stirred up by Yi Qinghan, and they shouted at the top of their lungs. The sovereigns originally thought that Yi Qinghan would promise these ordinary martial artists high positions, generous salaries, spirit fruits, treasures, and secret techniques. They thought that he would give a long speech. They did not expect that Yi Qinghan's words would raise everyone's morale to the peak, and they secretly gave him a thumbs up. Yi Qinghan did not say anything else. He waved his hand and pointed at the teleportation array. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? All legions, take turns to enter the teleportation array and fight." The million martial artists entered the largest teleportation array on the plaza in an orderly manner and were transported to the Nifa's abyss in turn. The plaza was silent, and only the sound of the teleportation array could be heard. The surrounding martial artists watched silently as the martial artists were continuously teleported into the teleportation array with complicated expressions. They knew that these martial artists were going to fight for the billions of people of the immortal realm. However, they did not know how many of these 1 million martial artists would return safely after 100 years. Wait for my return. When all the Emperor God martial artists entered the teleportation array, Yi Qinghan turned around and looked at the group of figures on the balcony of the city lord residence of Supreme Island. He murmured to himself. Then he looked at Xiaohe, who was still bidding farewell to Li Shu and the demon devourer demon, and shouted, "Xiaohe, let's go." Hee, Yao Yao, listen to your mother obediently. Wait for boss and I to return victorious. Xiaohe laughed and turned into a gust of wind, entering the slaughter god blade on Yi Qinghan's back. The 10 sovereigns stepped onto the teleportation array, and it lit up immediately. Under the gaze of millions of martial artists, they disappeared from Supreme Island. Qinghan, Little Han, Father, Big Uncle, Xiaohe. On the balcony of the city lord residence, countless pairs of eyes dimmed the moment the teleportation array lit up. Although Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe were very strong now, and although Yi Qinghan did not say many things, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of worry. However, Xiaohe needed a large amount of energy to evolve, and based on Yi Qinghan's personality, it was impossible for him to ignore the immortal realm. Therefore, no one tried to persuade them. They only prayed silently and waited for their return. Chapter 1309. The dimensional battlefield was still desolate and ancient, as if it had been here since the beginning of the world. A million martialists stood neatly in the lava canyon. However, their gazes were filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. It was obvious that this was the first time they had stepped into the dimensional battlefield. Even the beast deity, Zhu Yi Gong Tian, and the others were surveying their surroundings curiously. Except for the Wind Moon Monarch, the Ice Queen, and Yi Qinghan who had snuck in, no one else had been here before. Countless sovereigns had participated in the dimensional war in the divine realm. Even Ice Queen Kid had participated. However, the divine realm had been defeated, and almost all the low-level warriors had died. The rest had surrendered. Then the demon realm had attacked the divine realm, and almost all the sovereigns had died. Kid and the Wind Moon Monarch had been venerables at that time, and had broken through by luck. If not for the death of a group of 9th-grade warriors, they would not have been able to become sovereigns. This time, Yi Qinghan did not bring any venerables. Actually, if he could have fought alone, Yi Qinghan would not have brought anyone. He would have come alone. He had participated in the dimensional war, and knew that even lower 9th-grade warriors were nothing here. Venerables coming here were simply throwing away their lives and points. The plane of heaven had more archangels than venerables. Last time, there were 400 to 500 of them. They could afford to die, but the divine realm could not. The venerables were the preparation camp for 9th-grade war gods. If all the venerables died, could 7th-grade war gods break through to 9th grade? Even the army below was specially chosen by Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu under Yi Qinghan's orders. They were all warriors who had cultivated for at least hundreds of thousands of years. It was difficult to break through, and it was not a pity if they died. No one is allowed to fly. There are restrictions in the sky. Do not move. Everyone leave the canyon and follow us. Yi Qinghan took the lead and flew forward. His divine sense was the strongest, but he did not need to do any scouting. Xiaohe whizzed out and flew at a low altitude. He circled the army and began to scout in all directions. Yi Qinghan handed the command of the army to Zhu. He and the Beast God, Ice Queen, and Wind Moon Monarch were in front. Their divine senses constantly swept forward, searching for hidden restrictions. Gong Tian brought the 4 upper 9th grade water god clan cultivators to bring up the rear. The army left the valley and ran towards the huge mountain range ahead. Last time, when Yi Qinghan had entered the planar battlefield, he had followed the army of the Paradise Plain without any worries. This time, it was different. If the Celestial Realm's army was ambushed and completely wiped out, even if they could obtain a large number of points in the end, it would not be worth it. The speed of the army was very slow. Yi Qinghan did not need anyone to lead him. He relied on his physical strength to walk. If there were only a few 9th grade martial artists, they would definitely be fast. But there were millions of soldiers and restrictions everywhere in the plain battlefield, so they had to be careful. After walking for a day, the army was already in the mountain range, heading towards the Devil Mountain. Everyone could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the dimensional battlefield. They also saw Yi Qinghan and the other 9th grade war gods wearing solemn expressions, not daring to look around. They marched in silence and were secretly on guard. "Xiao, boss, there is a small army in front of us, about 10,000 people, led by a lower 9th grade war god." A day and a half later, a gust of wind blew by. Xiao shouted excitedly from afar, which made the millions of martial artists excited. They all rubbed their palms together, ready to fight immediately and swallow these 10,000 people. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and everyone stopped moving forward. Yi Qinghan turned his head and spoke in a low voice, but his voice reached the ears of every martial artist. "Zhu Yi, ancestor, you two stay here and guard. Be alert at all times. If there is an enemy attack, just hold your ground and wait for my return. Wind Moon Sovereign, lead me. Xiaohe, lead the way." Since Yi Qinghan had already given the order, everyone originally wanted to warm up after a big battle. Now, they could only awkwardly stay where they were, waiting for orders according to the defensive battle formation that Lei Jin had practiced. Xiaohe quietly scout the surroundings. Make sure there are no experts lying in ambush, and immediately swallow them. Remember, do not touch the restrictions in the sky, understand? After running for 2 hours, Yi Qinghan's divine sense had already quietly detected a large group of martial artists in front of them. He immediately concealed his aura and transmitted his voice to Xiaohe. "Hey boss, watch me." Xiaohe originally wanted to swallow them, but Yi Qinghan had instructed him not to do so without his order. He could only go back and report to Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he excitedly circled to the side and began to scout the surroundings. "Emperor, should we make a move?" Wind Moon Sovereign nervously rubbed his hands. 10,000 people, that was at least 10,000 points. Adding a lower 9th grade war god, that was 20,000 points. He did not expect to get 20,000 points the moment he entered the dimensional battlefield. The points of the dimensional battlefield were easy to calculate. Those below the venerable level had white badges, 1 point for one. Even peak 7th grade war gods had 1 point. However, it was different when one reached the venerable level. The venerable badge was blue, 1,000 points. 9th grade war gods had black badges, 10,000 points each. Lower and peak 9th grade war gods had the same price. There was no difference. 9th grade Supreme Being was the highest level. Golden badges, 50,000 points each. To win in the dimensional battlefield, one had to have more than 1 to 5 million points. Of course, killing the martial artists of this dimension did not count. Also, if more than half of the 9th grade war gods surrendered, they would immediately be transported to Mount Pan and belong to the side of the defeated dimension. No matter how many points they had, it would be useless. The last time Yi Qinghan was in the dimensional battlefield, he only wanted to go home. He did not care about these things, nor did he ask about them. Now, of course, he knew everything. 1,500,000 points did not seem difficult to obtain. As long as he killed 1,500,000 ordinary martial artists, or 39th grade Supreme Beings, he could immediately win. If there were 1,500,000 martial artists standing in front of Yi Qinghan, perhaps Yi Qinghan could easily kill them with one slap. But which army did not have 9th grade war gods? Most importantly, unless it was a decisive battle, it would be difficult to meet a large army. unless Yi Qinghan led the army outside the Demon Mountain. However, the Demon Mountain was huge, and there were many restrictions outside. If things went wrong, the entire army might be wiped out. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was deep in thought, Sovereign Wind Moon said agitatedly, Emperor, do we need to make a move? Yi Qinghan looked at Sovereign Wind Moon, who was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He continued to use his divine sense and said lightly, no need. Wait for Xiaohei to return. Xiaohei's devouring ability was heaven-defying. Everyone in the divine realm knew this. The Demon Supreme was devoured by Xiaohei. However, most people in the divine realm did not know that Xiaohei was the most cruel to low-level martial artists. No matter how many martial artists below the venerable level came, Xiaohei could kill them all in one move. Ah! Woo! Hiss! Indeed, not long after, there were screams from afar. However, these screams only lasted for a moment and immediately quietened down. Sovereign Wind Moon's divine sense was not strong. He did not know what happened. He looked at Yi Qinghan blankly. Yi Qinghan clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, let's go. Xiaohei is done. Let's go collect the badges. What? 10,000 people with a 9th-grade powerhouse leading them, and they were all killed in an instant? Sovereign Wind Moon shuddered. He looked at Yi Qinghan's back in disbelief. He swallowed his saliva and rushed forward in disbelief. Chapter 13:10. After running for a while, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. When Yi Qinghan and the Wind Moon Monarch arrived at the battlefield, they saw a mountain covered in blood. The blood formed a river that flowed into the distance. There were white badges all over the ground. There were also a few blue ones and one black one. What was weird was that Wind Moon Monarch didn't see a single corpse. He didn't even know what kind of alien beings they were. There are no enemies nearby? Yi Qinghan raised his head and asked Xiaohei, who was flying low in the sky. Xiaohei seemed to have not eaten its fill, and it curled its lips and nodded. Only then did Yi Qinghan relax and say to Wind Moon Monarch, who was in a daze, why are you still in a daze? Collect the badges. Wind Moon Monarch came back to his senses and didn't dare to ask any more. He flew over and grabbed the air, excitedly collecting all the badges. They hadn't even entered Demon Mountain and they got 20,000 points. If this continued, they would easily get 5 million points. Wind Moon Monarch brought Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei back and told them about the 20,000 points. The entire army was pumped up. However, when Wind Moon Monarch passed the badge to Yi Qinghan passed it to Ice Queen and told them to continue marching. Although Ice Queen found it weird, even if Yi Qinghan didn't take it himself, he should have given it to Beast God Zhu. Why did he give it to her? However, since Yi Qinghan gave the order, she became the God World Points Manager. In the future, all the badges would be given to her. 3 days later, the army didn't meet any more alien armies and safely arrived outside of Demon Mountain. The moment they arrived, Zhu Yi gave the order to set up camp and arrange for scouts and spies to hide in all directions to ensure that if alien experts attacked, they would be alerted. Yi Qinghan didn't rest. He first brought Xiaohei to scout around. He then told Wind Moon Monarch to lay down some restrictions around. Although Wind Moon Monarch's restriction skills were not as strong as Yao Ji's, he was still the God Realm's supreme master of artifact forging, so his restriction skills were still there. What surprised everyone was that Yi Qinghan actually told the Wind Moon Monarch to set up restrictions at the entrances of Devil Mountain. Furthermore, the restrictions laid down did not have to have great destructive power. They only had to have a shocking aura. Such an arrangement, not only were low-level warriors unable to understand, even beast deity Zhu Yi could not understand. After arranging everything, Yi Qinghan immediately gave the order for the 1,000,000 soldiers to be split into 3 batches and take turns to enter the Devil Mountain. However, he gave a strict order that they were not to go too far after entering the Devil Mountain. They could only stand guard near the passageway. If there were experts from other planes passing by, kill the weak ones immediately. If they were too strong, retreat immediately and rely on the restrictions to protect themselves. Finally, when Yi Qinghan gathered all the level 9 experts and told them that he and Xiaohei were going into the depths of Devil Mountain, Everyone finally understood Yi Qinghan's intentions. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe actually planned to stay in Devil Mountain for 90 years, killing along the way to earn enough points in Devil Mountain. After 90 years, everyone would teleport to Mount Pan together and immediately choose to withdraw from the battle. Withdrawal was not surrender. Those who had earned enough points and did not want to fight for first place could withdraw from the battle. If they surrendered, they would immediately belong to the losing side. No, little Han, it's too dangerous for you to act like this. I'll go with you so that we can look after each other. The beast god's wrinkled face twisted in anger. All right. Zhu Yi also said worriedly, yes, Emperor. Inside Devil Mountain, there are only small-scale battles. It's impossible for you to earn so many points. Moreover, if you and Xiaohe are targeted and surrounded, the enemy doesn't even need to kill you. They just need to wait for your cold energy to be used up, and you can only wait for your death. This is too dangerous. Why don't we fish in troubled waters during the final battle and use Xiaohe's strength to swallow a bunch of low-level martial artists? Once we have enough points, we will immediately announce our withdrawal from the battle. Ice Queen and the others couldn't persuade him. They just looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. Yi Qinghan was the leader of the God world, and also their leader. Once Yi Qinghan died, the God world would be in chaos once more. These few years, everyone was used to relying on Yi Qinghan and liked the current situation in the God world. Yi Qinghan said firmly, there's no need to say more. I have made up my mind. I will try my best to earn enough points. If I don't, I can only rely on you all during the final battle. Little Han, if you don't give me a reason, I won't agree. Beast God didn't notice the hidden meaning in Yi Qinghan's words and said stubbornly. He didn't understand why Yi Qinghan, as the commander of the army, didn't stay at the headquarters and take the risk alone. Although Yi Qinghan had accumulated a lot of cold energy, if he went through a few battles and used up all his cold energy, he might die. Old ancestor. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said, Xiaohe and I can't fight at the foot of Mount Pan. I can't tell you the exact reason. I have my difficulties. Remember my words? You can only stay here and don't go deep into the Demon Mountain. Xiaohe, let's go. After Yi Qinghan finished speaking, he retracted his god domain and brought Xiaohe into the Demon Mountain. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding Yi Qinghan's words. The Emperor and Xiaohe can't fight at the foot of Mount Pan? Is he worried about that person on Mount Pan? Zhu Yi and Beast God looked at each other and understood what the other two were thinking, but they became even more worried. That's right. The reason why Yi Qinghan and Blackie chose to enter Mount Pan immediately was because they wanted to rely on their strength to earn enough points to enter the realm of the gods. Yi Qinghan's soul mutation and Xiaohe's strange soul were incompatible with this world, or rather, they were heresy. The plain battlefield was a chaotic place, so Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about the Divine Emperor finding out. But if they were to fight at the foot of Mount Pan, Yi Qinghan's strange cold energy and Xiaohe's abnormal soul would definitely stand out. If the Divine Emperor were to stand on Mount Pan and take a look, although he wasn't sure if the Divine Emperor would know that he and Xiaohe were abnormal existences. If he and Xiaohe were to fight at the foot of Mount Pan and were discovered by the Divine Emperor, would the Divine Emperor intervene? But Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble, so he could only work hard to earn points. Once he had enough, he would immediately teleport to Mount Pan and announce his withdrawal. Yi Qinghan entered the passageway of the Demon Mountain once more. Looking at the familiar light blue and light purple passageway, he thought back to the first time he saw this passageway. He was wild with joy. Smiling, he called out to Little Black and started running with all his might. Boss, I'll go scout ahead. You have to hurry. Xiaohe let out a cheerful cry. He liked to fight together with Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe the most. He felt uncomfortable fighting with everyone else. He turned into a gust of wind and flew forward. Yi Qinghan could only smile bitterly as he ran. His cold energy wasn't inexhaustible. He also planned to not fight unless it was necessary. Of course, he couldn't use cold energy to walk, so he could only rely on his physical strength to run. The Demon Mountain only had 90 years. He had stayed here for a few decades, so he knew that the Demon Mountain was filled with endless passageways. If he was lucky, he could meet a team every 10 days or half a month. If he was unlucky, he couldn't even meet a martial artist for a few years. Right now, in order to save time, he had to run with all his might. As he ran, he used his divine sense to explore. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He bent down and ran, growling, 90 years. I have to kill enough martial artists in 90 years. The Divine Emperor, please bless me and let me meet rank 9 martial artists and legions. Otherwise, I'll have to go through other passageways and fight the legions from other planes. Chapter 13:11. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of footsteps rang out in a huge passageway, startling a team of mantis men nearby. Scanning with their divine senses, the team of mantis men was overjoyed. There was actually a lone martial artist. Judging from his running speed, he was only at the level of a god general. It must be an idiot who ran into the teleportation formation, right? However, just as the team of mantis men was rubbing their fists and getting ready to collect this small badge, suddenly, a breeze blew in the passageway. All the mantis men felt a chill. There was nothing else. Boss, hurry and come and collect the badge. There's another team ahead. I'll go over first. The breeze condensed into Xiaohei's appearance. Xiaohei let out a cheerful cry and turned into a breeze, blowing quietly ahead. After Xiaohei ran for a while, Yi Qinghan finally arrived. He quickly picked up the dozens of badges on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. He sighed. How long will I be able to accumulate one? 5 million points like this? Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept forward and Xiaohei swept towards another team. Yi Qinghan could only smile bitterly and run forward again. It had been 3 years. Yi Qinghan had been running madly in the Demon Mountain for 3 whole years. He had encountered dozens of teams. However, it was obvious that they had all been teleported here because they had touched the teleportation formation. They were all small teams. He had not encountered a large group. There were too many passageways in the Demon Mountain. The terrain was complicated. Yi Qinghan had no idea where he had gone. Anyway, he planned to stay here for 90 years. When the final battle came, he would be teleported to the bottom of the mountain. By the time Yi Qinghan ran over, Xiaohei had already finished his battle. There were dozens of white badges scattered on the ground. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses. There were no other martial artists nearby. He casually picked up the badges and sat on the ground, panting heavily as he rested. The days without god power were so hard. He was a 9th grade supremacy, but when he ran at full speed, he only had the speed of a first-layer divine general. Furthermore, this was because he had comprehended the unyielding Tao and had his physical body tempered by the divine lightning, increasing his speed by half. Otherwise, it would be no different from a heavenly god running at full speed. Boss, this isn't a solution. We've only collected a few thousand points, right? It's been 3 years. Xiaohei frowned and said in a low voice as he watched from the side. Yi Qinghan ran his fingers through his hair and sighed helplessly. What can we do? There was no direction to speak of in this damned place. If one was lucky, they would run into a large army in succession. If we're unlucky, it'll be hard for us to even encounter a large army in 8 to 10 years. Xiaohei's brows were tightly knitted together. His pair of spirited eyes started to move around randomly. A moment later, he suddenly shouted, "What? Boss, I have an idea. Let's go find the teleportation formation and teleport anywhere we want. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter 3 9th grade supreme martial artists, what do we have to fear? After the teleportation, if there are no large legions nearby, continue to look for the teleportation restriction. It's much better than running around randomly like this." Good idea. Xiaohei, I didn't expect you to think of such a good idea. Let's go. Let's go. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he pondered for a moment and was overjoyed. He had been running around for 3 years and was exhausted. He probably didn't run very far. This teleportation restriction could teleport people randomly. It was much better than running around randomly. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his divine sense and ran all the way. He searched for teleportation restrictions along the way. After 2 hours, he finally found 3 teleportation restrictions in a dead-end tunnel. "Xiaohei, Enter the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan rested for a moment and shouted at Xiaohei. The cold energy that he hadn't used for 3 years filled his body again. It felt very comfortable. The fire god battle armor also appeared quietly. Chaotic energy was used to protect the divine crystal. As for his soul, Yi Qinghan never worried about it. He didn't have any protection. Of course, he didn't have much chaotic energy either. It wasn't enough to protect his soul, so he didn't bother about it. After Xiaohei entered the slaughter god saber, Yi Qinghan immediately stepped into the teleportation restriction. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no legions or experts from other dimensions nearby, he disarmed himself and retracted his cold energy. Xiaohei, come out. Let's see how lucky we are this time. When Xiaohei heard the summoning, he immediately floated out happily. He turned into a light breeze and flew forward. He shouted, "Boss, hurry up and follow me. Let's go kill people." Yi Qinghan immediately followed and sprinted. He was not afraid of the sound of running. His divine sense was extremely strong. If others could hear him running, it meant that everything was already under his control. After 2 hours, Yi Qinghan's face lit up. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, come back. There's a large legion in front of us. There are thousands of them. They're a big fat sheep." Xiaohei did not say a word. He immediately flew back. He knew that Yi Qinghan would definitely scout ahead and that there were powerhouses who could discover him. As expected, when he returned and saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes lit up. He chuckled. "There are 2 lower rank 9 martial artists. They're beastmen. Don't go over first. You'll alert them. Wait for me to get closer before you attack. I'll take care of them." 2 lower rank 9 martial artists. What? 20,000 points. Xiaohei beamed when he heard that. Right now, these lower rank 9 martial artists were no different from fish on a chopping board in his eyes. Yi Qinghan quietly moved forward. This time, he did not dare to make any reckless running sounds. He was afraid that he would alert the 2 big fish. Although he was not afraid that the 2 of them would slip away, this was his first time encountering big fish in Devil Mountain. It was better to be cautious. "It's about time. Xiaohei, make your move." Less than an hour later, Yi Qinghan called out softly. Xiaohei, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, whizzed out, bringing with him a piercingly cold gust of wind as he swept forward. "Sister, what kind of guy is this?" In the passageway ahead, a large legion of beastmen was advancing slowly. 2 of the tallest beastmen felt that something was wrong. They looked behind them with extreme vigilance. However, they were startled when they saw a gust of wind blowing toward them. "Ha-ee, there's an enemy. Make your move." 2 beastmen, one with a leopard's head and the other with a lion's head, had human bodies. The 2 of them roared. Their bodies swelled up like balloons. Originally, they were only 2 meters tall, but in an instant, they became more than 10 meters tall. They were like beastmen gods that had walked out of the ancient god realm. Their bodies emitted a violent and fierce aura, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. "Sister, transform." All the beastmen patted their chests and roared. Their bodies also became 7 to 8 meters tall. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they stared at the gust of wind, ready to fight. However, the gust of wind was still blowing in their direction. The thousands of beastmen did not sense the enemy. Although the 2 beastman commanders felt an extreme sense of danger, they did not sense the enemy. Seeing that the gust of wind was getting closer, the 2 beastman commanders could not stand it anymore. With a roar, their thick legs stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. 2 huge figures shot toward the gust of wind. For sharp claw-like fists flickered with a black light that no one dared to look directly at. A frightening aura came from the black light, and faintly cracks appeared in the space around them. "Boss, make your move." As soon as the 2 beastman commanders made their move, the thousands of low-ranked beastmen immediately shouted in excitement. Then, the 2 beastman commanders bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the gust of wind. "Ha! You half-human, half-beastman, tremble at the feet of this Lord Xiaohe. Unbridled laughter came from the gust of wind. The cyan wind suddenly became transparent and directly passed through the bodies of the two beastman commanders. In an instant, it enveloped the low-ranked beastmen behind them. Chapter 1312. Ah! Sister Luohai. What fellow? Boss, save us. Motherf asterisk cur. Sister Luo, save me. All the low-level half-beastmen had frightened expressions on their faces. Their bodies twisted frantically as they screamed and fled in all directions. However, they discovered in despair that their bodies were being corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many of the half-beastmen had just run a few steps when they discovered that half of their bodies were gone. Many of them only managed to shout halfway before their heads were gone. Dark red blood flowed on the ground, dyeing the dark red-black stones on the ground even more brightly. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, extremely unpleasant to the nose. Sister Luo, Smida. Run, number 2, run away fellow. The two half-beastman commanders were enraged. The black light on their fists expanded, but they saw that thousands of people had been completely devoured by Xiaohe in the blink of an eye. The two of them only abruptly waved two black lights at Xiaohe and immediately turned to flee, their speed soaring to the limit. Xiaohe's terrifying ability had scared the two of them out of their wits. The gust of wind that Xiaohe had transformed into immediately turned transparent, dodging the two's attacks. Ignoring the two of them, he finished devouring all the half-beastmen and condensed his main body in the air, standing calmly in the midst of the chaos. The two half-beastmen were overjoyed to see that Xiaohe did not chase after them. Their speed was even faster. The two of them had never seen such a strange and terrifying monster. It must be known that there were several low-level commanders in the army just now, but they were actually devoured in the blink of an eye. Their plane was considered a very powerful plane, so they had some basic understanding of the races in the plane battlefield. However, they had never heard of a monster like Xiaohe. Sister Luo? Boss, there's a human fellow in front. Hi, it's fine, it's just a trash fellow. After running for dozens of miles, the two half-beastmen heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Xiaohe still did not chase after them. Their spiritual senses detected a cultivator in front of them. This cultivator walked over lazily with his head lowered, startling the two of them. However, the person in front of them did not have any strength at all. Although the two of them felt a little strange, they did not stop and continued to rush forward. That piece of trash actually took the initiative to rush up to die? To the two beastman commanders' surprise, the azure-robed cultivator in front actually started running quickly. Furthermore, he drew a 2-meter-long black saber from his back, his expression cold. Courting death. The two half-beastmen were furious. Since when could this kind of trash wave his blade at them? His thick thighs stomped heavily on the ground. The two of them turned into two cannonballs and blasted towards the tiny human in front of them. Xiao! However, the martial artist in front did not retreat. Instead, his speed suddenly soared. His body also split into 2, then into 4, and finally into more than 10 figures, blocking the passage. Their speed was so fast that the two of them were dazzled. Furthermore, there were more than 10 figures with demonic glints in their eyes. The beastman on the left trembled and immediately felt a splitting headache. He grabbed his head and rolled to the ground. Soul extermination. Yi Qinghan's expression was cold. Once again, he activated the soul extermination. After that, more than 10 figures rushed towards the other lower rank, 9 martial artist in the air. The 2-meter-long black slaughter god saber swung in a semicircle and slashed towards the neck of the beastman commander who was about to fall to the ground after the soul extermination attack. The hand rose and the saber fell. In the next moment, the beastman commander's head flew down with its round eyes. Dark red blood splattered all over the face of the other commander who had just crawled to his feet. Boss! That beastman commander was stimulated by the fresh blood. His entire body surged with a tyrannical aura. He knew that he was not Yi Qinghan's opponent. However, his entire body shone with a black light as he smashed towards 3 or 4 of Yi Qinghan's doppelgangers. You can go now. Yi Qinghan's real body had already appeared behind this beastman commander. With a flash of the slaughter god saber, the cold energy flowed along the slaughter god saber and smashed into the beastman's head. The sound of a melon breaking could be heard. The huge leopard's head was smashed into pieces. Brain juice and blood splattered everywhere. It died immediately. Destruction law? The power of destruction? It's a pity that your strength is too strong, but your reaction speed is too slow. Yi Qinghan kept the slaughter god saber, and the more than 10 doppelgangers in the air immediately disappeared. The huge beastman corpse in front of him slowly collapsed. Yi Qinghan kept the 2 black badges. Xiaohei also flew over and devoured the 2 corpses. The energy contained in the 2 god crystals was not something that those low-level beastmen could compare to. Xiaohei, why didn't you make a move? You are wasting my cold energy. Yi Qinghan did not rest. He went to the front to collect the badges. As he ran, he said unhappily. Xiaohei grinned and said, "Boss, let me help you warm up. I haven't fought for so many years. I'm afraid your body will rust." Yi Qinghan laughed. He did not use much cold energy in the battle just now. Dealing with 2 rank 9 martial artists was indeed a small warm-up for him. He ran to the front and collected all the badges on the ground. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood after getting tens of thousands of points in one go. There were a few blue badges, which meant that there were a few venerable level martial artists. He had casually obtained more than 30,000 points. The 2 of them did not rest. They continued to run. What surprised them was, they actually encountered another army within 2 hours. It was still a beastman army. There are no rank 9 martial artists. Xiaohei go. Yi Qinghan checked and immediately ordered Xiaohei to make a move. Xiaohei whizzed past. In just a moment, thousands of points were in his hands again. 6 hours later, the 2 of them encountered a small army of thousands again. After Yi Qinghan checked, he was happy and worried at the same time. He said to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, we just happened to be teleported to the entrance of Devil Mountain in the Beastman dimension. There is another Beastman army in front of us. There are more than 5,000 people. There is also a lower rank 9 Beastman powerhouse." Xiaohei was overjoyed when he heard this. "Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's just wander around here. If we kill all the large armies in this dimension, won't we get 1,000,000 points soon?" Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Don't act rashly. There are only 3 small armies now, and there are actually 3 rank 9s? This dimension must be very powerful. Maybe there are several rank 9s. If they are alarmed and surrounded, it will be troublesome." "That's true. Then what should we do? Don't tell me we don't want such a big piece of meat?" Xiaohei curled his lips, very unwilling to give up. "Of course we won't let it go." Yi Qinghan grinned. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's first arrange a retreat route, and then go on a killing spree. If we are targeted by a rank 9s, we will kill him. If there are more, we will retreat immediately. Let's go." Okay. Xiaohei was immediately excited when he heard that they were going to do something big. Yi Qinghan did not run forward. Instead, he retreated immediately. He followed the original route and made marks along the way. In a dead-end passage hundreds of thousands of miles away, he found a transmission restriction. After wandering around the vicinity and confirming the escape route, he followed the marks again and ran back the original route. Xiaohei, do it. Kill. The small army of beastmen had not gone far yet. It did not take Yi Qinghan long to catch up with them. Since a great battle could break out at any moment, Yi Qinghan did not dare to expend any more cold power. He shouted at Xiaohei, telling him to do it. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was ready, Xiaohei immediately roared 3 times and rushed forward. Chapter 13:13. Sister, we're under attack. A loud roar shook the passageway. The 2-meter-tall beastman commander immediately grew to a height of 7 or 8 meters. A green light flashed on its body as it looked at the gust of wind Xiaohei had condensed. However, it did not immediately charge forward. The thousands of beastmen also let out strange cries as black streams of qi revolved around their fists. However, the black streams of qi were clearly much fainter than the beastman commanders. They all lined up neatly behind the beastman commander. Sister, This is the monster that Nyo-san sent a message to before he died? Beastmen, all of you, get ready. Seeing the gust of wind that Xiaohei was getting closer and closer, the Beastman commander did not panic. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on its furry face as it waved its several-meter-long arms like a windmill. The beastmen behind it also waved their arms faster and faster. The black streams of chi on their fists became denser and denser. Sisters, shoot! The beastman commander's huge leopard head bared its fangs as it let out a sharp roar. Its hands suddenly stopped as two balls of black chi, each larger than a basketball, shot forward like cannonballs. The beastman army behind it also stopped waving their arms as countless balls of black chi shot forward. Strangely, none of the balls of black chi collided with each other. Instead, they blocked the entire passageway in an orderly fashion. The two balls of black chi at the very front were the most powerful and fast. Wherever they passed, cracks would appear in space. This was the planar battlefield. The space here was as stable as the endless void. It could be said that the power of this energy was very powerful. What is this? Little Black was slightly startled. Although it felt a little uncomfortable, it didn't care. The shadow became transparent and pierced through the black air mass that filled the sky. Sisters, shoot! Explode! The Beastman commander roared. Suddenly, the thousands of balls of black chi exploded together. The terrifying destructive power immediately collided, giving off a blinding light and tearing open a long and narrow hole in space. The nearby space was enveloped by it, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Its power was actually comparable to a peak rank 9's all-out attack. Xiaohei's painful screams were heard. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. After Xiaohei turned into a soul body, Yi Qinghan's soul almost left his body. As long as he didn't have a sense of danger in his heart, the enemy had never hurt him. In Yi Qinghan's opinion, as long as it was not a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, there was no possibility of anyone harming Xiaohei. Now, a team of low-level martial artists and a lower rank 9 actually made him scream in pain? Xiaohei. Immediately, Yi Qinghan activated the power of cold with all his might. Like a wounded leopard, he roared and his body turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Killing intent surged from his body, and his aura was completely revealed. In an instant, the entire space in the passageway froze. Boss, I'm fine. This group of bastards actually injured me? I'm going to tear them apart. Xiaohei's ghastly wind was blown into pieces, but it gathered again in an instant. It was actually the same ability as the Demon World's Paragon. Then, it turned into a furious blue dragon, releasing a heaven-piercing aura and surging forward. Sister, what kind of guy are you? Retreat! The Beastman leader's mocking smile turned livid the moment Yi Qinghan's aura was released. Seeing such a terrifying energy gathering, not only did he not die, but his aura became even stronger. He was so scared that he ran away immediately. Sunada, what kind of guy is this? All the beastmen were scared out of their wits. They screamed and retreated frantically, running away. Sush! How fast was Xiaohei's speed? How could this group of beastmen compare? In the blink of an eye, he immediately caught up and engulfed everyone. Other than the beastman leader, everyone's body was corroded and devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, screams and howls of grief rang out incessantly. The lower rank 9 beastman waved his two huge fists, protecting his entire body with the origin energy. He had wanted to give Xiaohei another blow. However, Xiaohei's airflow was like Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads, pervasive and quietly penetrating his body. It had already begun to corrode the beastman's internal organs. The beastman leader immediately rolled on the ground in pain. After a while, all the beastmen in the cave had disappeared, except for the pool of blood. Xiaohei's body also slowly gathered. The expression on his face was a little dim. His eyes were also very listless. Xiaohei, how are you? Is your body okay? Yi Qinghan had flown over long ago. He did not even bother to collect the badges on the ground. He immediately asked Xiaohei anxiously. It's nothing, boss. That explosion just now contained a terrifying destructive force. It actually caused a small part of my body's energy to explode. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover even if I devoured 10 lower rank, 9 powerhouses. I'll go back and cultivate for a while. I'll immediately convert the energy that I devoured. After Xiao He finished speaking, he went back into the slaughter god's saber on Yi Qinghan's back. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to check Xiao He's body. Only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with Xiao He did he collect the badges. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and use his divine sense to check Xiao He's condition, his eyebrows suddenly twitched, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. His eyes were like lightning as he suddenly shot toward the front of the passageway. Upper rank 9? This Beastman dimension is really powerful. Yi Qinghan was originally suppressing his anger. His divine sense detected an upper rank 9 Beastman running toward him at high speed. Behind him was an army of more than 10,000 Beastmen. Immediately, his murderous intent exploded. It was a good opportunity to vent his anger on this group of Beastmen. Yi Qinghan did not move. Instead, he retracted his murderous aura and only used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He stood there and waited for his prey. Niu Shisan is also dead? Where is the monster? Where did the monster come from? The upper rank 9 Beastman's speed was much faster than the army behind him. He had long seen the dark red blood on the ground. His expression immediately turned sinister as he roared angrily. As he walked, his body expanded. In the end, he actually grew to more than 10 meters tall. This Beastman's body was in the shape of a crocodile. His lower body was no different from a human's, but there was a tail that was 7 to 8 meters long growing out of his buttocks. As he walked with large strides, the wind whistled, and his aura was terrifying. Although the Beastman commander could sense that Yi Qinghan did not have a strong aura and did not have any divine power, he did not dare to be careless. Their commanders were all connected. The moment they died, the nearby commanders would immediately sense it. Their army had just entered the Devil Mountain, and 3 of their commanders had already died? One of their commanders sent a message saying that they had encountered a monster? Yi Qinghan's identity as a human was very common in the plain battlefield. However, the Beastman commander still felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he would definitely attack with all his strength and kill Yi Qinghan first. 2 giant legs that were 7 to 8 meters long strode over. With every step, the ground shook. His long arms spun like windmills. His bronze bell-like eyes stared at Yi Qinghan, filled with coldness. 500 li, 300 li, 200 li. Yi Qinghan calculated the distance. Without waiting for the Beastman commander to wave the black mass of air in his hand, the power of frost surged. Without any fancy moves, he directly waved a giant palm, smashing down with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! Such a distance, such speed. The Beastman commander did not even have time to scream. He was immediately smashed into meat paste by the domineering power of frost. The terrifying energy tore a long crack in the space. The surrounding mud fell, and the tunnel shook as if it was about to collapse. Yi Qinghan's body flashed, and he reached out to grab a black badge in midair. He sprinted forward. There were more than 10,000 points waiting for him ahead. However, Yi Qinghan had just sprinted forward for 1,000 li when he immediately retreated, running back the way he came. His mouth was full of surprise and bitterness. He spat out a mouthful of dust and cursed, "What plane is this? Do 9th grade powerhouses not need money?" Motherf asterisk cur, 2 9th grade supreme martial artists actually came. Chapter 13-14. Xiao He's main body was injured and was currently recuperating. Only a few years had passed, it was not the time to risk his life yet. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan detected 2 9th grade supreme martial artists with auras rushing toward him, he did not hesitate and fled immediately. One-on-one, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any 9th grade supreme martial artist. Only an idiot would fight 1 against 2 with you. With the power of cold operating at full force, Yi Qinghan's speed reached the limit, following the original route of retreat, fleeing wildly. His divine sense, however, was constantly locked onto the 2 9th grade half-beast supreme martial artists behind him. They were 2 bull-headed experts. He only felt relieved when he found that the two were slower than him. After running for several hours, Yi Qinghan had arrived near the dead passage with the transmission restriction. His divine sense detected that the two ninth-grade half-beast supreme martial artists were already more than 100,000 miles away from him. Moreover, the two's gazes were not as violent and cruel as before, but a little dazed. Obviously, his divine sense could not detect him for a long time. Yi Qinghan's mind turned. Finally, he gritted his teeth and did not choose to enter the dead passage. Instead, he rushed toward another passage at the fork in the road. At this moment, Yi Qinghan could be sure that the entrance to the demon mountain of the half-beast plain was definitely nearby. Otherwise, he would not have encountered so many half-beast legions, and the two ninth-grade supreme martial artists would not have caught up so quickly. In the previous 3 years, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He only obtained a few thousand points. But in just half a day, they killed 3 ninth-grade lower martial artists, more than 10 supremacies, and more than 10,000 low-level martial artists. With more than 50,000 points in hand, Yi Qinghan did not want to teleport away just like that. Anyone who did not pick up the points on the ground would be a fool. After running for another tens of thousands of miles, sure enough, the two ninth-grade supreme martial artists stopped in their tracks at the fork. Because they couldn't detect Yi Qinghan's figure, they couldn't find his aura. In the end, they randomly found a passage and ran away. Yi Qinghan did not dare to turn back immediately, nor did he dare to walk forward. Instead, he quietly ran towards the dead end. Xiao Chen retracted his cold power and ran with large strides. However, he used his divine sense to scan his surroundings carefully. For the Beastmen 9th grade supreme martial artists to arrive so quickly, they must have a special method of communication between each other. At this moment, the two 9th grade supreme martial artists were not far away. Yi Qinghan did not want to encounter the Beastmen army again and be hunted down again. Walking into the dead passage, Yi Qinghan sat next to the teleportation restriction. Once again, he used his divine sense to explore the surroundings. Only then did he feel relieved. His divine senses entered the slaughter god saber and observed Xiao He. Xiao He had sunk into a half-asleep state. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to probe, but he merely opened his eyes and closed them again. Xiao He's spirit body did not seem to have any special changes. Xiao Chen reckoned that he had already refined some energy as his spirit body had regained some luster. Yi Qinghan meditated on the spot, quietly waiting for Xiao He to come out of seclusion. Of course, he also wanted to avoid the limelight. After all, if the Beastmen 9th grade supreme martial artists entered the dead passage, he would be able to teleport away at any time. Half-Moon Queen, Xiao He, had woken up. Yi Qinghan immediately became energized. He looked at Xiao He, who had just floated out of the slaughter god saber, and asked, "Xiao He, is there something wrong with your body? Why did this level of attack injure you? You've never been injured before." "Boss, do you really think that? I am an unkillable demon sovereign." Xiao He smiled bitterly and sighed. "I don't know why, but my spirit body has a restraining effect on the living beings of the demon realm. No matter how strong the attacks of the demon realm are, I don't feel any danger. However, that black ball of energy explosion just now was able to destroy my spirit body, causing a large amount of my energy to be depleted. But because I didn't feel any life-threatening danger, I would have escaped long ago. Then what should we do? Should we change our location and not look for these beastmen to attack?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and said regretfully. It was rare for them to come across a place where the army was concentrated. However, Xiao He was more important. Xiao He shook his head and said resolutely, "No. I want to get 100 times more energy from them. I was too careless last time. Next time, boss, let's attack together and not give them a chance to use their energy explosion." "Alright then. Do you want to refine for a while more?" Yi Qinghan asked with concern. "No need. After I evolved, my refining speed has increased by several times. I have already refined all of it." Xiao He grinned and floated forward. He shouted, "Go! Boss, let's go take revenge." Yi Qinghan calculated the time. It had been half a month. He estimated that the two half-beast supremes had already gone far away. He nodded and strode after them. Outside an entrance of Devil Mountain, there was a large army stationed. There were figures everywhere on the mountain range. There were millions of martial artists all over the mountains and on the ground. These martial artists' bodies were human, but their heads were all different kinds of beasts. At the entrance of Devil Mountain, there were 7 to 8 large palaces. The extravagance was incomparably grand. For the Dimension War, there must be at least 1 million participants and at least 10 rank 9 martial artists. However, there was no clear upper limit. Some of the more powerful planes with many experts, would not be able to do so. In order to fight for first place, they would often send out more martial artists and powerhouses to kill more martial artists, seize the first place and obtain the reward. However, this kind of plane was rare. Back in ancient times, the divine world had also done this and won first place countless times. Obviously, this half-beast plane was also walking the path of the divine world back then, fantasizing about winning first place consecutively, being bestowed with supreme spirit treasures, and conquering and ruling over more planes. Your Majesty the Great Sky Emperor, just now, another team was killed. A commander-in-chief died. In the largest palace outside Devil Mountain, there were more than 8 half-beast powerhouses sitting. At this moment, a half-beast woman with a fox's head walked in hurriedly, knelt down in front of a snake-headed half-beast in the middle, and reported. Boom! The snake-headed half-beast was enraged. A thick and strong hand slammed heavily on the armrest beside the throne. The armrest instantly turned into powder. The remaining 7 half-beast powerhouses were also full of anger. The snake-type half-beast had a black flat head, 2 red eyes emitting a frightening glow. It opened its mouth wide, revealing the fangs and snake tongue inside. A sinister voice rang out in the palace. Bastard, in a year, Bull 1 and Bull 2 actually couldn't even kill a human martial artist? 2 good-for-nothings. And this human actually killed tens of thousands of our people and a few of our commander-in-chiefs? Could it be that this human has extraordinary abilities? He can even burrow into the ground? Leopard 1, Leopard 2. Your Majesty the Great Sky Emperor, Leopard 1 and Leopard 2 are here. The 2 leopard-headed half-beast men at the side immediately stood up and responded to the snake shooter. The snake-headed man's dazzling red eyes flickered. Through the door of the palace, he looked at the passageway inside Devil Mountain and said viciously, "The 2 of you are the fastest. Cooperate with Bull 1 and Bull 2, and you must definitely kill this human for me. Otherwise, you know what I can do." "Yes, Your Majesty the Great Sky Emperor, we will definitely bring this human's head back to see you." The 2 leopard-headed men trembled. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of this snake-headed half-beast man. They immediately cupped their hands and flashed out of the palace, shooting toward Devil Mountain. Their speed was actually as fast as lightning, even faster than the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists that Yi Qinghan encountered. Chapter 13:15. Boss, it's about time, right? It's been more than half a month. We can go out and hunt. In the War Imperial Palace, Xiao He said to Yi Qinghan, who was reading a book leisurely. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and smiled. He put down the book, picked up the Slaughter God saber, and put it behind his back. Let's go. Xiao He entered the Slaughter God saber, and Yi Qinghan appeared in a dead end in the War Imperial Palace. There were 3 teleportation restrictions in front of him. Yi Qinghan had been in the vicinity for an entire year. He went out to hunt countless times and was chased by the 2 9th-grade beastmen. However, in the end, Yi Qinghan managed to shake them off. In just 1 year, Yi Qinghan's points were already close to 100,000. Furthermore, this was the result of Yi Qinghan not daring to kill wantonly. Otherwise, his points would have reached more than 100,000. Every time he went out for 10 days, Yi Qinghan would encounter a few armies. However, before he could kill all of them, the 2 beastmen would definitely chase after him. Yi Qinghan wanted to join forces with Xiao He several times to kill these 2 beastmen. However, considering that Xiao He was injured by the destructive power previously, Yi Qinghan did not dare to take the risk. Every time these 2 beastmen chased after him, he would immediately use his speed to escape far away and return to the War Imperial Palace to lie low. After scanning the surroundings with his divine senses, Yi Qinghan quietly walked out of the dead end and randomly walked into a fork. His divine senses extended to the limit as he searched for his target. As he ran, he set up some restrictions on the walls so that he would be able to find his way back later. This time, his luck was not good. After running for 3 days, he actually did not encounter a single beastman army. Just when Yi Qinghan was feeling puzzled and thought that the beastmen dimension would not send more armies to kill enemies and obtain points, a beastman army of more than 10,000 suddenly appeared in front of him. This is strange. Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. He was a bit hesitant. An army of more than 10,000 people was normal. What was unusual was that there was no level 9 expert leading the army. Most importantly, the marching formation of the army was actually the long snake formation. The originally wide passage was enough for 1,000 people to walk side by side. At this moment, they were walking in rows of 2 or 3, and the entire army was actually 10,000 meters long. Should I kill him or not? Yi Qinghan hesitated. There was no doubt that there was something strange about this army, but there was no level 9 powerhouse. With Xiao Hei's devouring speed, it would only take him a moment to kill all of them. There was no chance for them to escape. More than 10,000 points. Xiao Hei, it's time to work. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart. Although it was a bit strange, he decided to take down this army of more than 10,000 and immediately flee far away. He would enter the transmission restriction and find martial artists from other planes to fight. Alright boss. Follow me quickly. Xiao Hei floated out of the slaughter god saber. He knew very well that Yi Qinghan would not let him attack unless he was absolutely sure of winning. Therefore, he did not ask anything and rushed forward quickly. Yi Qinghan immediately followed and ran wildly. Since he had decided to leave after this mission, there was nothing to worry about. Xiao Hei turned into a gust of wind, and his speed soared to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, he rushed to the front of the army. Under the horrified gazes of countless beastmen, he swept all the way down. The army of more than 10,000 people meandered for 10,000 meters. The moment the beastmen at the front screamed, the ones at the back immediately ran away. However, how fast was Xiao Hei's devouring speed? In an instant, he had devoured thousands of people and immediately chased after the thousands of people who were running away. By the time Yi Qinghan ran over and collected the merit badges on the ground, Xiao Hei had already caught up to the remaining beastmen and started slaughtering them. Yi Qinghan used both his hands and feet to run as fast as he could while collecting the merit badges. However, he forgot one thing. Although Xiao Hei's devouring speed was fast, when he did not use the power of cold, the speed at which he collected the merit badges was not fast. Especially when the merit badges were not piled up together. Instead, they were scattered in 2s and 3s. It is indeed a trap. After Yi Qinghan finished collecting the thousands of merit badges, he was prepared to rush in Xiao Hei's direction. His divine sense detected that 2 minotaurs had appeared in the passage ahead. They were the 2 half-beastmen supremes. Xiao Hei, come back. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the badges scattered on the ground in front of him. He shouted at Little Black in the distance. Xiao Hei also sensed 2 familiar and powerful auras coming from the front and immediately flew in Yi Qinghan's direction. Circulating the power of cold, Yi Qinghan did not wait for Xiao Hei to catch up to him and immediately ran back. However, he did not use all his strength and waited for Xiao Hei to catch up. Xiao Hei's speed was very fast, but it was about the same as the 2 minotaurs. By the time Xiao Hei entered the slaughter god blade, the distance between Yi Qinghan and the minotaurs had already shortened to 10,000 miles. Despicable human, you can't escape. Prepare to die. At such a close distance, the 2 minotaurs' divine senses had already locked onto Yi Qinghan. A loud roar came from the back of the passage, causing Yi Qinghan's eardrums to hurt. As the 2 minotaurs strode forward, their hands danced like windmills. 4 balls of black air transformed into 4 cannonballs and shot towards Yi Qinghan. Haha, you 2 stupid cows want to catch up to me? Yi Qinghan was not afraid at all. These 2 minotaurs were slower than him and had easily shaken him off after chasing him a few times. He was very familiar with the methods of these 2 old friends of his. Casually condensing a God-Slayer's spear, Yi Qinghan controlled it to shoot backwards. Just as it was about to collide with the 4 balls of black air, Yi Qinghan immediately controlled the God-Slayer's spear to explode. Boom! The terrifying power of cold exploded, causing the passage to tremble and the space to distort slightly. The 4 balls of black air also joined the explosion. The terrifying shockwave immediately transformed into balls of air and shot towards the 2 sides of the passage. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was running forward. Using the momentum, his speed became even faster. However, the 2 minotaurs faced him head-on and their speed immediately slowed down. As time went by, the distance between Yi Qinghan and the 2 minotaurs was pulled to tens of thousands of meters. Despicable, despicable. If you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds. The minotaurs continued to shout from behind. However, Yi Qinghan only smiled and ignored them. He continued to run forward, intending to run back to the dead passage and immediately teleport away. Why did a small army appear in front of me? And it's this kind of long snake formation? After running for half a day, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped and his eyes were filled with vigilance. The minotaurs behind him had already opened up a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers. In another hour, he would be able to shake them off. But an army just happened to appear in front of him? However, this was not the time to hesitate. Moreover, the minotaurs behind him would not be able to catch up for a while. Yi Qinghan's speed immediately skyrocketed. In a few blinks of an eye, he was already close to the army. Xiaohe, come out and devour with all your might. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment, then steeled his heart and decided to take these thousands of points. Anyway, the minotaurs behind him could not catch up for the time being. By the time they got closer, it would be over here. Moreover, he ran with all his might and took the shortest route. This place was only an hour away from the dead passage with the teleportation restriction. Yi Qinghan planned to leave and had no scruples. Swish! As Xiaohe devoured with all his might, blood floated up and white badges fell. Yi Qinghan's divine senses were locked on the 2 minotaurs behind him. His hands followed behind Xiaohe at the fastest speed, collecting badges along the way. As expected, by the time Xiaohe killed these thousands of people, Yi Qinghan had already collected these thousands of points. The distance between him and the minotaurs was now more than 10,000 kilometers. Yi Qinghan could easily shake them off. Hearing the angry roars behind him, Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. Xiaohe, retreat. I have collected about 100,000 points here. It's time to change locations. However, Xiaohe did not enter the slaughter god saber. Instead, he had a gloomy expression as he exclaimed, Boss, scout ahead. There are 2 more Beastman supremacies coming. Chapter 1316. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locked onto the minotaurs at the back. He did not pay much attention to the front and only asked Xiaohe to scout ahead. Hearing Xiaohe's exclamation, Yi Qinghan's divine sense detected 2 leopard-headed men rushing towards him. His heart skipped a beat. The situation today was so strange. There was indeed an ambush. Wolves in front and tigers behind. After entering the Demon Mountain, this was the first time Yi Qinghan was in a dangerous situation. However, there was no fear on Yi Qinghan's face. Instead, his killing intent surged. He was already prepared to change his location. Now, he no longer had any scruples. He laughed loudly and shouted, What's there to be afraid of? Kill them all. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the braver one wins. If he was facing a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, Yi Qinghan would not hesitate to use the butcher knife. Even if it was 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists, Yi Qinghan was not afraid. If not for the fact that he was worried that Xiaohe would get injured again, Yi Qinghan would have attacked long ago. There was no other way. He could only kill his way out. Xiaohe, enter the slaughter god saber. I told you to attack. Devour them immediately. The fire god battle armor appeared, and Yi Qinghan's body turned into a series of afterimages. The god-slaying spear immediately condensed and shot forward. Ayo! Human, how dare you kill the mighty half-beast people? Prepare to die. The 2 leopard-headed men were more than 10 meters tall. The black spots on their faces trembled as they roared. They looked extremely terrifying. Their sharp teeth shone with a dim light, making one's heart tremble. The two leopard-headed people did not wave their arms like the ox-headed people. Instead, they waved their hands and black lightning-like energy swords appeared from their bodies. They pulled each other and flew around in the air, forming a net of electric arcs. Their red eyes, which were the size of a human head, looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a dead man. Insignificant human, die. Countless electric arcs and energy swords flashed with crackling sounds, and like two giant nets, they flew toward Yi Qinghan. At the same time, the two leopard-headed men waved their arms again, forming a black net of electricity. Streaks after streaks of light shrouded Yi Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 electric nets were shot out, forming layers upon layers of attacks, completely blocking Yi Qinghan's path forward. Yi Qinghan didn't say a word. He flew along with the 10 silver spears. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was as cold as snow. His divine sense was locked in front of him, and he didn't care about the ox-headed supreme being that was chasing after him. 1,000 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles, go. In a split second, Yi Qinghan clearly calculated the distance between them. He suddenly shouted, and the 10 God-Slayers' spears sped up, flying towards the leopard man on the left. At the same time, Soul Destroyer activated and attacked the leopard man on the left. Boom! Boom! The God-Slayer's spears collided with the electric arcs. The power of cold was more powerful than any other power. Under the horrified gazes of the two leopard men, the first layer of electric arcs was easily destroyed. Not a single God-Slayer's spear exploded. The second layer of electric arcs was broken. The third layer was also broken. When they reached the fourth layer, 2 God-Slayer's spears exploded, and there were only 3 layers of electric arcs left. However, as Yi Qinghan followed the God-Slayer's spears, the distance between him and the leopard man was shortened to 100 miles. The leopard man on the left was so scared that his face turned green. The power of destruction was the strongest power in history, but it was easily destroyed by the God-Slayer's spears. Now that he was being attacked by Yi Qinghan's Soul Destroyer, he thought that he was doomed. He desperately waved his hands and condensed the power of destruction, trying to block Yi Qinghan's attack. The other leopard man was anxious. Yi Qinghan was advancing with the God-Slayer's spears, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Yi Qinghan easily dodged his attack, and it was too late for him to turn around and chase him. He could only condense the power of destruction again and prepare to help save Yi Qinghan. Myriad clones! Yi Qinghan roared, and his body split into 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, he condensed hundreds of clones, but he stopped advancing and condensed the God-Slayer's spears again. Boom! The 8 God-Slayer spears that were charging forward were finally destroyed by the combined attack of the 2 leopard men. The terrifying energy of the explosion caused the 2 leopard men to retreat several hundred meters. Just as the 2 leopard men caught their breaths, they saw hundreds of Yi Qinghan carrying thousands of God-Slayer spears, and with the power of an army of thousands, they shot towards the 2 leopard men. The 2 leopard men were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. This was especially so for the leopard-headed man who had just been attacked. His eyes were filled with terror. This was because almost all of the thousands of God-Slayer's spears shot towards him. Only a few dozen spears shot towards the other leopard-headed man. Yi Qinghan's intentions were very obvious. He concentrated all his strength to kill the leopard man on the left, and the other dozens of God-Slayer's spears were just to delay the other leopard man. Therefore, the leopard man on the left did not hesitate, and he sent out 2 electric arcs, turned around, and ran. Leopard 2, why are you running? Idiot, this must be an illusion. Hulk 1 and Hulk 2 are about to catch up. The other leopard man roared angrily. He muttered to himself, and did not believe that Yi Qinghan had such a terrifying attack. If he had such strength, he could directly attack the Beastman's main camp, and kill all the Beastman's martial artists. After shooting out several electric arcs, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The billions of golden soul threads in his sea of consciousness started attacking his sea of consciousness, and this really scared him. He immediately circulated his soul power to get rid of the invading golden soul threads. At the same time, he circulated more than half of his primal chaos energy to protect his soul, and used his origin energy to protect his body. Xiaohei, devour him. This was the effect that Yi Qinghan wanted. He had originally planned to scare off the leopard man on the left. He wanted to kill the leopard man on the right. The 10 God Slayers' spears easily broke through the electric arcs. Only 6 of them exploded, and the remaining 4 pierced the leopard man's body. One of the spears started spinning frantically, and almost half of his body exploded. The origin energy defense on the surface of his body immediately collapsed. Xiaohei took this opportunity to rush out, and several streams of air entered the leopard man's body and covered his divinity crystal. The leopard man's soul was already shaken, and after being attacked by Yi Qinghan, he panicked even more. How could he care about controlling the primal chaos energy on his divinity crystal? After Xiaohei's sneak attack, a crack appeared on his divinity crystal in the blink of an eye. By the time the leopard man reacted, it was already too late. A heart-wrenching roar resounded. The leopard man's divinity crystal was corroded, and he died immediately. His body turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fleeing leopard man in front hesitated when he heard Leopard One's roar, and now he ran even more frantically. As for the 2 ox heads behind, they could not detect the situation here. When they heard the scream, they increased their speed and chased over. Evil creature, where are you running to? Yi Qinghan grabbed a golden badge, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was enraged from killing. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He started to chase after the leopard man in front of him, ignoring the 2 ox heads behind him. Xiaohei had just devoured a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, and he was extremely happy. Following behind Yi Qinghan, he shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." Chapter 1317. The leopard man was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist and a race that excelled in speed in the beastmen dimension. His speed was very fast, almost on par with Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan had the soul extinguisher, and his golden soul threads were everywhere. Although the leopard man had used his chaotic force to protect his soul sea, the constant attacks from the golden soul threads inevitably distracted him. Once he was distracted, his running speed would definitely decrease. Originally, because Yi Qinghan had killed the other leopard man, the distance between him and the leopard man in front of him had increased to thousands of miles. After a few rounds of soul extinguisher, their speed was reduced to thousands of miles again. However, Xiaohei was still hundreds of miles behind him. "Xiaohei, don't come over first. Listen to my instructions." Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice. After releasing the soul extinguisher again, the God Slayer's spear whizzed out with a destructive aura towards the leopard man in front of him. "It's over, it's over. How can there be such a monstrous human? Instantly killing a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? Even the great heavenly emperor doesn't have this ability, right? Could this be the son of the divine emperor? What should I do? What should I do? There's no other way. Fight, fight." The leopard man felt the God Slayer's spear getting closer and closer behind him. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he knew that he had no way to escape. His spotted leopard face twisted, and his triangular eyes were filled with madness. Under Yi Qinghan's surprised gaze, his 10-meter-tall body suddenly grew again. In an instant, he became nearly 100 meters tall. The brutal aura on his body immediately suppressed the terrifying aura of Yi Qinghan's cold force. "Is it scary to become so big?" Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. In this day and age, the bigger and more powerful one was, the more powerful one was. The mutated beasts that the beast god and the others condensed with their spatial powers were just a few thousand meters tall. He could easily crush them with his Godslayer spear. Although Yi Qinghan was not afraid, he was still secretly on guard. He was ready to activate the fire god's heart at any time, and his chaotic force began to protect the divine crystal. He also sent another message to Xiaohei. "If you want to kill me, then die first." The leopard man roared. Then, the leopard head, which was several meters long, began to sway like a windmill. The power of destruction rapidly gathered above his head. At the same time, his body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the power of destruction within a radius of several meters had gathered above his head. By the time the God-Slayer spear pulled the distance between the two of them to 150 kilometers, the leopard man's body had already shrunk to a meter tall. However, the black ball of air above his head had a diameter of over 10 meters. Ultimate destruction, go. Despicable humans, die. Ha! The leopard man grinned sinisterly. He shouted loudly, and the black ball of air smashed towards the God-Slayer's spear like a meteor. Its speed was even faster than the God-Slayer spear. Furthermore, the vibrations produced by the God-slaying spear were clearly more violent than the God-slaying spear. Not good. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Such terrifying energy. Furthermore, the leopard man's body did not have any energy undulations, and his body was also very soft. He deduced that this was definitely the leopard man's ultimate move. It was probably similar to the self-detonation of the divine crystal of the divine world martial artists. Even if he killed the enemy, he would be crippled. How much more powerful was the self-detonation of a grade 9 supreme martial artist? He immediately retreated and shouted, "Xiaohei, enter the God-Slayer saber immediately." Boom! Boom! The black ball of air clashed with the God-Slayer spear. The terrifying energy destroyed the God-Slayer's spear one by one. However, the speed of the black ball of air did not decrease. Instead, it increased. When the 10 God-Slayer spear were destroyed, the speed of the black ball of air increased by one-fold. Although the black ball of air had only shrunk by half, there was still a 5-meter-wide ball of air that smashed towards Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan had the fire god battle armor. If he was smashed by the black ball of air, his body would at most be smashed into pieces. However, with such a terrifying energy, Xiaohei would definitely be severely injured. He might even be killed. There is no time to teleport. In a split second, Yi Qinghan's soul spirit revolved at full speed and immediately calculated the result. Xiaohei could hide in the God-Slayer saber when the black ball of air rushed towards him. However, if Yi Qinghan used the fire god heart to teleport, he would be delayed for 1 second. At that time, he would definitely not be able to teleport away in time. He would be fine, but would the God-Slayer saber be able to protect Xiaohei? Yi Qinghan did not have any hesitation. The moment Xiaohei entered the God-Slayer saber, his body immediately disappeared from the spot and entered the world in his soul spirit space. Cold Realm. The Cold Realm was Yi Qinghan's greatest secret. In the planar battlefield, Yi Qinghan would never dare to reveal or use it. However, he had no other choice now. The moment he entered, Yi Qinghan immediately released his divine senses. He realized that the black ball of air was rushing towards the end of the tunnel. On the other side of the tunnel, 2 minotaurs were rushing towards him while shaking their heads. When they saw the black ball of air flying towards them, they were so scared that their faces immediately turned pale. Alright, Xiaohei. Quickly devour that leopard-headed man. After dodging a calamity, Yi Qinghan's body immediately flashed and he summoned Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately rushed out and devoured the leopard-headed man in front of him. In the end, the leopard-headed man could not resist at all and was turned into dust. Before he died, Xiaohei did not devour his god crystal. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yi. "Boss, this chaos god crystal is useless. There is not much energy inside. There is no use for me to devour it." Huh! Yi Qinghan used his divine senses to scan the chaos god crystal. As expected, there was no energy inside it. The Chaos God crystal was also completely exhausted. It seemed that the ball of air just now was similar to the self-destruction of a divine realm martial artist. He reached out and grabbed the Chaos God crystal. Yi Qinghan planned to let someone refine it when he returned and see if it could increase his strength. If it could not, then it could only be a useless God crystal. Let's go, Xiaohei. Those 2 minotaurs are injured. Hurry up and pick up the dead fish. After that, we will leave this place immediately. Just as Xiaohei's hopes were dashed and he was feeling a little unhappy, Yi Qinghan suddenly grabbed a golden badge and shouted in ecstasy. Xiaohei was instantly shocked. There was such a good thing? The man and the beast immediately started running. Just as Yi Qinghan entered and exited the cold realm, at the center of the planar battlefield, on top of that towering mountain that reached into the clouds, the wooden door of a wooden house suddenly opened without a sound. The mountain pierced into the clouds, standing at a 90-degree angle. It was made of black stone, and it looked like it was a single entity. From afar, it looked like a huge black pillar was inserted into the center of the dimensional battlefield. The top of the mountain was very wide, very flat, and as smooth as a mirror. Apart from 3 wooden houses, there was nothing else on it. At this moment, the door to the rightmost wooden house was opened. A cold and surprised voice sounded. Then, a black-robed man walked out of the house. The man looked like a young man. He had bright eyes, thin lips, and a slightly curved nose. Although he looked like a handsome young man, his eyes were as deep as the sea, and he looked incomparably old. It was very contradictory. Most importantly, this black-robed young man had a murderous aura around him. It was a murderous aura that could make ordinary people tremble in fear. And the moment this black-robed young man appeared, the entire world seemed to be attracted to him. It was as if he was the only person in the world. It was extremely strange. The black-robed young man stood at the peak of the mountain, quietly looking at the undulating demon mountains in the distance. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and the murderous aura on his body became thicker. After a long while, he murmured softly, "Strange." Just now, there was clearly someone who shook the heaven and earth barrier. At such a close distance, it is impossible for this sovereign to have sensed wrongly. Who has such great magical power? Who can break the heaven and earth barrier? Don't let this sovereign find out. Chapter 13:18. At this moment, a surprised voice came from the top of Pan Shan's mountain. Then, the door of the wooden house on the left opened and a woman in purple slowly walked out. The woman in purple had a slender figure and a beautiful face. However, there was no emotion on her face. There was no spirit in her eyes, making her look pale. She walked out and looked at the black-robed youth in front of the wooden house. She asked calmly, "Pan Xing, the final battle hasn't started yet. Why did you come out so early? Did something happen?" Hearing the purple-clothed woman's words, the black-robed man did not turn around. He did not even move. His gaze was still like 2 blades as he scanned the endless demon mountains in the distance. After a while, he turned around and said doubtfully, "Just now, I sensed that someone broke through the spatial barrier of Plate Realm. How is that possible?" A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the woman in purple, causing her face to glow with vigor. Her originally dull face suddenly became an outstanding beauty, causing anyone who looked at her to fall head over heels for her. Her star-like eyes scanned the mountains in the distance. After a while, she shook her head and said, "There's nothing strange. Pan Xing, did you sense wrongly?" The black-robed youth snorted coldly. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the air. The space around him trembled slightly. Just his aura alone caused the space in the dimension battlefield to tremble. One must know that this was the dimension battlefield. If a low-level warrior saw this, wouldn't he be scared to death? The black-robed youth that the purple-clothed woman called Pan Xing coldly looked at the purple-clothed woman and said indifferently, "You doubt my judgment? How can I be wrong at such a close distance? Pan Xi, aren't you being too nosy?" The woman in purple shook her head and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at the inside of the mountain. Pan Xing also looked at the mountain. After a while, he frowned and walked into the wooden house on the right. The wooden door closed automatically. A genius that comprehended the unyielding path actually entered the dimension battlefield. Interesting. The beautiful eyes of the woman called Pan Xi suddenly lit up. This glimmer of light instantly made her whole body full of vitality. If she was a withering rose just now, she was now a blooming peony. At the same time, her body produced a special characteristic similar to Pan Xing. Everything in the world was attracted to her. At this moment, she seemed to be the sky. This person's strength is so strange. Suddenly, Pan Xi exclaimed in a low voice. Her 2 mountain-like eyebrows slightly frowned. After looking for a while, She showed a hesitant expression and murmured softly, "Is he the one Pan Xing said broke the space barrier of Pangaea? Should I tell Pan Xing? It's just that, if I tell Pan Xing will definitely kill him immediately. This person is the first genius in tens of millions of years to comprehend the three great Daoists. Oh, it depends on your luck. If you're discovered by the Pan Xing judge, that's your fate." After a while, Pan Xi shook her head slightly and sighed deeply. She turned around and walked into the wooden house on the left. The door of the wooden house silently closed and peace was restored on Pan Mountain. In the passageway of Demon Mountain, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were like two ferocious tigers descending the mountain, rushing towards the two minotaurs at the other end of the passageway. The two minotaurs were more unlucky. They hurriedly chased after them and just happened to discover that Yi Qinghan was being chased by the black mass of air. Looking at the power of that mass of air, it was definitely at the level of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. They thought that Yi Qinghan had been intercepted by the two leopard men and were overjoyed. Without much consideration, they once again increased their speed and rushed forward. Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared. The black mass of air became smaller, but its speed increased by one-fold. The two of them were frightened and hurriedly turned around and retreated. However, the two of them were slow to begin with. In the end, they were tragically caught up. Although the black mass of air had flown for such a long distance and its power had weakened again, the two of them were still injured. Just as the two of them were cursing silently, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were running towards them from afar like two ferocious tigers. The two of them were high and mighty senior commanders in this dimension, 9th-grade supreme martial artists. If it was an hour ago, and Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had rushed over, the two of them would definitely be wild with joy. But now, the two leopard men's senior commanders had been killed, and in such a short period of time. Most importantly, the two of them had even been injured. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the braver one wins. When two armies fought, the most important thing was morale. If morale was high, the will to fight would be high. If their morale fell, they would only be able to display 200% of their strength. If their morale fell, it would be a miracle if they could display even half of their strength. Yi Qinghan was an expert in controlling morale. Just now, he had used his strategy and his strange attack method to scare the two leopard men, causing their morale to plummet. Right now, he was in midair. His body once again released the myriad clone skill. In an instant, the tunnel was filled with his silhouette and God-Slayer's spear shadows. Without any hesitation, the two bull-headed men immediately ran. They did not even care about recovering from their injuries. However, the bull-headed men's speed was originally slower than Yi Qinghan's. Now that they were injured, and Yi Qinghan was continuously attacking the most heavily injured bull-headed man with the soul-extinguishing technique. The result was unknown. The first bull-headed man did not have the time to attack before his death. He was severely injured by Yi Qinghan. Xiao He pounced on him ferociously and swallowed him instantly. The second bull-headed man heard the scream and knew that he could not escape. He also attacked before his death like the leopard man. Of course, Yi Qinghan was already prepared. He immediately used the fire god's heart and teleported away. After the attack weakened, he easily killed the bull-headed man. Xiao He, retreat. He grabbed the dull chaos divine crystal and a golden badge from the bull-headed man's body. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He did not know if this was considered a chaos divine crystal. There was no energy or chaotic energy in it. Xiao He did not even bother to swallow it. However, it was still better than self-destructing. He decided to go back and find someone to refine it. Maybe it would be useful. Wah boss, we are rich. 4 9th-grade supreme martial artists, 200,000 points in his hands. How many points do we have now? Xiao He was an optimistic person. He had already swallowed a chaos divine crystal. His soul-spirit body had a huge amount of energy waiting for him to refine. Therefore, he was very satisfied. He happily flew into the slaughter god's saber and sent a voice transmission. More than 300,000 points. Previously, we worked so hard and only managed to get a little more than 100,000 points. Now, we have 200,000 points. Killing ninth-grade Supremes is so satisfying. Yi Qinghan laughed as he ran. Xiaohei thought for a while and continued to send a voice transmission. Boss, do you think the ninth-grade Supremes in the Beastmen dimension have been killed? Why don't we just stay here? Should we just stay here and wait? Let's just swallow all the legions in this dimension. We might even be able to gather one. 5 million points. Yi Qinghan paused and hesitated. It was already not bad for a dimension to have 4 ninth-grade Supremes. Thinking back to the era of the Battle Emperor, there were only 3 ninth-grade Supremes. If there were not many ninth-grade Supremes in the Beastmen dimension, it would be very promising. Should we do it or not? After a while, Yi Qinghan stood at a fork in the road and hesitated. This fork in the road led to a dead end with a teleportation restriction. However, faced with such a huge temptation, he hesitated. Bastard, bastard. Leopard 1, Leopard 2, Bull 1, Bull 2. These 4 idiots were all killed. All of them. Who was it? Who killed them? At this moment, 6 figures rushed in from the entrance of the Demon Mountain. The one in front was a snake-headed beastman. His blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. He roared furiously, causing the 5 beastmen Supremes behind him to tremble slightly. The other beastmen nearby were also so scared that they prostrated on the ground. After the 6 commanders left, they stood up and looked at each other in confusion. Who was it? Or was it a powerful legion from another dimension? Why did the great heavenly emperor and so many commanders come out? Chapter 1319. At the fork in the road, Yi Qinghan sat on the ground, resting as he pondered. There were so many experts in this orc plane. It was definitely the strongest plane Yi Qinghan had ever seen. But now he had killed 4 ninth-grade Supreme Masters and several ninth-grade experts. How many experts could there be in their plane? But Yi Qinghan thought of the ancient times of the Divine Realm, when there were more than 20 ninth-grade Supreme Masters and more than 100 ninth-grade experts, and hesitated. Forget it. I won't take the risk. In the end, Yi Qinghan chose to leave, because he found that none of the 4 ninth-grade Supreme Masters had a supreme spiritual treasure. Logically speaking, such a powerful plane should have 1 or 2 supreme spiritual treasures. Besides, after killing 4 ninth-grade Supreme Masters, 2 chaotic divine gems had no energy in them. He didn't know whether they were chaotic divine gems or not. What a great loss. After making up his mind, Yi Qinghan immediately walked toward the dead-end passage with the transmission restriction. This time, he did not use the power of cold, but walked slowly. Anyway, this dead-end passage was not far, and he could run to the end in less than an hour. Ah, it's a human from the divine realm. I smell the aura of a human from the divine realm. Go after him, I'm going to kill him, kill everyone in the divine realm. When Yi Qinghan was halfway through, he heard a roar in the nearby passage. His divine sense was so powerful that he could vaguely hear it. A human from the divine realm? Sure enough. And experts, damn, how many experts are there in this orc plane? Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He dared not walk slowly, but ran with all his strength. His divine sense extended infinitely behind him, quietly exploring the crossroad. Sure enough. Not long after, a snake-headed orc flew to the crossroad first. Then, with a twitch of its nose, it rushed directly into the dead-end passage. Behind it were 5 experts with soaring auras, rushing all the way. When Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept over the triangular snake head, he could clearly feel that the blood-red triangular eyes seemed to have locked on him. Damn, there really is a supreme spiritual treasure. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to play anymore. He could feel the aura of a supreme spiritual treasure. The power of frost burst forth, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning as he dashed forward. He could put up a fight against 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, but now there were 6 of them. If he didn't run away quickly, he would be courting death. Goodbye. The teleportation restriction was right in front of him. Yi Qinghan stepped on it and his body flashed, disappearing into the tunnel. Shio! Not long after, 6 tall silhouettes flew over. Looking at the empty teleportation array, the snake-headed half-beast sovereign furiously shot out a black light from his hand and smashed it down. In an instant, The surroundings of the passage shook and the air billowed. The black stones on the wall were blown away, mixed with the flickering light of the teleportation array. The scene looked like a chaotic dance of demons, and a foul atmosphere filled the air. "Your Majesty, why don't we enter the teleportation formation to pursue them? Don't tell me that Leopard and the others died in vain?" A tiger-headed beastman scratched his head and asked angrily. "Idiot!" The snake-headed half-beast sovereign angrily slapped the tiger-headed man away and scolded. "This teleportation formation teleports randomly. Can we teleport to the same place if we go in?" "The plane of the divine realm? The plane of the divine realm." The triangular red eyes of the snake-headed half-beast sovereign flickered. He let out two strange cries and shouted angrily, "When the final battle begins, I will kill everyone in the plane of the divine realm. Kill them all." Plain battlefield, military camp of the divine realm. A few years had passed. The area around the military camp had been continuously set up by the Wind Moon Sovereign. It had become an iron plate. Not even a mosquito could fly in. The 4 demon caves had also been set up more majestically. Even if a 9th-grade supreme martial artist attacked, they would be scared half to death and retreat immediately. 1 million martial artists took turns to enter and participate in the battle. However, according to Yi Qinghan's instructions, they didn't dare to go in. They just wandered around nearby. Killing a few unlucky teams that were teleported here had increased the experience of fighting with martial artists from other planes. However, at this moment, in a simple camp outside the cave, the few leaders of the divine realm were in an argument. The argument was huge. The beast god was worried about Yi Qinghan and strongly requested for the troops to enter the demon mountain to kill the experts to help reduce the pressure on Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they could obtain more points to ensure that the divine realm would definitely win. However, Gong Tian and the others objected. This was because Yi Qinghan gave the order that they couldn't enter. Gong Tian used this as a reason to not enter. The other water god race experts also wouldn't enter. Enter? What if someone did that to them? Ice Queen and Zhui Fengyue Sovereign remained neutral and didn't say anything. Scoff. "Coward. If all of you aren't going, then I will enter alone." Yi Qinghan was the hope of the beast god race. The beast god didn't want anything to happen to him. To him, even if everyone who came to the plain battlefield died, including him, it was okay. As long as the divine realm won and Yi Qinghan returned alive, it was okay. Yi Qinghan didn't want the god world to suffer too many casualties in this battle, which would damage the foundation of the god world. The beast god didn't want Yi Qinghan to risk his life for the divine realm. He couldn't sit still anymore and made up his mind to enter to kill. Wait! Zhu Yi suddenly opened her mouth. Everyone looked over. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan had a close relationship. Apart from the beast god, she was the only one who was close to Yi Qinghan. Her opinion was quite important. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes swept across everyone and said, "Beast god and I will enter. At least we can take care of each other. All of you defend here. If anything happens, shatter the jade talisman right away. We will try our best to rush back." Queen Zhu, beast god. Ice Queen sighed, but she didn't know how to persuade them. The beast god was usually really easygoing, but once he made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. He hollered, "Okay, there is no need to say any more. It is decided. Queen Zhui, let's go." Looking at beast god and Zhu disappear into the cave, Ice Queen sighed helplessly. Gong Tian laughed coldly and scoffed coldly, "You asked for it, you deserve it." Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. Ice Queen could only sigh and send a voice transmission to Wind Moon Monarch. "Can you use the seals to send a message to the Emperor?" The Wind Moon Monarch's face was filled with worry and helplessness. He transmitted, "Your Majesty, it's not like you don't know that the planar battlefield is filled with restrictions. Furthermore, the restrictions here are ridiculously strong. The communication jade talisman is useless. My seals are far from enough. If it was a battle emperor, then it would be possible." Ice Queen shook her head. A dim expression appeared on her beautiful face as she prayed. "We can only pray that they are lucky. God Emperor, please protect the God world, protect the emperor, protect the beast god and Zhu. Scoff, pray to that person? Don't you know that the god world was nearly wiped out by him? Gong Tian, who was at the side, laughed coldly. Through the simple camp, he looked up into the sky and said faintly, what we have to pray is that that person doesn't discover anything. Otherwise, if the emperor dies, we will all die. The immortal realm will definitely be wiped out. Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch were terrified. They followed Gong Tian's gaze and seemed to see the high-up Mount Pan. They also seemed to see a pair of ice-cold eyes looking at everything in the battlefield. Chapter 1320. Boss, it's very strange around here. After wandering around for a few years, we've only encountered some small fries. There are only 3 or 4 big legions. Should we go somewhere else? In a passageway, Xiaohei flew forward in a desolate circle, then turned around and said to Yi Qinghan, who had caught up with him, it's indeed strange. Let's go around for a while. If there are still not too many big legions, let's look for the transmission prohibition. Yi Qinghan paused, rested for a moment, and then continued to run forward. Xiaohei flew beside him, bored, and followed him slowly. This time, Yi Qinghan had been wandering around the territory where he had been transferred to for 3 years. He did not encounter too many big legions, and only obtained 30 to 40,000 points. The strange thing was, it was not that there were no big legions nearby. In the past few years, the two of them had seen countless corpses, at least more than 100,000. But they had not found the experts who had killed these legions. The two of them had not even met a level 9 expert, so they felt strange. Who killed these more than 100,000 legions? Once, the two of them found an orc legion. The corpses were still warm, and the blood was still flowing. But with Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness, he did not find any experts nearby. If it were not for this strange imagination, Yi Qinghan would have changed places long ago. During this time, however, Yi Qinghan had recovered some of his cold power. Although he had obtained more than 300,000 points in the territory of the Orc Plain, he had also consumed a small part of his cold power. Yi Qinghan's current growth rate of cold power was more than twice as fast as when he killed Xianxia. He had not used his cold power in the past 3 years. The cold power consumed in entering the plain battlefield had also recovered 1/3. Yi Qinghan was used to running all the way. He used his divine consciousness to the limit, looking for prey. After half a month, the man and the beast finally found some prey. The reason why it was described as some was because there were 2 armies in front of them, armies from 2 different planes, and they were currently engaged in a chaotic battle. These were 2 very strange races. One of them was Yi Qinghan. Its entire body was made of metal, and even Xiaohei did not care to devour it. It did not have much life force in its body, and even if it devoured it, it would not have much energy left. This was the first time he had seen the other one. It was a round ball with 2 short, sturdy legs. It had no hands, no pupils in its eyes, and it was dark red. It also had a huge mouth. His attacks relied on his eyes and mouth. His eyes shot out red waves of light, and his mouth spat out black energy swords at the same time. It was very strange. The metal men's attacks weren't fancy. They were straightforward and relied on their bodies to attack. The metal men's bodies were extremely hard, comparable to a superior-grade divine artifact. Yi Qinghan had encountered a metal man at the venerable level before. Its body was even harder than a superior-grade divine artifact. Both sides had about the same number of people, thousands of them, but the battle was one-sided. The metal men did not react to the red light shot out of the round monster's eyes. The black energy swords spat out from their mouths hit the metal men's bodies, but they did not cause much damage. Usually, after piercing a hole, the metal men would automatically heal. When the metal men got close, they smashed them randomly, and countless round monsters were immediately turned into meat paste. By the time Yi Qinghan found out, both sides had just started to fight, but 1/3 of the round monsters had already been killed. Boss, should I do it? A long night is fraught with trouble. Let's get these points first. Xiaohei saw that Yi Qinghan was enjoying the show, and there seemed to be no signs of him making a move. He was a little anxious. The badge would only belong to him after he got it. If something happened, it would be for naught. What's the hurry? Do you think the points will fly away under our nose? Let's wait until he's done. Yi Qinghan did not care. He waved his hand and said, "In this plain battlefield, no one could steal points under his nose." The chaotic battle finally ended after less than an hour. The ground was covered with shining white badges. The metal men had won a great victory. Only a few hundred people had died. They had killed more than 4,000 people on the other side. The metal men began to clean up the battlefield. "Let's do it." Wait. Yi Qinghan chuckled and ordered Xiaohe. Unexpectedly, with his divine sense, a green shadow suddenly floated over from another tunnel ahead. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it floated, the white badges on the ground disappeared one by one. The metal men all died. It was an extremely strange method. Yi Qinghan was both overjoyed and angry. Someone really dared to steal food from the tiger's mouth. It seemed that the death of so many legions here was most likely caused by this monster. The power of cold immediately surged. He rushed forward and shouted, "Xiaohe, someone is stealing points. Kill him." Xiaohe was also furious when he heard this. The nearly 10,000 points had been decided between the two of them. It was really unexpected that someone had appeared out of nowhere. He quickly followed Yi Qinghan and flew forward. The cyan shadow was extremely fast. Before Yi Qinghan could even catch up, the thousands of metal men had already been killed by him, and all the badges on the ground had been collected by him. Seeing Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe flying over aggressively, he immediately fled. In a few breaths' time, he actually disappeared into the tunnel ahead. What the hell? Yi Qinghan was shocked. There were many monsters in the plain battlefield, but he had never seen such a strange one. This was a green shadow. Its body was similar to that of the wind Xiaohe had transformed into. It did not have a physical body, but its appearance was like that of a flood dragon. Yi Qinghan wanted to lock onto its body. It disappeared just like that? With the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, he did not see any spatial fluctuations at all. It was not teleportation, nor did it enter a spatial divine item. "Boss, where did that monster go?" Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe stopped at the place where the monster had disappeared. Their divine senses carefully observed the surroundings, but they did not find anything. Xiaohe blinked and said very strangely, "You ask me? Who should I ask? Sepet. Wait for me to shake the nearby space." Yi Qinghan circulated his power of cold and condensed a large palm. He smashed around the tunnel. The tunnel trembled from his smashing. Black rocks fell, but the monster could not be seen at all. Other than the sound of black mud falling, there was nothing. Strange. Can this monster fly into the sky or burrow underground? Even if I attack with all my strength, I can only make a small hole in these black rocks. This monster can't go through. Another tunnel? Then where did it go? Yi Qinghan frowned. His eyes were full of surprise. He felt that this monster's aura was at most lower 9th grade. But its speed was abnormal, reaching upper 9th grade. Most importantly, this abnormal ability could disappear under his powerful divine sense. If he told the beast god and the others, no one would believe it. This monster must have teleported forward. Xiaohe chased after it. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and suddenly said. The two of them immediately rushed to the other end of the tunnel at full speed. "Boss, what the hell are you doing?" After chasing for tens of thousands of li, Xiaohe was a little puzzled. Yi Qinghan's speed had actually started to slow down. Finally, he stopped and did not say a word. His eyes were still tightly shut. Yi Qinghan made a hand gesture, indicating that Xiaohe should not speak. He continued to close his eyes as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. "I really thought that he could fly. Xiaohe, let's go. Now that the monster has wings, it's hard for him to escape." Chapter 1321. Did you find that monster? Xiaohe was overjoyed. He followed Yi Qinghan and ran back the way they came. The two stopped at the place where the monster had disappeared. Xiaohe used his divine sense to search around but found nothing. He asked doubtfully, "Boss, where is the monster?" Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely. He looked at a black rock on the ground and said, "Friend, do you want to come out by yourself, or do you want me to smash you out?" Yi Qinghan's voice reverberated in the passage, but there was no response. He raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. The cold power condensed into a big palm and slammed it on the ground in front of him on the left. Boom! The ground trembled. Dust flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. A green shadow quickly floated out from the smoke and mist. It dashed toward one direction of the passage. Humph! Still trying to escape? Xiaohei had been watching the green shadow from the side. He immediately dashed forward when he saw the green shadow. He caught up with it in 2 breaths' time. The 2 green shadows merged together. After a while, the green shadow suddenly disappeared. Xiaohei, who had turned into a gust of wind, also followed it and penetrated the ground. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been tracking the green shadow. He was sure that the green shadow could only hide in the rocks a few meters underground. Xiaohei had already caught up with it. Yi Qinghan felt relieved. He had pretended to leave earlier, but his divine sense had been quietly probing this place. Sure enough, he found that the green shadow had secretly released a trace of energy to check if he had really left. As a result, Xiaohei sensed it. He used his divine sense to check and immediately found that Xiaohei was hiding underground. This black rock was extremely strange. It was unusually hard and dense. Xiaohei's divine sense could only probe more than 10 meters deep. Even if it was smashed, it would slowly recover. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't expect that the green shadow could hide underground. Xiaohei could even devour the demon supremes. Moreover, after years of fighting, he found that monsters with energy bodies were innately restrained. Therefore, when Xiaohei chased the monster underground, Yi Qinghan felt very relieved. Xiao! What surprised Yi Qinghan was that the green shadow floated out of the ground once again and ran away. Xiaohei also flew out from behind and sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Boss, this monster's energy body is extremely strange. I've been devouring it for so long, but I've only devoured 1/10 of its energy. However, his attacks cannot harm me. Yi Qinghan couldn't attack, so he could only follow the monster and Xiaohei. Since Xiaohei said that the monster could not hurt him, it was only a matter of time before it corroded and devoured him. The monster and Xiaohei whizzed through the tunnel. One of them burrowed into the ground, the other pierced through the surface of the wall. He had been racing for hundreds of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't shake off Xiaohei. Xiaohei's speed was much faster than his. Moreover, his energy was slowly being devoured by Xiaohei. The speed was getting slower and slower. One day later, Xiaohei's body floated out from the ground, his face full of excitement. His soul body carried a spatial ring and he shouted, "Boss, boss, I'm rich, I'm rich." Could it be? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He thought of this monster's special ability. It was the best prowess for ambushing and harvesting points. He then thought of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had died nearby. He saw Xiaohei's spatial ring and said in joy, "There are a lot of badges? At least 200,000. Xiaohei grinned and laughed, his face full of excitement. Yi Qinghan's divine senses entered the spatial ring. As expected, there were white badges, blue badges, and 3 black badges. After calculating carefully, Yi Qinghan swallowed and exclaimed, 260,000. How many years has it been? This monster alone can obtain 260,000 points. Yi Qinghan had more than 300,000 points at the moment, but this included 4 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. How difficult was it to kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? To kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists would have to work together. If it weren't for the 2 freaks, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei, who could kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist so easily. Therefore, in terms of collecting points, this monster was even more freakish than Yi Qinghan. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan was a little shocked. If this was a dimension with monsters and there were many of these monsters, wouldn't they be the first in points for sure? However, Yi Qinghan didn't care which dimension took first place. He just wanted to get one. 5 million points. It had only been a few years, and his points had already reached nearly 600,000. Yi Qinghan was completely confident that he could get enough points in 90 years. Go. Don't look for the teleportation restriction. Look for these monsters nearby. If we can find a few more of these monsters, won't we be rich? Yi Qinghan excitedly kept the badge and ran into the distance. Xiaohei entered the slaughter god blade and started to refine the energy it had devoured. They ran wildly, killing all the creatures from the other dimensions and searching for that monster. However, it took a whole 10 years. Yi Qinghan had never encountered such a monster again. He obtained another 70 to 80,000 points. Yi Qinghan didn't use the power of cold and ran wildly. After 10 years, he had almost run hundreds of millions of miles. How long is the passageway in this demon mountain? In 10 years, with my current speed, I should be able to run 3 to 5 rounds around the divine world. Yi Qinghan was now completely sure that the passageway in this demon mountain was under the entire plain battlefield. The plain battlefield was said to be as big as 100 divine worlds. The underground passageways were very complicated. It was normal for one to not be able to find a familiar path after walking for tens of years. Since he had already been running for 10 years, Yi Qinghan decided not to look for the teleportation restriction anymore. He just randomly ran around, looking for experts from the other dimensions. After a few months, Yi Qinghan suddenly trembled and said in disbelief, "What's going on? Why are there demonic creatures in front?" "Xiaohei, I actually saw an Azura king." "Demonic creatures?" Xiaohei flew out of the slaughter god blade and looked at Yi Qinghan with a puzzled expression. The demonic plane had just battled with the divine world not long ago. Why was his luck so bad? He was actually selected to participate in the plane war? It's an Azura king. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely an Azura king. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scout ahead. In a passageway, there was a 20-meter-tall creature covered in black scales. There were 2 large horns on its head and a long whip on its back. If it wasn't an Azura king, then what could it be? "Xiaohei, go. Don't kill him. Ask him if the demonic plane is participating in the plane war. If so, we can find their camp. The remaining points can be collected from the demonic army." Yi Qinghan waved his hands excitedly. He had fought with Yi Qinghan several times and was very familiar with them. Most importantly, Xiaohei was the nemesis of all demonic creatures. With Xiaohei around, no matter how many creatures came from the demonic world, they would all die. If he confirmed that the demonic army was participating in the plane war and could find their camp, he could easily collect the remaining points. Xiaohei immediately turned into a blue dragon and rushed forward. After a while, he saw an Azura king walking carefully in the passageway. It was obvious that it had accidentally stepped on the teleportation formation and was teleported here. What kind of monster is this? When the Azura king saw Xiaohei rushing over with a terrifying aura, it immediately turned around and ran. Xiaohei's speed was not something that a small Azura king could compare to. In an instant, he caught up to it and started to corrode its body. The Azura king rolled on the ground in pain and cried out in despair. However, it realized that Xiaohei had only finished corroding its legs and had actually stopped. Xiaohei turned into a blue dragon and circled above it. It asked coldly, "Are you the Azura king of the demonic world?" Chapter 1322. How do you know about the sacred world? The Azura king subconsciously said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohei's eyes lit up. The holy world. This was what the demonic creatures called the fiend realm. This was something that many people in the god realm knew. Xiaohei recalled Yi Qinghan's words and immediately asked in a cold voice, "The demon realm has come to participate in the planar war? Many of your sovereigns are here as well?" The Azura king hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course the holy world is here to participate in the planar war. Hurry up and release this king, otherwise the great sovereign and ancestral fiend will definitely send you into the Azura Sea for all eternity." When Xiaohei heard this, he was not afraid. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The fiends had truly come to the planar battlefield. If he could find their base, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of energy, but he would also be able to easily win the planar war. "Xiaohei, don't be too happy yet. Ask them where their camp is." Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry to rush over, but his spiritual awareness had been locked on this side. When he heard that the demon domain had indeed participated in the war, His face suddenly became overjoyed. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Zhang Xian immediately sent a telepathic message over. Xiaohe also knew that this was a serious matter, so he quickly moved and enveloped the Azura King again. However, it didn't devour them all at once. Instead, it slowly corroded their entire bodies. The Azura King felt as if his entire body was being roasted in a fire. He rolled on the ground and howled in pain. Xiaohe saw that the time was right. He separated himself from the Azura King and flew up. His cold eyes glared at the Azura King as he viciously said, "Humph, do you think I'm scared of you? Even if your demon realm sends 1 or 2 overlords, I'm not afraid." Azura King saw that although Xiaohe looked terrifying, his words were lacking in confidence. He rolled his eyes, endured the pain, and roared in grief, "1 or 2. This time, the entire sacred world had come out in full force. All the sovereigns had come out, more than 20 of them. If you know what's good for you, immediately release this king. Otherwise, when the sovereigns come, you'll be finished." Xiaohe rolled his eyes and said with a look of disbelief, "Humph, you want to deceive me? There's no entrance to the demon realm nearby. I'll kill you right now. Let's see how your sovereign will avenge you." Seeing Xiaohe about to pounce down, the Azura King was frightened. He hurriedly said, "Please don't. Although this king accidentally stepped into a transmission spell, this king can feel that our Saint World's army isn't too far away. It's definitely within 1,000,000,000,000 miles. Because there is a faint demonic aura nearby. If you kill me, the Overlord and the others will definitely find out. When that happens, you will be in trouble. Sir, leave quickly. I promise I won't tell anyone. It's not far from here, are you sure? I've been walking around this area for a long time. Tell me, what's the color of the wall you came from?" Xiaohe asked hesitantly. As the Azura King saw that he still had a chance to live, he quickly said, "Reporting to my lord, the red and gold. You must have seen it before. It's definitely nearby." "Alright, Xiaohe, you can start now." In the distance, a red figure slowly walked over. Yi Qinghan had the slaughter god's saber in his hand. His eyes were cold as he looked at the Azura King on the ground. It was like he was looking at a corpse. Xiaohe pounced down. In the blink of an eye, the Azura King felt as if his body was being swallowed. Before he died, the image of the long saber on Yi Qinghan's back appeared in his mind. He had a vague feeling that this saber was very familiar, and it even gave him a sense of intimacy. "Boss, the Azura King said that the demon monarch isn't too far away." After swallowing the Azura King, Xiaohe immediately condensed his human form and said excitedly, "End search." Yi Qinghan's eyes were resolute as he looked ahead. He waved his hand and said, "Even if we have to search through all the nearby tunnels, we must find the demon army. If we can't find it in a year, then we will search for 10 years. If we can't find it in 10 years, then we will search for 50 years. As long as we find the demon army, everything will be solved." One man and one soul form turned into 2 sharp swords that rushed forward. In a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared into the dark tunnel. "Beast God, are your injuries serious? We were lucky just now and happened to run into a transmission array, otherwise we would have been finished." In a dead tunnel, a short and skinny old man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His robes were a mess and his body was badly mangled. At this moment, he was revolving his divine power to heal himself so that no more blood would flow out. A beautiful woman dressed in white next to him asked with a face full of concern. The short and skinny old man did not speak. He only shook his head slightly and continued to heal himself. The white-clothed woman sighed and no longer spoke. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. These 2 people were the stubborn beast god who wanted to enter the demon mountain, and Queen Zhu Yi who had no choice but to accompany him. The 2 of them had been wandering around the tunnel for 10 years, but they still hadn't found Yi Qinghan. They had obtained more than 100,000 emblem points, but they had encountered dangers several times. The most dangerous one just now was that they were targeted by a powerful 9th-grade supreme martial artist. If they weren't lucky and ran into a transmission array, they would have become points in someone else's spatial ring. 2 hours later, the beast god finally opened his eyes. His skinny face looked weak, but the light in his eyes was still determined. Zhu Yi was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said, "Beast God, how can we find the Emperor? We can't go on like this. It's not like you don't know about the tunnels in the Demon Mountain. If we're lucky, we might run into him in a month. If we're unlucky, we might not even run into him in 1,000 years." Actually, she really didn't want to come in and blamed the beast god secretly. When Yi Qinghan first went in, you didn't follow him. Only after a few years did you insist on coming in. Looking for a person in the Demon Mountain was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The beast god said in a deep voice, "As long as our race is within 1,000,000 miles, we will have a faint sense of each other." Little Han said that he can't make a move at the foot of the mountain. So I thought about it. Even if we're unlucky and can't find him, I have to help him get some points. Queen Zhu Yi, if we're unlucky and I die, don't wander around alone. Find a teleportation restriction and enter a spatial divine tool nearby. Endure these 90 years. As long as you deliver the badge to Little Han, even if I die, it's worth it. Sigh. Looking at the stubborn beast god, Zhu Yi sighed softly. The few times they were in danger, the beast god always tried his best to cover the rear. The warriors from the other planes that they killed were always kept by her. Zhu Yi knew that the beast god had such a plan. This old man was so stubborn that he was adorably cute. However, he didn't know that he cared so much about Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan also valued him greatly. If he died, how could she face Yi Qinghan? Zhu Yi's black gem-like eyes turned and looked at the other side of the tunnel. Looking at the dark tunnel, she was in a daze. She muttered to herself, "Emperor, where are you? Do you know how hard we've been looking for you?" Chapter 1323. Boss, why can't we find it? It has been more than 20 years, and we still can't find it. Are we going to continue searching nearby? In a tunnel, Yi Qinghan was walking alone. Xiao He entered the slaughter god blade to rest and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan out of boredom. "We have been searching for more than 20 years. We can only continue searching. We'll search for another 50 years and slowly accumulate points along the way. If we still can't find it, we can only teleport randomly in the last 10 years and look for another plane's army to attack." Although Yi Qinghan was running fast, he seemed to be out of strength. In the past, he could accumulate 300,000 points in a year. Now, he only managed to accumulate 80,000 points after 20 years. How could he still be energetic? It was just that the temptation of a demon army made Yi Qinghan reluctant to leave the vicinity. He had been wandering in the tens of millions of miles of tunnel for a total of 200,000 years. He had encountered all sorts of different planes' armies, but he had never encountered a demon army. He was a little annoyed. Back then, he had asked Xiao He to kill the Azura King. Demons could sense a faint demon aura, but he and Xiao He couldn't. They could only search around aimlessly. And we finally met another army. There are more than 800 of them. "Xiao He, your food is here. It's your favorite beastman. Go." Half a day later, Yi Qinghan encountered another group of creatures from another plane. There were no experts, so Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to make a move. He let Xiao He devour them. At the same time, he could accumulate energy for his next evolution. Xiao He was excited when he heard that they were beastmen. The beastman's life essence energy was extremely strong. Xiao He liked to devour those with strong life essence energy, such as grade 9 supreme martial artists. He also liked races with strong life essence energy. The beastmen were one of the races with strong life essence energy in the dimensional battlefield. Xiao He dashed forward, and Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he continued to walk forward. After more than 20 years, the cultivators of the demonic mountain, aside from the ones lingering at the entrance, had basically all scattered, running about in the passageways and scattering. It was very rare to encounter a large legion with thousands of people. It was already very lucky to have encountered more than 800 people this time. There were more than 800 people, and they were led by a venerable realm powerhouse. They were not on the same level as Xiao He. He was easily devoured in an instant, and his emblems and countless spatial rings scattered all over the place. Yi Qinghan had completely become a follower. When Xiaohei was done killing, he would come over to collect the badges. There was actually an unexpected harvest this time. There were hundreds of badges in the spatial ring of the leader of the team. With the badges in hand, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei became lonely travelers again. They moved forward in the dark tunnel, looking for creatures from the demonic plane and killing the teams that passed by. There's actually a colored passage? Too bad it's not the red or golden passage of the demonic legion. A year later, Yi Qinghan stopped in front of a wide passageway. This was the first time he had seen a passageway with colors. Should I go in and take a look? A strong temptation surged in Yi Qinghan's heart. This passage led outside the demonic mountain, and it was very likely that there was a legion stationed outside. There might be hundreds of thousands of low-level martial artists and many rank 9 powerhouses. If he could wipe them all out, the remaining points might be enough. Of course, there might also be several rank 9 supreme martial artists outside. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any rank 9 supreme martial artist one-on-one, but he was not confident if there were more than 2. He had a supreme spiritual treasure, did others not? Should I do it or not? Yi Qinghan hesitated. Although he might be able to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle if he took the risk, there was also the possibility that he might not even have a bicycle anymore. He was not alone now. He had a group of women behind him, a few children, a huge family, and billions of people in the immortal realm. If he died, the immortal realm would definitely be defeated this time. The people of the immortal realm would be enslaved by the powerhouses from other planes, and his family would be homeless and homeless. They would have to rely on the Soul Emperor Pavilion to wander in the endless void. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan turned around and left resolutely. He could not afford to gamble, and he could not afford to lose. Moreover, it was not yet time to gamble. It was still early, and there was still a chance to find the Devil Legion. Yi Qinghan told himself that he could not risk his life and give up easily until the last moment. Although he had left, Yi Qinghan did not run far immediately. He wanted to look around to see if there were any large legions nearby. This was the entrance to the demonic mountain. In the end, in just one day's time, he really found a legion nearby. Why are there only women in this plane? And so flirtatious? There are hundreds of people, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers, as beautiful as fairies. What plane is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? There's actually an upper rank 9 powerhouse? In a huge underground square in front of him, a group of women were sitting cross-legged there. There were countless passageways around the square. Yi Qinghan had encountered this kind of terrain often, so he did not find it strange. The strange thing was that this was the first time he had encountered an all-women legion. These women were all top-notch in appearance, especially that upper rank 9 powerhouse. Her beauty was comparable to Enchantress, and there was no part of her that was not seductive. Xiaohei, it's time to work. It was not easy to find a big fish. Yi Qinghan would definitely not let it go. Although they were women in the plain battlefield, there was no distinction between men and women. There was only killing here. Other than the martial artists of this plane, anyone could be killed. If you did not kill them, they would kill you. When Xiaohei heard that there was business again, he flew out excitedly. Just as he was about to fly out, Yi Qinghan stopped him. Don't be careless. There's an upper rank 9 this time. Wait until I get close. Upper rank 9, good stuff. When Xiaohei heard this, he became even more excited. Devil Mountain was vast and boundless. If they were lucky, they could continuously encounter rank 9 martial artists, such as when they first entered Devil Mountain. If they were unlucky, such as the first 20 years, they had only encountered one rank 9 powerhouse. A man and a soul, tiptoeing, like thieves, quietly approached. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness had been quietly locked on the underground square. He could not let these big fish escape. When they were more than 10,000 miles away from the square, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, a suspicious look on his face. Just now, his divine consciousness detected that the upper rank 9 powerhouse seemed to have inadvertently glanced in their direction. Yi Qinghan seemed to have sensed a faint smile in her peach blossom eyes. However, at this moment, when he probed, The woman continued to chat and laugh with the group of women next to her. Her expression was contented, and there was no sign that she had discovered an enemy. We're so far away, and we didn't even release our auras. This person shouldn't be able to detect us. Also, I didn't sense her divine consciousness. Could it be that I detected wrongly? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then continued to run forward quietly. Xiao Hei's eyes shone brightly as he flew forward behind Yi Qinghan. In the square in front of them, a group of coquettish women sat together in small groups. They seemed to be resting. They were all relaxed, chatting softly with smiles on their faces. From time to time, there would even be a burst of bell-like laughter. The most beautiful and powerful woman sitting in the middle covered her mouth and laughed. Then she waved her hand, signaling for everyone to stop talking. She glanced at everyone and smiled sweetly. Hee, sisters, it's been a long time since you've played with a man, right? There's a silly man over there. Right now, he's walking toward us quietly. Don't scare him away. Listen to my orders later. Set up the heavenly fragrance array and capture this man. After I've enjoyed him, all of you will take turns. This idiot's divine consciousness may be very strong, but he doesn't know that the strongest aspect of the Heavenly Fox clan is our soul. Chapter 1324. The eyes of the women in the plaza on the ground lit up. However, none of them looked at the passageway where Yi Qinghan was. When Yi Qinghan was tens of thousands of miles away, a faint pink aura appeared on all the women's bodies. The entire plaza on the ground was instantly enveloped by this pink mist. Yi Qinghan, who was tens of thousands of miles away, stopped again. He used his divine consciousness to check. The upper rank, 9 martial artist waved his hand and said something. The group of women stopped talking. Instead, they sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to cultivate. Now, pink aura was emitting from their bodies. It looked extremely strange. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? These two thoughts circled around in Yi Qinghan's mind. After a while, Yi Qinghan could not care so much anymore. Regardless of whether it was strange or not, with his and Xiao Hei's strength, could they not handle it? Continue forward. An hour later, Yi Qinghan had already closed the distance between them to 30,000 miles. This was a distance that Yi Qinghan could reach in a flash. Therefore, he decisively ordered Xiao Hei, do it. Xiao Hei could not wait any longer. His aura was at its peak, and he flew in at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the underground plaza filled with pink aura. What? Yi Qinghan had been keeping his eyes fixed on the distance. He initially thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided one. Xiao Hei transformed into a blue dragon and rushed into the pink aura. The moment his body touched the pink aura, he immediately froze. He stood in midair like a fool. In the plaza, hundreds of pink aura swords shot toward Xiao Hei at lightning speed. This is strange. Yi Qinghan's cold force surged. The God Slayer's spear immediately activated and shot forward. Before he could get close, the God Slayer's spear had already whizzed past. It split into two, avoiding Xiao Hei's body and aiming at the beautiful women on both sides. A soul attack? Something strange happened again. The moment the God Slayer spear came into contact with the pink gas, the scene in front of Yi Qinghan immediately changed. Before him was no longer a dim passageway, but a luxurious hall. At this moment, he found himself sitting on a large bed, surrounded by countless beautiful women, all of them smiling and dancing. These women were all outstanding beauties. Their skin was whiter than snow, their facial features were exquisite, their breasts were perky, their waists were slender, and their buttocks were swaying, forming a perfect arc. These women were all wearing translucent dresses, pink, black, white, and red. There were all sorts of enchanting figures under the pink light. Their alluring bodies danced in all sorts of seductive poses, making one's mouth dry and burning with lust. You want to trap me with a mere illusion? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He knew that Xiao Hei must have fallen into an illusion. Although Xiao Hei was a spirit body, it did not mean that he did not have a soul. He had experienced this kind of illusion many times. Back when he was still a marshal, He had fallen into the fallen god mountain and experienced the illusion set up by the Soul Emperor. Yi Qinghan's soul power circulated at high speed. He forcefully dispelled all distracting thoughts, maintained his original heart, and emptied his mind. As expected, the scene in front of him gradually faded, and the bodies of the women around him also gradually disappeared. Hee hee! A chuckle rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan's body trembled, and the scene in front of him changed again. He found himself standing in a valley, surrounded by lush green trees, fragrant flowers, and chirping birds. In the distance, there was a white waterfall hanging in the sky, and in front of him, there was a continuous chuckle that sounded like a yellow bird, attracting people to go forward and investigate. Let's see what you're up to. Yi Qinghan was not afraid in the slightest. He knew very well that he was currently fighting with the upper, rank 9 woman. He did not sense any danger from his body, which meant that no one was near him. He had the fire god armor to protect him, so he was not worried that someone would hurt him. If the fight with this woman did not end, he would be constantly disturbed and would not be able to unleash his full power. He might as well fight with this woman. At once, his body shot out explosively, rushing toward the waterfall. When he saw the scenery under the waterfall, the evil fire that had disappeared in his heart surged wildly in his mind again. The scene in front of him was incomparably beautiful. There was a curved pool, and the snow-white waterfall came from the 9th heaven, splashing down, sprinkling countless splashes of water and mist, making this pool beautiful and mysterious. There was someone in the pool. Her hair was as black as ink, and her snow-white back was completely naked. The contrast between black and white was so breathtaking. Under the water, under the ripples of the water, the 2 petals of her buttocks made people's blood boil even more. Hee hee! 2 jade-like hands raised the pool water high up, and then let it flow down from her fragrant shoulders, from her half-round creamy cheeks that could faintly be seen, and from her slender waist. Under the refraction of the sun, amidst the hazy mist, people could not help but want to rush forward to find out what was really going on. Yi Qinghan subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but he stopped abruptly. His eyes, however, shone brightly. He opened his mouth and shouted, "My heart is like a mountain, impenetrable. My heart is like a stone, tenacious and unshakable. My heart is like the law, all demons retreat." Puff! The sound of a bubble bursting rang out. The surrounding scenery melted away like rain and snow. The upper, rank 9 seductive woman in the underground square trembled. Her face darkened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the woman's eyes. She lifted her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A red glow lit up on her slender body. Then, her body fluttered like a butterfly as she flew towards Yi Qinghan. While she was on her way, her pink robe was taken off, revealing her flawless body. Her red lips opened slightly as she let out a series of moans that could make one's mind ripple. Like a graceful swan, the woman floated to Yi Qinghan's side. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan didn't notice her at all. The woman stretched out her ivory jade-like hand and gently caressed his face, body, and between his legs. Her soft and smooth body danced around Yi Qinghan. Her red lips were still stained with blood, making her look even more alluring. Her tongue flicked out from time to time, brushing past Yi Qinghan's earlobe and neck. The combination of that seductive and pitiful expression was incomparably perfect. It could move the hearts of any man in the world. Yi Qinghan seemed to have fallen into some kind of illusion. His eyes were hazy and his body was defenseless. He allowed the woman to caress his body as she pleased. His breathing was heavy. A tall tent had already been erected on his robe. It was obvious that he had fallen under the woman's secret technique. If I can't subdue you after spending half of my yin essence, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? But you're a powerful man with an overbearing aura. It's worth it to subdue you and absorb your essence. Be obedient and submit to me. Become my beloved slave. I guarantee that you'll enjoy all the blessings of the world, until you die. The woman made Yi Qinghan's breathing grow heavier. His body began to tremble, and his lower body became as hard as iron. She knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. If he couldn't hold on any longer, He would lose his mind and be trapped in this illusion forever. The woman's charming expression became even more intense. The fragrance on her body also became thicker. Her jade-like hand quietly reached into Yi Qinghan's towering tent and began to gently knead it. Her snow-white and plump buttocks swayed left and right, blinding people's eyes. Slap. The woman was about to add fuel to the fire. She bent down and leaned her pretty face towards Yi Qinghan's lower body. A huge palm suddenly rose up like lightning and slapped her in the face, sending her flying. Then, a teasing voice faintly sounded in the cave. "You're jumping around like a monkey. Is it fun? Have you had enough? If not, I'll jump a few more times for you." Chapter 1325. The woman felt as if half of her face had been smashed by Yi Qinghan. There was a burning pain on her face. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. However, she saw a huge hand quickly reaching over and grabbing her by the neck, lifting her up like a duck. A strange force silently entered her body and sealed her divine crystal. She looked at the pair of mocking eyes that emitted a coldness even colder than ice. She knew that she had lost. She had suffered a crushing defeat. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you have such a powerful soul? This queen used up half of my yin energy to forcefully activate the Heavenly Fox secret technique. Unless one's soul reaches great perfection, it is almost impossible to break it. How can you do this? Impossible. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly as if she couldn't believe that she had lost so easily. She kept muttering to herself as her naked body began to twist and turn. She posed in a seductive pose. The scene was infinitely beautiful, and it caused people's hearts to sway. Yi Qinghan's eyes were clear. He didn't look at the woman's charming body at all, nor did he care about her. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. He saw hundreds of women dancing around him. Pink energy swords shot out from their bodies towards Xiao Hei's soul body. Xiao Hei was still standing in the air. Every time the energy sword shot out, his soul body would tremble slightly. Yi Qinghan was immediately enraged. He coldly snorted and the power of cold surged out. The God Slayer spear turned into a flash of light that swept across the underground plaza. Countless flowers of blood flew everywhere. Wherever the God Slayer spear passed, the women's bodies would explode into pieces of flesh. "Wah, so good, so good. Beauties, where are you going? Don't run, don't run." Xiao Hei's soul body violently trembled in the air. His dazed eyes suddenly woke up. He flew around in the air in a panic and cried out in a daze. "Xiao Hei!" Yi Qinghan roared. Xiao Hei rolled her eyes in a daze and flew towards Yi Qinghan. When she saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a naked beauty, her eyes turned green again. She looked at this woman who was not seductive at all, and her expression showed that she could not bear it. "Kacha!" A crisp sound rang out, and the seductive woman's neck was instantly crushed by Yi Qinghan. Then, he formed a claw with one hand and crushed the woman's head. He looked at Xiao Hei coldly and said, "We were almost killed by them just now. You still haven't woken up?" This group of women's seduction techniques are too powerful, 100 times more powerful than Yao Ji. How dangerous! However, if it wasn't for this woman, my soul realm wouldn't have been able to break through the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm and reach the consummate level. Ah, Xiao Hei looked at the woman who had turned into a pile of minced meat, and her expression still showed that she could not bear it. She said to Yi Qinghan coyly, "Boss, I also know that it's an illusion, but when I was doing it with a group of women just now, it felt so real. It felt so good, so exciting. They had so many tricks and they were so passionate. Although I know it's just a dream, I can't wait to sink into it forever and never wake up again." Hee, this is the scary part of this soul secret technique. The illusion is almost real, and it can make people sink into it forever, unwilling to wake up. It's killing and formless. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. Even now, he still had lingering fear when he thought of the situation just now. If it wasn't for him comprehending the unyielding path, unyielding to heaven and earth, unyielding to his enemies, and unyielding to himself, he might have died today. At the last moment, his soul strength, which had been stuck at the 9th grade, actually broke through the bottleneck and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm. His soul strength felt like it had reached the consummate level. Ignoring Xiaohei, who was still reminiscing, Yi Qinghan quickly collected the emblems around him. Then he threw countless god crystals to Xiaohei for him to swallow. After that, he collected all the interspatial rings. He actually found tens of thousands of points in the ring of the 9th grade beautiful woman. After casually looking through the rest of the interspatial rings, Yi Qinghan immediately let Xiaohei enter the slaughter god saber. After that, he actually circulated the power of cold and started to run. Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Is there an enemy chasing after you? Xiaohei sensed that Yi Qinghan was acting strangely and asked curiously. One should know that unless Yi Qinghan was escaping or fighting, he would usually not use the power of cold. Yi Qinghan did not say anything and continued to run. He extended his divine senses to the limit as if he was searching for something. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan had already run for millions of miles. Finally, he stopped at a dead end and used his divine senses to clearly detect the restrictions in the tunnel. He carefully avoided them and walked into the innermost part of the tunnel, directly entering the War Emperor Palace. Xiaohei, something new has happened in my soul space. I need to go into seclusion for a while. You can refine the energy first. Yi Qinghan instructed and immediately went into seclusion. He immediately looked inside his soul space. His soul strength had just broken through the last step and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm. His soul space had also started to change. Just now, Yi Qinghan did not dare to go into seclusion to check it. Now, he could relax and check it. The soul was the most important thing in the human body. Yi Qinghan's soul space was the source of his power. Thus, Yi Qinghan had to pay attention to it. At this moment, in his soul space, a new power suddenly appeared. Soul strength. Soul power was originally invisible, and it wandered around the soul space. But now it had become tangible. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in his soul space. This gust of wind was extremely powerful. After it appeared, it immediately drove the wind formed by the power of light, darkness, and thunder, wreaking havoc in the soul space. The white power of light, black power of darkness, and purple power of thunder formed hundreds of millions of black and purple gusts of wind. Originally, it was just a gentle breeze. Everyone was in harmony and did not disturb each other. But now, under the influence of this golden soul strength, all of them started to run amok. They swept in all directions, whistling in and out. The entire soul space became turbulent with energy, and the air became foul. Is it attacking the soul space's barrier again? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The last time he attacked, he had used up all his divine power and the energy in the 2 chaos divine crystals. Now that he was attacking again, he didn't know how he was going to resist it. Yi Qinghan paid close attention to it. This concerned his life and his strength. 1 year later, the space became even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan was even more worried. He did not know what to do. 5 years later, all the energy was twisted into a rope by the golden soul strength. All of it tangled together and turned into a giant dragon, wreaking havoc in the soul space. 10 years later, F***ck your great aunt. You dare to attack? How dare you? Yi Qinghan cursed. His soul strength had broken through the bottleneck. It was supposed to be a good thing. But now it had become a bad thing. A very bad thing. Originally, the power of darkness, light, and thunder knew that they could not break the space barrier. So, they stayed in the soul space obediently. But now, there was an additional force and it was extremely powerful. It immediately started to wreak havoc. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not have any divine power in his body. He also did not have any chaotic divine crystals to refine. What could he use to strengthen the space barrier? Boom! The powerful force turned into a giant dragon, roaring silently. After circling the space for dozens of rounds, it suddenly, violently slammed into the soul space barrier. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt the entire soul space tremble. Billions of stars flashed. The space barrier was smashed, leaving a deep dent. Luckily, it did not break. What to do? What to do? What energy can I use to strengthen the space barrier? Originally, Yi Qinghan had been searching, but he did not find any signs of this azure dragon's attack. He did not expect that this chaotic energy would repeat the crazy action from last time. At this moment, it suddenly began to rebel and attack. It made him a little flustered and flustered. Boom! The energy dragon circled a few more times around Yuzhou and continued to attack. This time, the impact was even greater. Yi Qinghan felt that the soul space barrier was about to be broken. His soul space also trembled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Motherf *** fight. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qinghan helplessly began a crazy action. He did not have any divine power in his body. He also did not have any chaotic divine crystals to refine. At this moment, the only energy he could use was the power of cold. Since you bastards want to cause trouble, this young master will use the power of cold to kill all of you. Even if this young master dies, I will not let you break out. Chapter 1326. The only power that Yi Qinghan could use right now was the power of cold. However, the power of cold was extremely tyrannical. If he were to engage in a chaotic battle with this dragon formed from all sorts of energies, then his entire soul space would collapse. Therefore, he did not want to use the power of cold. But at this moment, there was no other way. If he were to let this energy dragon attack a few more times, it would definitely break through. Although he did not know what would happen after the soul space was broken through, he had a feeling that it would definitely not be a good thing. Stability, suppress it. How could something that was unstable be useful? How could a broken soul space be useful? Therefore, Yi Qinghan felt that if this energy dragon broke through the barrier, it would be the moment that Yi Qinghan died. Yi Qinghan did not dare to use too much of the power of cold at first. He was afraid that it would be too tyrannical and directly cause the soul space to collapse. A small portion of the power of cold gathered into a huge green dragon, wreaking havoc within the soul space. It shuttled back and forth between the billions of stars, its speed as fast as lightning. In an instant, it caught up to the energy dragon. Then Yi Qinghan controlled the power of cold, entangling with this energy dragon. He could control the power of cold, but this energy dragon was incomparably chaotic and did not listen to his commands. If he used the power of cold to suppress this energy dragon, then he would be able to control it. The power of cold easily caught up to the energy dragon, but what made Yi Qinghan incomparably surprised was that this energy dragon actually produced a rebounding force, shaking off the power of cold. In an instant, it broke free, and its speed soared even faster, smashing into the space barrier in front of it. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul was about to shatter. If it was hit by such a violent force, it would definitely break through immediately. He hurriedly controlled the power of cold to chase after it. Finally, before the energy dragon crashed into him, he condensed the power of cold into a shield, firmly resisting the impact. Bang! The shield formed from the power of cold was smashed into pieces, turning into powder. It actually could not condense again. However, the majority of the energy dragon's strength had been blocked. When it crashed into the space barrier, it did not have much strength left. Why am I so stupid? Yi Qinghan slapped his thigh and was overjoyed. With a thought, he vanished from the War Emperor Palace and entered the soul space. His body constantly flickered, from time to time appearing on a star, from time to time appearing under the energy dragon, carefully observing. However, there wasn't much worry on his face. Instead, he was brimming with confidence. Hoo-hoo! The whistling sound of the berserk energy dragon drifted into his ears. Yi Qinghan's mind kept flashing as he followed the berserk energy dragon while teleporting. The berserk dragon once again sped up, flying faster and faster in the air. Yi Qinghan continued to chase after the berserk dragon. Just as the berserk dragon was about to collide with Yi Qinghan stood on this star, grabbed with one hand, and shouted towards the void, "Come!" A huge ball of cold power instantly appeared in front of him. Then, Yi Qinghan directly charged towards the berserk energy dragon and shouted, "Go!" The cold power in front of him suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the berserk energy dragon, forming a shield that blocked the front. Bang! The cold power shattered again, But Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. In this space, the cold power could not run away. As long as he could stabilize this berserk energy dragon, it would not matter even if the cold power was used up. Bang! The berserk dragon collided again and again. Yi Qinghan was incomparably leisurely flashing back and forth in the soul space. In this world, he felt like he was the ruler. The cold power was summoned by him and sent away at his command. The only thing that he was unhappy about was that this berserk energy dragon did not listen to his commands. Again and again he used the cold power to block it. After countless times, the berserk energy dragon seemed to know that it could not charge out anymore and its speed began to slow down. After a long time, 3/4 of the cold power had been used up, but like last time, this energy became docile, no longer attacking, and automatically dispersed. The dark power, light power, lightning power, and soul force separated and turned into countless air currents that slowly flew in the space. Phew! I finally survived another calamity. Yi Qinghan sat powerlessly on a star. He looked at the stars that filled the sky and the air currents that flew around him. However, he didn't rush to the War Imperial Palace. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Just as Yi Qinghan entered the soul space again, the doors of the 2 wooden houses on the peak of Pan Mountain suddenly opened. The black-robed youth Pan Xing and the purple-robed girl Pan Shi looked at each other, their eyes lit up with a strange light. This time, both of them felt it. Who is it? Who is it? Who has such ability to break through the barrier of Pan Realm? Pan Xing's black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze like a knife, sweeping across the distant Demon Mountain again and again, but still did not discover anything. He turned to look at Pan Shi and found that she also did not discover anything. He spoke with a cold voice that could make one's heart tremble. Pan Shi's beautiful eyebrows slightly curled up as she said indifferently, "Did we sense wrongly? Logically, besides us, no one can break through the barrier of Pan Realm, right? Moreover, outside of Pan Realm is the primal chaos space. Why would we go there?" Pan Xing coldly said, "Once can be wrong, but twice? You control the reincarnation of life in Pan Realm, I control the laws of Pan Realm. Besides Pan Huang, who else knows Pan Realm better than us? It can't be wrong." Pan Shi was silent, her mind involuntarily thinking of a man in fiery red armor with a black long saber on his back. Could it really be him? I want to go to the primal chaos space to have a look. I want to see who has such great ability to break through the laws of heaven and earth. Pan Xing was silent for a moment, killing intent surged from his body. However, before he moved, Pan Shi leisurely said, "Did you forget Pan Huang's words?" Pan Xing was startled. The killing intent on his body instantly receded like the tide. He no longer spoke, but stood coldly at the peak of Pan Mountain, staring at everything around him. Pan Shi didn't say anything else. She turned and walked into the wooden hut, no longer paying attention to him. 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Pan Xing still did not discover anything, but he was unmoved and continued to observe. 1 year, 10 years, 30 years. You dare to break the laws of heaven and earth? Don't let me find you, otherwise I will kill without mercy. After observing for 30 years, Pan Xing still did not discover anything. He coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and went into the wooden hut. 30 years passed. Yi Qinghan was still in deep thought in the soul space, seemingly not planning to go out for the time being. He was thinking about a problem regarding this soul space. This soul space was an independent space. This point was already confirmed. This was the space he created. This was without a doubt. In this space, he was invincible. This was also certain. However, what he couldn't accept was there were actually a few energies that he couldn't control, energies that could cause his space to collapse at any time, causing him to die. The power of darkness, the power of light, the power of thunder, and the newly evolved power of soul. These forces had almost killed him twice. If there was another force the next time, he might be finished. Or if he used up a large amount of his power of cold, without the protection of the power of cold, if these energies went berserk again. Therefore, in these decades, he had been thinking of a way to control these energies that he couldn't control. Got it. 40 years later. Yi Qinghan's eyes finally lit up. He stood on the starry sky, his eyes burning as he looked at the various drifting airflows in the distance, grinning. Since you all don't want to be controlled, I will forcibly fix you all. I will turn you all into spatial vortexes, black holes. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this young master's cold domain. If this continues, it will really become the next Pangea. Chapter 1327. Even though it had already been 75 years since he entered Demon Mountain, there were still 15 years before the final battle would begin. Yi Qinghan also knew that he only had less than 800,000 points. Only half of them. But Yi Qinghan had no choice but to put aside the matters of the outside world. He had to deal with the matters of his soul space first. If the soul space was unstable, Yi Qinghan's strength would be greatly reduced. If he fought with experts outside and the energy in his soul space went berserk, he would definitely die. After spending 40 years, Yi Qinghan finally thought of a method that even he felt was absurd. He could turn these uncontrollable energies into spatial vortexes or spatial black holes, fixing them in his soul space forever. Since he couldn't control them, he could only divide them and imprison them, not giving them the chance to unite and rebel. In theory, this method was feasible. But Yi Qinghan still felt that it was absurd. He didn't dare to believe that this soul space was an existence similar to Plate Realm. He also couldn't accept the absurd fact that there was a world in his mind. However, the billions of stars were like billions of planes, and they were still slowly evolving. His soul space had become the size of dozens of divine worlds. How could there be such a large plane in this Plate Realm? These were all real existences, and these facts made Yi Qinghan suspicious. In the past, he thought that this world didn't have spatial vortexes, spatial black holes, or spatial blade currents. It was different from Plate Realm. It couldn't be an existence similar to Plate Realm. But the current situation forced him to create spatial vortexes and spatial black holes. Once he created them, this world would be even more similar to Plate Realm. Perhaps one day, spatial blade currents would appear again. Perhaps one day this world could really evolve into life. Who cares if it will become the next Plate Realm? Even if it becomes the next Plate Realm, so what? I'd better save my life first. Yi Qinghan shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His life was the most important. He began to use the method he had deduced in these 40 years to control the chaotic energies here. Cold power. Yi Qinghan's left hand made a grabbing motion, and a wisp of the cyan power of cold quietly separated and appeared in front of his hand. He looked at the current of the power of light in front of him and shouted, "Power of cold, go!" The power of cold turned into an azure dragon, roaring soundlessly as it chased after that tiny stream of air. In an instant, it enveloped the air current, and the power of cold immediately spurred the air current to rotate. The tyrannical nature of the cold energy, which reigned supreme over all other types of energy, was perfectly displayed. This small amount of energy did not dare to resist the cold energy of Longda. It obediently spun along with it. The power of cold spun faster and faster, and the airflow inside also spun faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a whirlpool. Yi Qinghan began to control the power of cold and slowly pull it out. In the end, the power of cold was completely separated, but this stream of energy was still stubbornly revolving. A simple whirlpool was formed. Xiu! At this moment, a black energy stream blew over from a distance. When it passed by the newly formed whirlpool, it was immediately attracted to it. In the end, when the black power of darkness and the white power of light collided, the newly formed whirlpool collapsed and turned back into an airflow that continued to drift. Yi Qinghan was not surprised. He had already predicted this situation. He immediately circulated the power of cold again. This time, he wrapped the black airflow and the white airflow separately. Then, he gathered them together and spun them. After a moment, the power of cold was extracted, and a black and white whirlpool was formed. However, this time, it did not wait for the energy from the outside to attack it. After a while, it automatically collapsed. Yi Qinghan followed his plan and began to wrap the three powers of light, darkness, and lightning with the power of cold. Then he gathered them together and formed another whirlpool. However, this time, no matter how stable it could not take shape. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only use the power of frost to gather the power of light, power of darkness, power of lightning, and power of soul together. This time, it was a success. It formed in an instant, and when it spun, the sound of the wind was very loud. It was very imposing. Yi Qinghan quietly stood beside the whirlpool and watched. He felt the faint suction coming from the whirlpool, but he did not move. Another airflow flew over from a distance and collided with the small space whirlpool. Under Yi Qinghan's nervous gaze, not only did it not shatter the whirlpool, but it was also sucked in and joined the whirlpool. The whirlpool also became bigger. However, not long after, countless airflows blew over from a distance. Once they were sucked in, the whirlpool immediately collapsed and shattered into pieces. Yi Qinghan stood where he was and pondered silently. After a while, he used the power of cold to control the four energies and gathered them together to form a whirlpool. However, this time, he did not withdraw the power of cold. Instead, he used the power of cold to form a shield around the whirlpool, not letting any other energy flow near it. After that, Yi Qinghan stood nearby and watched quietly, waiting. 2 hours, 6 hours, 3 days. The whirlpool was still spinning and did not shatter. Everything was going according to Yi Qinghan's plan. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. His body flashed and he appeared tens of thousands of li away. He summoned a ball of cold energy and repeated the process, creating a second whirlpool. After creating it, he used the power of cold to protect it. In half a day, Yi Qinghan had created dozens of small whirlpools. At the same time, all the power of cold was mobilized to protect these dozens of small whirlpools. 3 days, 10 days, 1 month. These dozens of small whirlpools did not collapse. Yi Qinghan's entire body relaxed. He began to move the power of cold in the center outwards. He continued to use the power of cold to gather the four energies and condense them into a whirlpool. The further he went, the more whirlpools there were. However, the power of cold was not enough and could not completely protect the profound mystery of space. There were also a few space whirlpools that collapsed from the impact of the energy. However, at this time, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less. He used his fastest speed to teleport within the soul space, using the power of cold to condense the remaining energy into a whirlpool. His speed was incomparably fast. Gradually, the chaotic energy flow within the soul space decreased, and the number of small whirlpools also increased. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 88,000 and 800. Finally, the entire world turned quiet. All the energy flow was divided by Yi Qinghan into 88,800 whirlpools. They stood quietly in all directions of the soul space, each spinning and sitting there obediently. Yi Qinghan shuttled back and forth within the soul space, paying close attention to these whirlpools. He was afraid that they would all collapse. His efforts would have been in vain, and he would have no other way. 3 months, 1 year, 3 years. After 3 years, Yi Qinghan finally relaxed. He looked at the whirlpools in the soul space, feeling a sense of loss and absurdity. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and ignored them. With a thought, he flashed out of the War Imperial Palace. There was not much time left. There were more important things waiting for him outside. Chapter 1328. Boss, you are finally out. Why did you disappear for more than 40 years? I was so worried. Where did you go? The moment Yi Qinghan came out, Xiaohe immediately flew out from the slaughter god blade. He was surprised and delighted. Yi Qinghan did not tell Xiaohe that he had entered the soul space. Yi Qinghan did not know that Yi Qinghan could enter the world in his mind. He thought that Yi Qinghan had gone into seclusion in another hall. Me? I went into seclusion to cultivate. For a moment, Yi Qinghan did not know how to explain to Xiaohe. In his mind, he subconsciously thought of the ultimate mystery of space. The moment he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's eyes became dazed. Xiaohe, who was talking at the side, turned a deaf ear to him. He seemed to have thought of something. After a while, under Xiaohe's astonished gaze, Yi Qinghan actually closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged. Xiaohe was dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for more than 40 years. Now that he had just come out, why did he go into seclusion again? He quickly flew around Yi Qinghan and shouted, Boss, why did you go into seclusion again? The final battle will start in more than 10 years. Why are you still in seclusion? I am so anxious. The moment Yi Qinghan came out from the soul space, Pan Xing, who was dressed in a black robe and had a head full of black hair, came out from the wooden house like a death god. Clearly, he sensed that someone had broken through the barrier of the plate realm and entered the plate realm. Rumble. However, at this moment, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning raged. A strange phenomenon actually appeared in the sky of the dimensional battlefield. Someone broke through to rank 9? Pan Xing glanced at the place where the purple thunder fell, but he didn't care. In every plane war, there would be venerables who broke through the final bottleneck due to pressure and reached level 9. This was very normal. Moreover, a martial artist who had just broken through to level 9 was like an ant to him. Therefore, he didn't care about the cultivator hiding in the parallel space of the Demon Mountain's passageway. Instead, he focused his attention on those 9th-grade supreme martial artists. In his opinion, only rank 9 supremes were capable of breaking through the barrier of the plate realm. Furthermore, they were peak rank 9 supremes. However, he did not expect that because of his disdain, he missed an opportunity to discover the existence of a freak like Yi Qinghan. Xiao. This. Inside the War Emperor Palace, Xiaohe was scared half to death by the sudden appearance of a purple thunder dragon that was several meters long. However, he immediately calmed down. Not only did he not run away, but he also rushed madly towards Yi Qinghan. In the end, both he and Yi Qinghan were covered by that purple thunder dragon. A purple thunder dragon that could suddenly enter the War Emperor Palace without triggering a rebound from the restriction in the War Emperor Palace was only a divine thunder descended from the laws of heaven and earth. Not only would this divine thunder not cause harm to people, but it would also greatly benefit them. Previously, when Yi Qinghan comprehended the unyielding way, Yi Qinghan was bestowed with divine thunder by the laws of heaven and earth, and Xiaohe had benefited a lot from that time. How could he let it go now? With a burst of electric sparks and white arcs, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe, who was tightly attached to him, started trembling. With every tremble, it was as if they were having an epileptic fit. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed out loud. My laws have finally broken through to rank 9. I've been stuck for thousands of years, and now I have an epiphany. Yi Qinghan was elated. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. As he looked at Xiaohe's soul body, whose color had deepened, the joy on his face deepened. Xiaohe cried out excitedly, Boss, I feel like I'm evolving again. I think I'll be able to evolve again after devouring the energy of a rank 5 or rank 9 supreme martial artist. Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded, but he kept looking at his own body. He wanted to see the changes in his strength after breaking through to rank 9. Xiaohe looked at Yi Qinghan and asked curiously, Boss, are there any special benefits from breaking through to rank 9 in the laws of heaven and earth? Did your strength increase? I feel like my strength has increased by at least 2 times. Wait a moment. After Yi Qinghan said that, he stood on the spot and closed his eyes in deep thought. Xiaohe's jaw dropped. What did 2 times mean? Perhaps to a low-level martial artist, 2 times was nothing. But to someone like Yi Qinghan, being able to increase it by 2 times was heaven-defying. In the past, Yi Qinghan could easily kill a rank 9 supreme martial artist alone. Now, he could easily suppress 2 of them? How was this possible? Wasn't it just one ultimate profound mystery? How could his strength have improved so much? If this was not said by Yi Qinghan, Xiaohe would definitely roll his eyes. But when he thought about how abnormal Yi Qinghan was, Xiaohe just stared at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. In fact, Yi Qinghan was also baffled. This ultimate profound mystery was incomparably bizarre in and of itself. It only took him close to 100 years to fully master it. But he was stuck for close to 10,000 years. When he came out of the soul space just now, he realized that the bottleneck was broken, and the integration was instantly completed. Breaking through to rank 9 in the nomological realm might be able to double the strength of an ordinary venerable. But to him, it was already very fierce to be able to increase it by a tiny bit. But he had an unusual feeling in his mind that his strength had definitely doubled. He carefully checked his body, the divine crystal, and the soul space, and finally found a trace of difference. He discovered that the power of cold was actually changing color. It was originally green, but now it was becoming transparent. But the aura coming from the power of cold was even more terrifying. Power of cold, come out. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and with a flip of his hand, a God Slayer spear was formed. As expected, the pressure coming from the God Slayer spear was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the space in the War Imperial Palace actually began to distort around the God Slayer spear. My power of cold is actually twice as powerful. Why did it become like this? Is it related to me creating the spatial whirlpool? He had just created the spatial whirlpool, and he broke through the bottleneck and comprehended the ultimate profound mystery of space? Then the power of cold started changing color, and its strength doubled? How could there be such a coincidence? Yi Qinghan then remembered that he had comprehended the profound mystery of space combination for several hundred years, but he still couldn't grasp it. Later on, the soul space exploded. At that time, he only refined half of the primal chaos divine crystal, but he immediately fused with it. Moreover, the speed of fusion was so abnormal. Could it be that everything was related to this soul space? His soul space was constantly evolving, and his law of space followed the changes in his soul space, easily breaking through again and again. In addition, the power of cold was born in the soul space. Everything was brought about by this soul space. Right now, his strength surpassed that of a rank 9 supreme being, and it was so abnormal because of the existence of this soul space in his mind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have some kind of understanding. As long as this soul space continued to evolve, and perfect, his strength would also continue to grow, and in the end, he would become an existence above everyone else. An existence that stands above everyone else? Could it be that in the end, I will become an existence similar to a god emperor? Yi Qinghan murmured softly, but his eyes were as bright as stars. He stared blankly at the top of the War Imperial Palace, as if through the palace he could see the black-haired youth standing on the peak of Mount Pan. A god emperor? Old man in sackcloth? I hope you guys don't have any ideas about this young master. Otherwise, when my cold domain finishes evolving, this young master will not be afraid to fight with you guys.